she's under stress. I thought the island would be perfect for her, safe, relaxing, and she did seem to have a great time last year. But on the phone, she sounded quite ill and panicky again. It was as if she was blaming Shetland, as if the place had betrayed her trust. Is it like her to take herself away if she's feeling upset? Perhaps. Yes, you're probably right. She preferred to be alone even as a child. Crowds always sent her into hysterics. She paused, then added quickly, I don't think I can come up, not at short notice. I have to be in the house tomorrow. I'm not sure how I'd explain my absence. The last thing Hattie needs if she's unwell is a pack of reporters on her trail. She seemed completely in control. Perez remembered what Fran was like when she'd believed Cassie to be missing, so desperate that she could hardly speak. He wondered if this woman suspected where Hattie might be, if that was why she seemed so calm. Hattie wouldn't have gone to her father. I don't think so, Inspector. We divorced while Hattie was still a toddler, and he's never taken much interest in her welfare. He's a journalist. The last time I heard, he was in Sudan. Is there anyone else she might have contacted if she was feeling ill? A nurse or a doctor? I really don't think so. It's possible, I suppose, that she could have phoned the unit where she was treated as an inpatient. I'll check. If they've heard from her, I'll get back to you. She paused again. You will be discreet, won't you, Inspector? In the hotel, he talked to Billy Watt, one of the regular workers on the ferry that ran from Whalsay to Shetland mainland. By now, the bar was closed. Bergland had taken himself to bed without waiting to hear if there was news of Hattie, and Billy had come along as a favour. He couldn't get there earlier because his son wouldn't settle. He's teething, Billy said, a great grin on his face. Poor little man. They sat in Perez's room, drinking coffee. I think she might have left Whalsay on an afternoon ferry. Have you seen her about? Little, very dark. Would you recognise her if she went out with you? I don't know her, but we don't take that many foot passengers. I'd remember if she came out while I was working. There was no one like that on my shift. What time did you start? 4 o'clock this afternoon. There were 2 ferries working today, like there usually are. Just because I didn't see her doesn't mean she didn't leave the island. Perez was wondering what could have scared the girl so much that she'd run away. I should have persuaded her to talk to me on the phone, he thought. I should have dropped everything and come to Whalsay immediately. She had 3 hours to wait between leaving Paul Bergland and seeing me. What happened that she couldn't bear to wait 3 hours? I'll talk to the rest of the crew, Billy said. He sat on the windowsill of Perez's room at the front of the hotel and looked out to the trawlers moored in the harbour. Further out to sea, a buoy was flashing. Will it wait till the morning now? I wouldn't want to bother them if it's not desperate. Some of them are working the early shift tomorrow. She's an adult, Perez thought. 23, an intelligent young woman. No, he said. It'll wait until the morning. He expected Billy to make an excuse and leave, but the man sat there drinking the last of the instant coffee made using the kettle in the room. When Perez offered him another one, he accepted. Perez was glad of the company. At least with Billy here, he could keep Hattie's disappearance in some sort of perspective. When the crewman left, his imagination would run wild. You know what I'd do if I wanted to leave the island without anyone seeing me? Billy set his mug on the floor beside him. I'd get a lift in a car. Especially in the small ferry. Most folk just stay in their cars on the way across. We don't notice the passengers when we're taking the money. You register there's someone sitting there, but you never really look at them. There were a few of those today. Who might have given her a lift? Perez was talking almost to himself. And where would she go once she got to Laxo? Depends what time she got there, Billy said. Sometimes there's a bus to Lerwick connects with the ferry. Perez thought perhaps he'd seen the bus when he was driving north, out of town. Was it possible that their paths had crossed? Perhaps Hattie had been sitting in the bus, hunched in the seat, staring out of the window. If she didn't turn up in the morning, he'd have to talk to the bus driver. He wondered if someone in Whalsay had a photo of her. Either Sophie or Berglund would surely have a picture. He didn't want to have to call Gwen James again. All this is an overreaction. Hattie might be an adult, but she's immature, overwrought. She's upset because Sophie couldn't face working with her anymore. She's like a kid in the playground, burying her head in her hands and hoping the bullies will go away. He was reassured by the idea that she'd got a lift and left the island, that she was safe and well on the Northlink ferry, going south to meet her mother. Sandy had been right. There was no need to make a fuss. He'd give Joseph a ring and tell him to hold off the search until he'd spoken to the ferry company in the morning. Now Billy did stand to go. Let's hope the bairn is still asleep, eh? Perez was so obsessed with thoughts of Hattie that it took him a moment to realise he was talking about his son. Chapter 23. Sandy woke very early to a beautiful morning. There was sunshine and very little wind. The house was quiet, not even his father was up. He got out of bed and decided this was the earliest he'd been awake for years, maybe since he was a bairn, unless he was called out to some emergency at work. It was all this healthy living, he thought. It was no good for a man. It was making a mess of his body clock. In the kitchen, he made coffee and drank it outside. Through the open door, he heard the sound of the cistern refilling upstairs. He didn't want to talk to either of his parents, so he set his mug on the doorstep and walked away from the house. Without thinking, he found himself on the way to Setter. His head was full of the missing Hattie. He thought Perez was right, and she'd just run away. There were times when Whalsay got to him like that. He just wanted to turn his back on the place and never come home. And Hattie was such a frail and nervy young woman. Pretty, with those big black eyes, and he could see that some men would find her attractive. Men who wanted a woman they could look after and protect. But Sandy thought life with Hattie would be kind of complicated, and he liked to keep things simple. When he got to his grandmother's croft, he let the hens out before going into the house to have a piss and make another cup of coffee. There were signs that someone had been in the kitchen. A half-full bottle of grouse and an unwashed glass, an ashtray full of cigarette butts. That would be his father. Sandy knew Joseph came to Setter to escape Evelyn and to remember Mima in peace. The kitchen had a squalid feel to it that made Sandy feel miserable. He hated to think of his father sitting alone here, smoking, drinking and grieving. Outside, the sun was still low. It glittered on the sea, a silver line at the horizon mirrored again on the loch at the end of the field. A twisted, woody lilac bush bent by the wind was coming into bloom close to the house. Over the water, a scattering of gulls was making a terrible racket, and in the clear morning light they looked very white against the sky. He remembered Anna's words. "You're lucky to have been born here." He supposed on a day like this, the place was kind of perfect. He walked across the field towards the dig, his coffee mug still in his hand, and paused, as he always would now, at the spot where he'd found Mima's body. Would it be such a terrible thing to give up his work in Lerwick and take over Setter? He was good with beasts, and it would make his father awful happy. If he sold his flat, he could bring some cash and some energy into the place, make a real go of it. But even as the thought came into his head, he knew it was impossible. He'd end up hating his family and the island. It was better to stay as he was, and just come every now and again to visit. By now, he'd reached the practice trench where his mother had found the skull. He peered inside. What was he expecting? More bones, growing out of the ground? An elbow, maybe, bent like a huge potato tuber? Or a row of toes? Of course, there was nothing, except the earth scraped flat by his mother's trowel. He sauntered on to the deeper trench, where the medieval house had stood, where the silver coins had lain hidden for hundreds of years. He knew he was putting off his return to Utra. He couldn't face the stoic good cheer of his father or his mother's restless energy. He had a hazy recollection of television documentaries. What if he found a whole heap of coins, gold and silver, jewellery maybe? He had a picture of a pile of rubies and emeralds glinting in the morning sunshine. Wouldn't that be considered treasure trove? Wouldn't it make enough money so his parents could take a holiday, so they wouldn't have to work quite so hard to keep up with the Cloustons and the other fishing families? He checked himself. He was making up fairy tales in his head again. As a child, he'd been told stories of the trows who hoarded shiny, glittering objects, but it would never happen in real life. But as he approached the rectangular hole in the ground, for a moment it seemed as if the childish fantasy was being played out in real life. The sunlight was reflected from an object within it, a dull gleam that might be buried treasure. He looked down, excited, although he knew how foolish he was being, and saw Hattie James lying at the base of the trench. She was on her back, and she stared up at him. Her face was marble white in the shadow. She was dressed in black, and the image had the washed-out look of a photographic negative. Even the blood looked black, and there was a lot of blood. It had spurted into wave-shaped patterns on the bank of the trench and seeped into the soil. It was on her hands and her sleeves, and on the big brutal knife with which, it seemed to Sandy, she'd slit her wrists. The cuts weren't made across the wrists, but were deep, lengthways slashes, almost up to her inner elbow. The sunlight continued to reflect from the knife blade and made a mockery of the earlier image he'd formed in his head. He couldn't take his eyes off her face. The sight and shape of it were swimming in front of him. He realized he was about to faint and leaned forward, forcing himself to stay conscious. He turned away, then had to look back to check it wasn't some awful nightmare. He couldn't phone Perez until he was certain. Then he went back to the house to call the inspector's mobile. Perez answered immediately, but when Sandy explained in a stuttering sort of way what he'd found, there was a complete silence. "Jimmy, are you there?" Sandy felt the panic taking over. He couldn't deal with this on his own. And when Perez did reply, his voice was so strange that Sandy could hardly recognize it. "I was at Setter last night," Perez said. "I looked across the site, but not in the trenches. I should have found her." "There would be nothing you could do." "I persuaded myself that she'd gone out on the ferry," Perez said. "I should have been more careful, brought people out to do a proper search. She shouldn't have had to be there on her own all night." "She would have been dead by then," Sandy said, and again, "There would be nothing you could do." It seemed odd to him that he had to reassure his boss. Usually, Perez knew what to do in every situation. He was the calm one in the office, never flustered and never emotional. "Will you come over? Or is there someone I should call?" "You'll need to get a doctor to pronounce her dead." "Oh, she's dead," Sandy said. "I'm quite sure of that." "All the same," Perez said, "we need it official. You know how it works. I'll get Brian Marshall. He'll be discreet. I'm on my way then." Just from the way the inspector spoke those words, Sandy knew Perez was blaming himself for Hattie's death, and he always would. He wished Perez didn't have to see the white face in the shadow of the trench, the long, deep cuts to the white inner arms, the blood that looked like tar. He would like to protect his boss from that sight. While they waited for the doctor to arrive, they stood by the edge of the pit that Sandy now thought of as Hattie's grave. Perez was in control again, quite professional. "I recognize the knife," he said. "Does it belong to the girl?" Sandy had assumed that it did. Surely if you were going to kill yourself, you would use an implement familiar to you. You wouldn't drag a stranger into your suicide by using someone else's knife. "No, it's Berglund's." "He must have left it here on the site," Sandy said. "They put all the equipment in the shed close to the house overnight." "For the time being, we treat this as a suspicious death," Perez said. "Keep everyone out, and I want the knife fingerprinted." "But she killed herself." Sandy thought that was obvious. The posed position, the slit wrists. This was an overwrought lassie with a vivid imagination and a taste for the dramatic. "We treat it as a suspicious death." This time, Perez's voice was loud and firm. Sandy thought it was the guilt getting to him. Hattie had asked the inspector for help, and now he felt he'd let her down. Sandy couldn't think of anything to say to make things better. Perez looked up at him. How would she know to cut herself in that particular way? Most suicides fail because they make tentative slashes across the wrists. "I don't know," Sandy said, almost losing his patience. "She was a bright lass. She'd look it up. There are probably sites on the internet." There was a moment of silence. Then Perez turned away from the trench. "Your father was here last night," he said. "He was at Setter. That was one of the reasons I didn't stick around." He looked upset. Sandy didn't answer that either. He knew his father would never hurt anyone, and that Perez was feeling so bad about the girl's suicide that he was looking for someone else to blame. Chapter 24. The fiscal was wearing a soft suede jacket and a cashmere sweater in pale green. She'd put on Wellingtons before coming on to the archaeological site, folding her trousers carefully into them so they wouldn't be creased when she came to take off the boots. The three of them looked down at the girl in the trench. Perez could hardly think straight. Ideas and pictures were dancing round his head. He struggled to hold himself together in front of the fiscal. He'd had to notify her formally of another suspicious death, but he wished he'd had more time before she turned up. He hadn't thought she'd be here on the first ferry. "Have we had a doctor to declare life extinct?" the fiscal asked. She carried a hardback notebook and a slim silver ballpoint. Throughout the discussion, she was making notes. "Aye." Sandy got in first in his eagerness to gain her approval. "Brian Marshall came along earlier." "Did he hazard an opinion as to cause of death?" "Everything consistent with suicide." Sandy again. "But he said there'd need to be a PM before we could come to a real decision." Perez almost felt that he was defending Hattie. This grotesque show, so tasteless and flamboyant, didn't seem her style at all. "I don't suppose he could tell us anything about the time of death?" "Nothing that helps," Perez said. "We know she was last seen at about 4 o'clock. I'd arranged to meet Hattie at 6 in the bod, and she didn't turn up. That could mean she was already dead by then, but not necessarily. Sophie was working here until about 4:30, and claims not to have seen her." "Where was she seen at 4 o'clock?" "On the footpath, close to the shore." Perez was finding it easier to think straight now. If he could just focus on the facts, he might see this through without making an idiot of himself. "I phoned round all the Lindby folk last night. Anna Clouston saw her making her way back towards the bod. Hattie and her boss had been walking along the beach before that. He was congratulating her on making a significant find at the Setter dig, but he also told her that her assistant had resigned. She'd found Hattie difficult to work with, and she'd decided to ditch archaeology anyway. I have the impression Sophie doesn't need to work for a living, and this wasn't much more than a passing fad. So the assumption is that the woman killed herself after some sort of disagreement with her boss. I don't think there was a disagreement. Berglund passed on the news of Sophie's resignation. Hattie didn't seem too unhappy about working the site alone. All the same. The fiscal broke off and looked up from her notebook for a moment. You say she had a history of mental illness? According to her mother, when I spoke to her last night. There must have been an implied criticism in Sophie's decision to leave, don't you think? Sophie obviously didn't enjoy working with Hattie. That would have been hurtful to a sensitive young woman. Perhaps. Perez hoped she could tell by the tone of his voice that he didn't agree. Any previous suicide attempts? We didn't go into that sort of detail, but she did say she'd been treated as an inpatient in a psychiatric hospital, and the mother was obviously worried about her, though not worried enough to come to Shetland to see for herself. Her colleagues both say that since Mima's death, she's become more isolated and withdrawn. Even her success at the dig doesn't seem to have raised her mood very much. They'd found some silver coins to validate her theory about the building. Everyone expected her to be very excited. She was. She talked to me about her plans for the future of the project, but she still seemed troubled. Mima Wilson's death seems to have affected her deeply. You'd met her then? Couldn't the resignation of her colleague have pushed her over the edge? Unlikely, I'd have thought. She seemed very self-contained to me. I had the impression that she preferred to be alone. Her boss didn't seem to think that Sophie's wanting to leave had upset her very much. The fiscal seemed to come to a decision. We need to talk to the mother before we commit ourselves on this. If the girl has attempted suicide before, we don't want to turn this into a full-blown murder inquiry. That'll mean bringing the team in from Inverness, which had implications for budget, not to mention the Shetland tourist trade. The fiscal wouldn't make herself popular with the politicians if she called it as murder, and it turned out to be something less dramatic. And at the moment, she was very keen to keep in with the politicians. I'm worried about the coincidence, he said. 2 sudden deaths, one explained as an accident, another as a suicide. I can't accept it. That had crossed my mind too. Gently sarcastic. I'm not a fool, Jimmy. Her voice hardened, but I won't be drawn into conspiracy theories. She was a depressive young woman. This looks like a classic adolescent suicide. She was 23, Perez said. Hardly an adolescent. The fiscal stretched. It was as if he hadn't spoken. Yes, the most likely cause of death is suicide, and that's how we'll play it for now. Is the mother coming into Shetland? Perez paused, remembering the phone call he'd made to Gwen James earlier, the silence on the other end of the line broken eventually by a single sob. Not immediately. She says she can't face it. Not yet. I have the feeling that she would hate to break down in public, and that she'll be hiding out in her own home for a while. How did he know that? He wasn't sure, but he thought it was true. The fiscal frowned. We need some background on the girl's medical history. You'll have to talk to her, Jimmy. Again, Perez remembered the earlier call. I'm not sure that's a conversation we could have on the phone. The fiscal considered for a moment. Perez thought she was weighing up the cost of a trip south against the value of providing good customer service to a politician. Get yourself to London to talk to her then. Get this afternoon's plane south. Give me a ring when you get back. Sandy shuffled his feet, making the shingle scrunch and shift. Perez knew what was going on in the Whalsay man's head. Take me too. He wasn't sure if Sandy had ever been to London, perhaps once on a school trip. He pictured him wandering around the streets, staring up at the buildings he'd only ever seen in films or the television news. Sandy looked up at Perez and caught his eye, pleading. Perez read the expression exactly. He'd sensed the tension in Outre. Sandy was desperate to escape, even if only for a couple of days. But there was no way he could justify both of them being away from Shetland. Perez took a risk, knew he would probably come to regret it later. It was as much about showing Rona Lang that he wouldn't be bossed around as giving Sandy a chance. I wonder if this is a job Sandy could do. It would be fine experience for him. Fran was in London. If Perez went himself, he'd have the opportunity to spend the night with her. But she'd want to introduce him to her friends. He knew how it would be, some trendy wine bar, loud voices discussing topics about which he had no knowledge and no opinion. He'd show her up. So this was about cowardice too. Rona Lang raised her eyebrows. This is a sensitive job, Jimmy. The woman's a politician. Sandy wasn't exactly famous for his tact or discretion, or his brains. I think he's ready for it. We'll talk it through before he goes, and I want to be here. She shrugged. Your call, leaving him in no doubt that he'd be the one to get the blame if Sandy screwed up. Perez caught Sandy's eye again and saw pure terror. This wasn't what he'd had in mind at all. He'd imagined going along with Perez for the ride, a night in a London hotel on expenses, a bit of sightseeing, not being left with full responsibility for the interview, not having the wrath of the fiscal on him if he made a mess of things. Go and get your bag packed. I'll call in to Outre when I've done here, and we'll discuss the approach you should take. Sandy scuttled away. Perez walked with the fiscal to her car. I really don't think that was one of your most sensible decisions, she said sharply. I'm not sure he'll even get as far as London without a minder. I think I've underestimated him in the past. He's shown a lot of sensitivity on this inquiry. Besides, Gwen James will be good at handling questions from sophisticated interviewers. She does it all the time in the Commons and with the media. I hope Sandy's simplicity will get under her guard. The fiscal looked at him as if she didn't believe a word, as if Perez were mentally ill himself, but said nothing. News of Hattie's death had got out around the community, as Perez had known it would. A small group of onlookers had gathered at the gate, drawn by the drama rather than by any sense of involvement with the dead woman. She was one of the lasses working on the dig, that was all. Even Evelyn only thought of her as part of the project. Mima was probably the only person on the island to have really known her. When the fiscal drove off, the people started to drift away, and Perez saw Sophie on the edge of the group. I'm sorry, he said. He could see that she'd been crying. She wasn't the sort to cry easily, and he was surprised by the display of emotion. He watched the other people walk back to the road. Most of the islanders had cars there. Jackie Clouston scurried back on foot to her mansion on the hill. Had she left Andrew alone to check what was going on? Sophie sat on the grass beside the track. She was wearing combat trousers and a university sweatshirt, walker's sandals. Her toes were wide and brown. I feel dreadful. There I was, slagging her off yesterday, and all the time she was planning to kill herself. You had no idea anything like that was in her mind? He sat beside her. There was a pause. Perez thought she was preparing to say something significant, but she seemed to decide against confiding in him, and only shook her head. I never knew what she was thinking at all. You won't be able to work here. Not for a while, at least. He still thought the Setter land should be treated as a crime scene. When were you planning to leave?
I thought I'd stay until after Mima's funeral, Sophie said. I decided when I heard what had happened. Hattie would like me to be there for that.
In Utra, Sandy was in a state of terminal panic. Joseph was nowhere to be seen. His mother was ironing a shirt for him, and there was a pile of underpants on the kitchen table. Evelyn was obviously proud that her son had been chosen for the mission, but was ratcheting up the anxiety. Edinburgh, she could understand. Michael had been to college there and lived there. It represented sophistication. London was a different world, alien and violent, a place of hooded gangs and foreigners. You'll only be away a night. Perez took a seat. Where will I stay? I'll get Morag to book somewhere for you, and I've fixed up for you to meet Hattie's mother in her home. It's in Islington, not far from the underground. I'll show you a map. She's been told about her daughter's death. Don't worry, man. This time tomorrow you'll be on your way back into Sombra. I'm not sure I can do this. He didn't have to speak the words. Perez knew what he was thinking. Evelyn finished ironing the shirt and hung it on a hanger on the door. She folded up the ironing board and propped it against the wall. Then she left the room with the underpants in one hand and the hanger in the other. They could hear her banging around in Sandy's bedroom. She obviously considered him incapable of packing for himself. Look, Perez said, the woman's a mother who's just lost her daughter. That's all you have to concentrate on. Forget about what she does for a living. Imagine how Evelyn would be feeling if your body was washed up on the shore. Guilt, Sandy said after a pause. She'd be wondering what she could have done to prevent it. And Gwen James will be feeling just the same. You don't want to make her feel bad about what's happened. She'll be guilty enough without you adding to it. Your role is to get her to talk about her daughter. Don't ask too many questions. Just give her time and the sense that you're really listening to her. She'll do the rest. Couldn't we suggest she fly up here? Then you could talk to her. Sandy had the air of a man desperately clutching at straws. I did suggest it, and I'm sure she'll want to come up. But she says not now. She prefers to be in her own home, and I prefer you to see her there, on her own territory, where she'll feel most comfortable. You can do this, Sandy. I'd not send you to London if I didn't think you'd do it well. Perez left Sandy to get ready and went outside to find Joseph. The older man was in the barn doing something to the insides of an ancient tractor. When he saw Perez, he wiped his hands on an oily piece of cloth. He looked very pale. This is a terrible business. 2 deaths on Setter land. Nothing to do with the place, surely, Perez said. I don't know. That's how it seems. You were there last night. How do you know that? The older man looked up, startled. It was as if Perez had performed some sort of conjuring trick. I saw you through the window. You looked upset. I didn't want to disturb you. What time did you get there? I don't know. After my tea. Did you go outside, down to the dig? No. Did you see anything? Hear anything? Perez looked at Sandy's father. In the gloom of the barn, it was hard to tell what he was thinking. No, Joseph said. I just go there some nights to drink and forget. I didn't hear a thing. Chapter 25. Sandy arrived at Heathrow at the height of the rush hour. He'd never liked the idea of the underground, even before the bombings were all over the television. It seemed unnatural, being shut in a tunnel, not being able to see where you were going. Anyway, he'd had a look at the map on the back of the A to Z Perez had loaned him, and it all seemed too complicated for him to work out. He couldn't make sense of the different coloured lines. Instead,
he got the direct bus to King's Cross. That was where it terminated, so there should be no danger of getting out at the wrong place. Perez had asked Morag to book him into a travel inn in the Euston Road. Sandy would check in and collect his thoughts before he went to speak to Gwen James. He was still astonished that his boss had trusted him to do the interview, felt extreme pride and extreme fear in the space of a minute. The bus was full of people. Sandy looked to catch someone's eye and start up a conversation with a local, a person who would be able to reassure him when he reached his destination, but they all seemed exhausted after their flights. They sat with their eyes closed. Those who did talk weren't speaking English. Whenever he went to Edinburgh or Aberdeen, Sandy had the same reaction of claustrophobia for the first couple of days. It was being surrounded by tall buildings, the sense of being shut in, of not being able to see the sky or the horizon. This was just the same, but the buildings were even taller and closer together, and there was a feeling that the city was endless. There would be no escape from it. Coming into the city centre, he had the odd flash of excitement when they passed a street name he recognised, a signpost to a famous monument, but it didn't last. He was here for work. This was one interview he couldn't get wrong. He peered out into the streets, looking at the people who were walking past. Perez's woman, Fran Hunter, was in London at the minute. He'd feel happier if he could glimpse just one familiar face. Of course, he knew it was impossible. What was the chance of seeing her among all those thousands of people? But it didn't stop him looking. Walking to his hotel, he had to push against the flow of people hurrying to King's Cross and St Pancras stations. He felt he couldn't breathe. If he stood still for a moment, they would flatten him, walk right over him without hesitating, without stopping to find out what was wrong. In the hotel, the receptionist struggled to understand his accent, but the room was booked and he was given a plastic card instead of a key. It seemed a very grand room. There was a big double bed and a bathroom. He looked out over the Euston Road at the line of traffic and the pavements heaving with people. He was so high up that the only noise was a dull hum, a background roar like waves on the shore on a stormy day, the sound Mima had called the hush. He turned on the television so he couldn't hear it. He had a shower and changed into the shirt his mother had ironed for him. She'd folded it carefully in his overnight bag, and it was hardly creased at all. I should be nicer to her, he thought. She's looked after me so well. Why can't I like her more? It took him a while to find the kettle, hidden away in a drawer, but then he made himself a cup of tea and ate the little packet of biscuits. He didn't feel like eating a proper meal. Perez had said he could get something on expenses, but he'd wait until after the interview. He wanted to phone Perez to tell him he'd arrived safely, then decided that would be pathetic. He'd wait until he had something to report. The road was less busy when he went out to find Gwen James's place. He decided he'd risk the underground. It was only a few stops, and Perez had marked the route from the underground station on the map. He didn't have change for the ticket machine and had to queue at the office. He was ridiculously pleased with himself when he found the right platform for his train. He arrived at Gwen James's flat far too early and walked about the streets waiting for time to pass. It was dark and the streetlights had come on. Some of the basement flats had lit windows so he could see inside. In one, a beautiful young woman dressed in black was cooking dinner. It seemed unbelievably glamorous to Sandy, the sight of the slender young woman with her shiny hair down her back, a glass of wine on the table beside her, cooking a meal in the city flat. There were trees down each side of the street. The leaves were new and green in the artificial light. On the corner of the road, music was spilling out of a pub. The door opened as a man in a suit came out, and Sandy heard snatches of laughter. He stood outside Gwen James's flat and took a deep breath. There were 2 bells. Beside hers was a handwritten label, James. The writing was in thick black ink and italic. He rang it and waited. There were footsteps, and the door opened. She was tall and dark. If you were into older women, and Sandy wasn't really, she was attractive. High cheekbones and a good body. She carried sophistication about her and seemed completely at home in this city. It occurred to Sandy that in 20 years' time, the young woman he'd seen in the basement flat would look like this. He introduced himself, trying to speak slowly so she'd understand him first time and he wouldn't be forced to repeat himself. Perez always said he had a tendency to gabble, and she wouldn't be used to the accent. "I was expecting Inspector Perez. I'm afraid he couldn't leave the islands." She shrugged to show it was of no real consequence, and led him into a living room that was as big as the whole of Sandy's flat. The colours were deep, rich browns and chestnuts with splashes of red. She lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply. "I gave up when I joined the Department of Health," she said, "but I don't think anyone would criticise me now." "Don't you want someone with you?" If there was a death in Whalsay, folk gathered round the relatives. This seemed an unnatural way to grieve. "No," she said, "I really don't want to become a spectator sport." She looked at him through the cigarette smoke. "Did you know my daughter?" "Yes. My mother, Evelyn, was involved in the archaeological project. My grandmother lived at Setter, the croft where they were digging." "Mima? The old woman who died?" "Yes," he said. "She got on very well with Hattie. Hattie wrote to me about her. I was pleased she was making friends on Whalsay, but jealous too, in a way. My daughter and I always had a very strained relationship. It seemed sad that she was closer to a stranger than she was to me." "I don't think that was true." Sandy knew families were tricky. Look at his relationship with his mother. "My grandmother got on with all the young folk in the place." He paused. "Did Hattie write to you often?" "Once a week. It was a habit she developed after she left home. A duty. I think she found it easier than talking to me on the phone. She started when she went to university and continued even when she was quite ill in hospital. She kept it up ever since. We got on quite well by letter. Things only became difficult when we met in person." Sandy wondered fleetingly if he should try writing to his mother. "I don't suppose you kept her letters?" "I did, actually. Isn't that sad? I have them all in a folder. When I feel especially lonely, I reread them. And do you know, she probably thought I just glanced at them and threw them away." Sandy didn't know what to say, so he kept quiet. That was what Perez did. Just give her time and sense that you're really listening to her. "Would you like to see them?" Gwen stubbed out the cigarette and looked at him through narrow eyes. "Very much." "Shit," she said. "I don't think I can do this entirely sober. Will you have a drink with me?" He nodded. It wasn't even as if he wanted a drink now, though he could have used one earlier. He didn't want to break the mood. "Wine?" He nodded again. She came back into the room with a bottle of red wine and 2 large glasses, which she held by the stems between her fingers. She uncorked the wine and left it on the low table beside him, then went out again. When she returned, she was carrying a folder full of letters. She sat on the sofa beside him, so close that he could smell her perfume and the cigarette smoke that remained in her hair. "This is the most recent. It arrived yesterday. That was why I was so surprised when she phoned me. We didn't communicate by phone very often, and what new could she have to say?" "Did you keep the envelope?"
Sandy asked.
No.
I wondered when it was posted.
Oh, I can tell you that. Just the day before I got it. I was impressed it had come all that way.
She handed him the sheet of paper. It was A4, white, unlined. It seemed to him that the writing was very neat. He thought it was a strangely old-fashioned way for someone so young to keep in touch with her mother. He always phoned home, and even Evelyn used email.
Dear Mum, it's been a very odd week. On Tuesday, there was a terrible accident. Mima, who lives at Seta, where the dig is based, was shot. It's hard to imagine a tragedy like that on a place like Whalsay. Apparently, one of the islanders was out after rabbits, and she was hit by mistake. She was wearing my coat. I can't help feeling responsible. You'll say that's the old paranoia coming back, and perhaps you're right. Her death has unsettled me. Don't worry, though. I'm fine, keeping on top of things, and yes, I am eating. Then today, we made a tremendous discovery on the dig. Silver coins, which prove that I was right about the building there. There's some talk about recreating the house as it would have been in the 15th century, but that's a long way off. Sometimes I'm not sure that I'm up to carrying it through. Then I think it would be the most exciting project in the world. And I'm here at the start of it. How are things going with you? I heard you on the Today programme earlier this week and thought you kept your cool very well. Look forward to hearing from you. See you soon. Love, Hattie.
What do you think? Gwen had almost finished her first glass of wine. Sandy's mind went blank, and he forced himself to come up with a response. She doesn't sound so depressed.
That's what I thought when I first read it. Now I'm not so sure. Sometimes I think I'm not sure that I'm up to carrying it through. Perhaps that means she was thinking about killing herself.
No, Sandy said. It means she was making plans for the future. That's what it sounds like to me.
If you're right, something must have happened between her writing the letter and phoning me. Don't you think so? Or at least she came to see events in a different way.
Sandy didn't know what to think. He had very few opinions of his own. He said nothing.
I mean, this letter is quite calm. But by the time she phoned me, she sounded really distressed.
Have you saved her message on your mobile?
Yes.
She fumbled in her bag and pulled out her phone. I'd like to take the SIM card with me. Let my boss hear it. And there are other things we could learn, like where she was calling from. It might help. He wasn't sure he could face hearing Hattie's voice now, not in this room with her mother listening. But Gwen James hadn't taken any notice of him. She was already pressing buttons.
Mum, where are you? Something dreadful's happened. I can't believe it. I think I was wrong about Mima. I need to talk to you. I'll try later.
The voice was high-pitched with panic. Sandy remembered Hattie sitting at the table in the Outre kitchen, smiling at something Evelyn had said. She'd been upset when she'd learned Mima had died, but this was quite different. This was real distress. Had Hattie ever tried to kill herself? He asked. I know she was ill in the past.
No,
Gwen said listlessly. She was still staring at her phone.
Once she said she wished she was dead, but that's not quite the same, is it?
No.
When I read the letter, I thought she was okay. Upset about the old woman, but basically fine. I've lived with anxiety about my daughter. Some people think I'm hard-hearted because I don't talk about her, because we didn't live together. It would have been easier to have her here, where I could keep an eye on her, but she needed her own life. Sometimes I don't think about her for a whole working day. Then I feel guilty. I dreamed that one day the anxiety would stop, that I could stop worrying about her. There'd be some magic new medication, or she'd find a man to love her, and take care of her. Over the winter, it seemed that had happened. Shetland had worked some sort of magic. She still had her bad days, but she seemed calmer, almost happy. She paused, breathed in a sob. Now I'd give anything to have the worry back. Sandy held his glass and sipped the wine. He wished he could say something to make it easier for the woman. Perez should have come. He would have known what to say. Do you think Hattie killed herself? Gwen's question came at him so hard and fast that it made him blink. No, he said without thinking. Then, blushing, realizing what he'd done, but you mustn't take any notice of me. That's just my opinion, and I get things wrong all the time. She looked at him. I'm grateful that you've come all this way. My family is from Whalsay. If you'd like to come back and see where she stayed, we'd be happy to show you. Standing outside the flat, on the pavement, with the woman's SIM card in his pocket and the file of letters in a supermarket carrier bag, Sandy thought he hadn't achieved a lot. What would Perez say? And the fiscal? All that money to send him, and really, he'd not found out much at all. He couldn't face the rattle of the underground, the blank faces. He looked at the map under a street lamp and walked through the mild city night, all the way back to his hotel. Chapter 26. Perez watched the ferry carry Sandy away from Whalsay on his way to London, and thought this must be what his own parents had felt when he was 12, and he was sent off from Fair Isle to stay in the hostel at the Anderson High School in Lerwick. Responsible for his loneliness, and as if they'd deserted him. All day, whenever his phone rang, Perez thought it would be Sandy, stranded somewhere or lost in the city. He found Bergland still in the Pier House Hotel. He seemed to have taken up residence at the table by the window, turning the place into his office, filling it with his laptop computer and his piles of paper. "You'll have heard about Hattie," Perez said. "Yes. What a waste. She was such a talented girl. I've never been able to understand suicide." There was an academic interest in his voice, but no real regret. "Your knife was found by her body." "Really?" He looked up sharply from the computer screen. "Hadn't even realized it was lost." He gave a shiver of distaste. "We'll need to keep it for forensic examination." "Oh, I don't want it back. I'd never feel able to use it again." "When did you last see it?" "I can't remember. I certainly had it yesterday morning on site. I suppose I must have left it there. Or I could have dropped it while I was walking with Hattie." "Did you see her pick it up?" "Of course not, Inspector. I'd have expected her to give it back to me, wouldn't I?" He gave a little laugh, as if he could hardly believe the detective's stupidity. Perez drove from Simbister to Linby and the big Clouston house. Jackie was outside, cleaning the windows of the lounge, polishing them with a dry cloth so vigorously that you'd think she'd make a hole in the glass. She turned round, suddenly aware that she was being watched. "I know," she said. "One storm and they'll be covered again with salt, but it's good to get the view, at least for a while. Everyone said Andrew was daft to rebuild his house here, where it's so exposed, but we wouldn't like to be lower down. We like the sea all around us, and a bit of a view." "I don't want to disturb you." "You're not. I was just looking for something to do. A distraction, you know. Another death on the island. It's hard to take in. I didn't really know the lassie working in Setter, but it's a shock all the same. Come away inside." He expected to see Andrew in his usual chair in the kitchen, but it was empty. Jackie saw that he was wondering about her husband.
Ronald's taken him out for a peary drive, up to the golf club so he can have a bit of company with his friends. Then they might call in at the sailing club or have a drink at the pier house. He's not been well the last few days. It gets Andrew down, not being able to get out with the boys on the boat. He was the one who made all the decisions. Now he feels kind of powerless. It's not a physical thing so much. He just gets frustrated. Anna wanted Ronald to make a start on her garden today, but I said to him, "That can wait. Your father's more important than planting a few beans and tatties." Perez wondered what Anna had made of that, but he just nodded. "Can we go through into the other room? Enjoy the view, now the windows are so clean." "Aye," she said. "Why not? I usually sit in the kitchen, but you go through, and I'll bring the coffee in to you." It was a big square room, the width of half the house. There was a marble fireplace, and the furniture was large and shiny. 2 sofas, covered in grey satin, a highly polished sideboard, and a couple of gleaming occasional tables, a gilt-framed mirror on the mantelpiece. The photographs were posed and covered in glass. There was one of Jackie and Andrew's wedding, Andrew looking very grand in a morning suit, a giant standing next to his little wife. There was a shot of the house when it was first built, Ronald's official school photos. The room seemed cold and impersonal. Perez wondered how often it was used. He sat on a chair looking out through the long window. He could see the whole of the southern point of the island from the new bungalow where Anna and Ronald lived, along the boulder beach to Setter, where Hattie's body had been found. Jackie bustled in with a tray, the best china, milk in a jug, and real coffee in a pot, a plate with homemade biscuits. What else did she do besides baking and housework? He thought she must get bored here in the giant show house. Did looking after her husband take up all her time? She seemed to guess what he was thinking. "When we built the new house, I thought I might take in paying guests, not so much for the money, but because I'd enjoy the company, meeting folks from all over the world. That's one of the reasons why it's so big." Sounds like a good plan, especially with Anna running the workshops. It would save her having to put people up in the pier house or in the bungalow. Aye, well, Andrew doesn't like the idea, not now, since the stroke. Anything out of his usual routine upsets him. He couldn't face meeting strangers. She shook her head, dismissing the dreams she'd had once. Perez poured coffee, waiting a moment to enjoy the smell. "Did you see Hattie James yesterday?" "No, I didn't really know her. We weren't on visiting terms. Evelyn took it on herself to look after the lasses, but that's the sort of woman she is. She has to poke her nose in everywhere, especially when money's involved. She's not the saint everyone makes her out to be." "How would money be involved?" He was genuinely curious. "They'd surely get a fee for the dig at Setter." He sensed there was something more she wanted to say, but she snapped her mouth shut. Perez left the subject alone. He thought he should defend Sandy's mother, but really, how much did he know about the woman, except that she was hospitable? He found the bickering between the cousins depressing. Suddenly, he was back in Fair Isle, at a Sunday school lesson in the hall, him a child of 7 or 8, listening to a gentle, elderly woman talking about a love of money being the root of all evil. "The love of money, you see, not the money itself. It's when money takes over our lives that things start to go so badly wrong." Is that what's happening here? He thought. It's not the wealth itself that soured relationships between these two families. It's the bitterness and envy that surrounds it. "So, the lasses from the dig never came in here?" "No. Once we used to have grand parties and invite most of the island. We'd push back the furniture, someone would start playing music, grand times. Then the house would be full of young people. Ronald would bring in his friends from the high school, and all of the boys from the boats would come along with their wives and kiddies. Andrew was a great one with the accordion. There'd be songs and dancing. But Andrew can't deal with big numbers of visitors these days. He finds it a strain just with the family. Of course. Perez helped himself to more coffee. You must miss the old times. Oh, she said, you'd never guess how much. She looked down towards her son's bungalow. Perez thought her head was full of fiddle music, memories of parties and laughter. Had she expected Anna to take on her role as hostess and party-giver? Was she disappointed in the daughter-in-law who seemed more interested in building a business than having a good time? Hattie and her boss went for a walk along the shore here yesterday afternoon, he said. You have a great view from the house. Maybe you saw them. Andrew wasn't so good yesterday. Sometimes he gets an idea in his head and he can't let it go. He worries away at it and it drives him crazy. I had to call Ronald in to calm him down. What was it that troubled him? It was the accident with Mima. Something about the shooting took him back to when he was young. He's a good few years older than me, and he can remember Mima's husband. Andrew's father worked with Jerry Wilson, building little inshore boats to go out to Norway on the Shetland bus. The boats they made were used by the Norwegian resistance and agents in the field. It was a long time ago. Mima's man died years ago, and not so long after the war ended, when I was a very young bairn, so what could he have to do with the accident? But sometimes that's the way Andrew's mind works. Things that happened when he was a peery boy seem more real than what went on yesterday. So you didn't get the chance to look at the view of the shore? You won't have noticed Hattie and Paul Berglund out here. She flashed him a smile. Yesterday I didn't get the chance to go to the toilet without Andrew standing at the bottom of the stairs and asking where I was. Ronald managed to calm him down a bit when he got here. He's good with his father, more patient than I am. Perhaps you saw her later, when she was on her own. No, Jackie said. I didn't see her at all. But you saw the fiscal come in this morning. I noticed you with the others. I saw the crowd gathering when I was upstairs making the bed. I went down to Setter to see what was going on, pure nosiness. That was the first I heard the girl was dead. I couldn't stay long. Andrew was in the house on his own. She looked up at him. How did the lassie die? I'm sorry, he said gently. It's not something I can discuss. No, she said. I don't suppose you can. She paused. They're saying it was suicide. Really, at this point we don't know. What must her parents be going through? Jackie said. We'd do anything to protect our children, but we can't save them from themselves. She smiled at him. Do you have children, Inspector? He shook his head automatically. But surely I do. Cassie feels like my daughter. How would I feel if she was so desperate that she jumped into a hole in the ground and slit her wrists? Chapter 27. Sandy was surprised when Perez was at Sombra Airport to meet him. He'd left his car there, and he could have driven north fine by himself. After a few beers and a meal in the hotel in London, he'd slept like a baby until his alarm clock had woken him, and in the morning the city hadn't seemed quite so daunting or closed in. It helped that he had something physical to bring back to Perez in the form of Hattie's letters and the SIM card from her mother's phone. He'd made some notes about the conversation too, but he didn't trust himself much with words. At least he wasn't coming back empty-handed. In the plane, he'd looked out for the first sight of Sombra ahead, and landing there,
He felt relief at being back safely without having messed up in any dramatic way. Then he saw Perez waiting for him in the terminal, leaning against the wall by the car rental desk, and he felt nervous all over again. What's happened? His first thought was that Gwen James had been on the phone to complain about him. Sandy wasn't sure what he might have done wrong, but that had never stopped him getting into bother. Then he worried about his family. Nothing, Perez grinned. I was just curious to hear how you'd got on. I got a lift down from Val Turner. We had a meeting in Lerwick. She's flying south for a day for a conference. What did you have to talk to her about? I wanted to ask her about these bones the girls have been digging up at Setter. Everyone's assumed that they were hundreds of years old, but we don't really know that's the case. If they were more modern, we'd look at the recent deaths in quite a different way. 3 bodies in the same bit of land. Even the fiscal would have to accept that was more than a coincidence. What did Val say? If the body was recent, surely there'd be more than a few bones left. I suppose so. It doesn't make sense. It's probably coincidence. It just seems odd. Both women had a connection with Setter, and there's evidence of another burial there too. His voice tailed off, and he shrugged. Take no notice. I'm probably making too much of it. Sandy thought Perez would never have talked to him like that a few months ago, never have taken him into his confidence. There was a moment of the same sort of panic he'd felt before setting off to London. How could he live up to these new expectations? There were always strange stories about Setter, he said, tentatively. What sort of stories? Perez looked up sharply, and now Sandy wished he'd kept his mouth shut, because he didn't really know, not the details. He half remembered tales of ghosts and the dead walking at night. Some folk didn't like to go out there after dark. Old folk. It's all forgotten now. Would your mother know the stories? Sandy shrugged. Even if she did, she wouldn't tell you. She'd be frightened of looking foolish. He changed the conversation. So what did Val say about the bones? She thought they must be ancient. Another theory down the drain. But she's fast-tracked them for testing, and she'll let me know as soon as she can. The airport was quiet, and they sat drinking coffee at one of the tables outside the shop. Have you read all the letters? Perez was watching an elderly couple in conversation with the guy at the check-in desk. Sandy followed his gaze. They were holding hands. Gross, he thought. At their age, they should keep that sort of thing for their own home. No, only the most recent one. Of course, Sandy thought. I should have looked at the letters. Perez would have stayed up all night reading them, worrying at them. He wouldn't have got pissed on expensive lager in the hotel bar and fallen into a drunken sleep. In the plane on the way home, Sandy had read a glossy men's magazine with a topless model on the cover. He hadn't really given a thought to the case. But Perez made no comment. What was your impression of Gwen James? Like you said, she felt guilty. She'd done what she thought was the best for her daughter. Sandy found himself wanting to show Gwen in a good light. She didn't want to intrude on Hattie's life, but you could tell she cared about her. I mean, work obviously takes up a lot of her time, but that didn't stop her worrying. Does she think Hattie killed herself? She says that Hattie talked about wishing she was dead when she was very depressed, but she'd never attempted suicide, and she doesn't think Hattie was so depressed at the moment. All winter in the university she'd been positive, looking forward to getting back to work in Whalsay. The last letter seemed to be about plans for the future. It was only the phone call that really worried her. And we can listen to that. Yes, I've brought back the SIM card. Sandy had checked his pocket at least a dozen times to make sure it was still there. Now he took it out and gave it to Perez, pleased to be relieved of the responsibility. I said she could have it back once we've finished with it. It's the only record she has of Hattie's voice. Of course.
You did well to persuade her to let you have it."
They'd finished their coffee. Sandy had the impression that there was something else Perez wanted to say. They sat for a moment in silence.
"Should we go, then?" he said at last. He'd never had Perez's patience.
Again there was a moment of hesitation. It came to Sandy that Perez was as reluctant to go back to Whalsay as he was. It was the muddle that made things difficult. Should they treat the deaths as crimes or not? Were they on the island as part of the community or as investigating officers? The fiscal would only support them if it suited her, and at the moment she was keener on pleasing the politicians.
"Aye," Perez said, "we can't sit here and drink coffee all day."
Sandy was going to say that Perez was lucky. At least he didn't have the funeral of the decade to live through on the following morning. Then he thought that might sound childish and ungrateful, and it didn't tie in with his new adult image. And it might sound disrespectful to Mima too. He was proud that he was learning when to keep his mouth shut. Sandy had expected Perez to come all the way back to Whalsay with him, but the inspector asked to be dropped at his house in Lerwick. He said he didn't need to be in Whalsay. He had other work to do, and he should let the fiscal know how the interview had gone with Gwen James. He'd come back to the island when there was word on the date of the bones. In Utra, Sandy's mother hardly seemed to notice he'd returned. Michael and his family were due in on the last plane from Edinburgh. Sandy had thought she'd be full of things to say about Hattie, but the girl's death seemed to have slipped from Evelyn's consciousness, pushed out by essentials like what the baby might eat for breakfast and whether Amelia could possibly cope with towels that didn't match the bed linen. Sandy was surprised that the whole family would make the trip from Edinburgh to Whalsay. He wondered what his sister-in-law hoped to get out of the trip. Did she think Mima had anything worth leaving? Joseph had made himself scarce too. Evelyn said he was in Setter, making sure the Rayburn was lit and the house fit for Sandy to stay in.
"I'll go and see if he needs a hand."
Sandy had bought a bottle of single malt at Heathrow. He tucked it into the inside pocket of his jacket and walked down the track towards Setter. The weather was fine and still. He thought in London it would never matter what the weather was like and which way the wind was blowing. Joseph was squatting in front of the Rayburn. The fire had gone out. He was plaiting twisted pages of newspaper and laying kindling on top of it. He heard Sandy come in and smiled when he saw who it was.
"There's a pile of peats in the yard. You'll not go cold, at least."
Sandy took the bottle from his jacket with the air of a conjurer.
"You'll take a dram?" "Aye, well, maybe a small one. Can't go back drunk with Michael and his wife about to arrive. What would your mother say?"
They smiled conspiratorially.
"Well," Sandy said, "if it gets too much for you over the next day or two, you can always hide away here."
Joseph put a match to the paper, and the kindling flared and caught. He set a peat on top of it, then another. The smell of peat smoke filled the room, caught Sandy's throat, and reminded him so vividly of Mima that he had to blink to be sure she wasn't there too. Sandy turned away and brought 2 tumblers from the cupboard on the wall, rubbed the dust away with a tea towel hanging on the range, poured out the whisky. His father shut the Rayburn door. They clinked glasses, a silent toast to Mima, and settled to drink. "Did you hear they'd found some more old bones after Mother dug up the skull?" Sandy thought his father would surely know. He never seemed to be listening to gossip, but he had Mima's genius for sniffing out what was going on in the island.
"They could belong to an ancestor of ours. What do you think?" "I think they should stop digging up the Setter land."
The voice was hard, quite unlike Joseph's. Sandy looked up, shocked. He'd never heard his father talk like that before, even when he was a boy and he'd misbehaved. Joseph continued,
I think if they hadn't been mucking around here, my mother would still be alive." "Why do you say that?" "2 deaths in a week," Joseph said. "When was the last time anyone died from anything other than natural causes on Whalsay?" Sandy wasn't sure his father was expecting a reply, said nothing. "Well?" Joseph demanded. "I don't know. I've been trying to think," Joseph said. "My father was lost at sea. That was more than 50 years ago. I can't mind any accidents since then. And now 2 people dead in a week. I never liked the idea of strangers rooting around in the ground, and I wasn't the only person in the island to feel that way. Mima was an old woman, but she wasn't ready to die. The English lass was a child. Now you say they've dug up a pile of bones." "Not a pile," Sandy said, "and old bones, likely hundreds of years old. I don't care. I'll go and see that Paul Berglund tomorrow morning before the funeral. I'll tell him I want them to leave. I don't care what arrangement he made with Mima. This is my land now. It shouldn't be disturbed." Sandy sat, feeling the heat come off the Rayburn and the whisky in his throat, wondering what he could say to make his father less miserable. It wasn't like him to be superstitious. Why hadn't he realized his father was so upset? Joseph would never let on what he was feeling, but Sandy should have known Mima's death would have hurt him more than he was showing. "I'll speak to Berglund," he said at last. "You'll have enough to do tomorrow." "Your mother won't like it." Sandy expected another sly conspiratorial smile, but Joseph was quite serious. "You know she has plans for this place." "A fancy museum, with her in charge," Sandy said. "Aye, well, she'll have to find herself another project, something else to fill her time. It hasn't been easy for her, living with me. I was a poor sort of catch as a husband. We never had as much money as the other families in Linby." Joseph reached out and poured himself another dram. Michael and the Edinburgh wife were forgotten. "You should be easier on her. She hated it when we couldn't give you things the bairns from the fishing families had." "You've always looked after her well enough," Sandy said. "We never went short." Outside, it was already starting to get dark. It was still early in the year, and the sun was low in the sky. "That was down to her more than me. She was a magician with money, always had a way to make it stretch." Despite the warmth still left in the day, Joseph reached his hands out towards the range. His face was a shadow. "What do you plan to do with Setter?" Sandy asked. As he did with Perez, he felt his relationship with his father was different from how it had been in the past, more equal. He was being taken more seriously, and he thought if he could bring his father back to practical matters, the man might be more his old self. "I wondered if you'd consider moving back here." "Oh, I don't think I could do that." "Why not?" "You can never go back. Never relive your life." Joseph drained his glass, paused. "I wondered if you'd want Setter. I always thought I'd make a good crofter out of you. You've got away with the beasts." "No." Sandy realized he sounded horrified, and that his father would be offended, but he could think of nothing worse. To live where his mother could always find him, to have his life the subject of island speculation, his girlfriends scrutinized, to have his skills always measured against those of his father. "I have thought about it," he said, "but it wouldn't work. I've got my job. I love it." As soon as the words were spoken, he knew they were true. "Of course," Joseph said. "It was a stupid thought." I'll see Bergland in the morning. Tell him we want the place to ourselves for a while. Aye, you do that.
Joseph got up. He walked towards the sink to rinse his glass under the tap.
Leave it,
Sandy said.
I'll see to it later.
He stood too. They faced each other. There was a moment of silence.
We'd best get back, Joseph said at last. Your brother should be here soon. Evelyn will be sending out a search party.
They walked together through the dusk to Utra and arrived just as Michael's hire car appeared at the end of the track. The stars were coming out. Chapter 28. The day before Mima's funeral, Anna took the afternoon ferry to Lerwick to pick up her dress from the dry cleaners. It had been loose round the waist before she became pregnant, and it still fitted now. This was her first trip there with the baby. She felt self-conscious, pushing the pram down the street in Lerwick, like she was an imposter, a little girl playing at mummies and daddies. She still didn't quite believe in her role as mother. She was pleased to get out of the house. You'd have thought Ronald would be happy that he wasn't going to get charged with Mima's killing, but he seemed more moody than ever. Anna always enjoyed a trip into town, and today she decided she'd turn it into a treat, with good coffee and a scone in the Peary Cafe, and a browse around the Shetland Times bookshop. She was almost feeling like her old self again, and the baby had stopped squawking, for this afternoon at least. On her way into the cafe, she bumped into a woman she'd met at a seminar the year before, organised by the Shetland Islands Council. It had been for first-time entrepreneurs. Jane was setting up her own computing business. They had coffee together, and time passed quickly as they chatted, first about the baby, of course, but soon after about plans for their respective businesses. Jane was a southerner too, a little older than Anna, and she'd never had children. She said she found being self-employed very lonely. She was thinking of looking for a partner. When Anna had first come up with the idea of the fibre workshops, she'd considered asking Evelyn to come into partnership with her. She'd thought it would be good to have one of the Whalsay women on her side, and Evelyn's background, her voice and her stories would bring an authentic flavour to the enterprise. But in the end, Anna hadn't wanted to share control of the project with anyone. Evelyn had been disappointed. Anna had been able to tell that, but she'd still been generous in her support. She'd let Anna use her knitting patterns and copy her recipes for the dye. Evelyn had even tried to raise some funds for the business from the Shetland Islands Council. That hadn't worked out in the end. Money was a lot tighter than it used to be, Evelyn said, but it had been kind of her to try. Anna didn't discuss any of this with Jane. She didn't think the woman would understand that she preferred to work on her own. But at the end of the afternoon, they exchanged email addresses and promised to keep in touch. When she got home, Anna felt almost elated, and over supper she talked about the meeting to Ronald.
"That's good," he said. "I'm glad you had a fine afternoon."
But she sensed he was preoccupied with his own thoughts. He wasn't listening to her at all. "What is it?" she asked. "Something I can help with?" He shook his head without speaking. She felt another little stab of impatience. Why wasn't he stronger and more decisive? She could forgive him almost everything except his weakness. On the morning of the funeral, she dressed carefully. As soon as she got up, she took her dress from its plastic wrapper and laid Ronald's suit on the bed. He'd disappeared early to the big house after another summons from Jackie. She went to have a bath and saw the suit was still there when she came back to the bedroom. Sitting in front of her dressing table mirror to fix her makeup, she could see its reflection, reminding her that Ronald was still not home. Soon, the neighbour who had offered to mind James would be here. Anna thought it would be embarrassing if Ronald hadn't appeared before the woman arrived. She didn't usually bother with makeup, but today she wanted to show that she'd made an effort to look good. It was the only way she could face meeting all those people. Besides, her confidence could do with a boost too. She'd felt so lumpy and awkward in the last stages of pregnancy. She glanced at her watch again, although she knew quite well what time it was, and wondered when Ronald would get back from his parents' house. In another half an hour, they would have to leave for the kirk. His lateness was making her feel tense. Where was he? She suspected he might have changed his mind about going to Mima's funeral. I shouldn't have let him go up to the big house, she thought. I shouldn't have let him out of my sight. Anger began to bubble inside her. He always managed to let her down. She began planning what she should do if he didn't turn up. Should she go to the funeral alone? Then she heard the front door and felt the usual mix of fury and relief. She looked at her watch again. They'd just have time to make it. He came into the bedroom. He was flushed. She thought he'd run down the hill. "My father won't come," he said. "I don't know what's wrong with him. He's been in a state all week, but never this bad. My mother won't leave him." "We'll just have to go on our own then." Anna thought this might be a blessing in disguise. She'd rather have Ronald to herself. They'd be more discreet, just the two of them, much better than turning up mob-handed. Jackie was always fierce in defence of her son and capable of causing a scene. Anna turned to look at him, wondering if he planned to use his father as an excuse not to be at the funeral, but he was already getting undressed. "Do you think I've time for a shower?" "If you're quick." Still in front of the mirror, she watched him coming out of the bathroom with the towel wrapped round him. She would have liked to take him into her arms and dry him, but she felt quite shy and instead watched him secretly, pretending to brush her hair. There was a knock on the door, and she left him alone and went to let the neighbour in. They crossed the spit of sand that attached the land where the kirk had been built to the rest of Whalsay. Theirs was the last of a line of cars. The kirk was packed with people. There were folk here from other communities on the island, from Simbister, Skaw and Isbister, as well as from Linby. Looking for spare seats, Anna saw the blonde girl from the dig and the university professor sitting together. The pews were so full that they were pushed against each other, their shoulders touching. The girl was wearing black jeans and a black V-neck sweater. The story on the island was that her parents were very rich, so Anna thought she could have been able to come up with something more suitable to wear than that. The professor wore a suit and a black tie. At least he'd come prepared. Evelyn and Joseph sat in the front seat with Sandy and his brother Michael. Anna had only met Michael once. Evelyn had brought him down to the bungalow when he was visiting, keen to show off the successful son who'd made it big in Edinburgh. Now Anna thought he looked rather strained, his shoulders hunched, his hands clasped as if he was praying. Sandy stared ahead of him like a small boy, trying very hard not to cry. People had stared when she and Ronald walked in. There were nudges and whispers. Ronald had paused beside her, but she'd taken his hand, and they carried on walking, both looking straight ahead of them. They found seats next to an elderly couple she only knew by sight. She often saw them together, casting peat or working the planticrub on the hill close to Setter. When the first hymn began, Anna found herself crying. She wasn't in the least musical. She couldn't hold a tune or play an instrument, but sometimes music touched her in that way. Now, standing in the middle of all these people, the noise swelling around her, she found herself sobbing. Ronald gave her his handkerchief, took her hand in his and stroked the back of it with his thumb. After the first verse, Anna told herself she must still be reacting to the hormones and managed to pull herself together. She thought Ronald would find her emotion out of character and rather embarrassing. After the service, they stood in the graveyard. It was neat and ordered, the grass mown. The sun was still shining, and the water surrounded them on 3 sides. The gannets had returned to the islands after a winter at sea and were diving straight into the bay, looking very white against the grey water. She turned back to the group around the grave and watched the small coffin being lowered into the ground. She found it impossible to imagine that the real Mima was lying inside. Her breasts were heavy with milk, and she thought about James waiting for her at home. She realised she would be buried here. Her life was all mapped out, and nothing would get in her way. She and Ronald would have more children. The children would be baptised in this church, and later they would marry here. If there were a daughter, Ronald would walk up the aisle with her to give her away. Anna would become a real Whalsay wife with a kitchen full of grandchildren. People were starting to drift away now. They had been invited back to Utra for tea. Anna knew that the tea would be too much for Ronald, and that, anyway, they probably wouldn't be welcome. They would go straight home. She would need to feed James. Evelyn left very quickly. Anna knew how she would be, filling kettles, taking the cling film off the scones and the cakes, an apron over the Sunday best dress. Joseph and his sons remained standing next to the grave. She was about to take Ronald's arm and lead him away. She was proud of the way he'd held things together. She knew he'd never wanted to be there, and she wondered if she'd been right to insist. But without her noticing, he'd moved away from her and gone to talk to Joseph and the boys. He held his hand out to Michael. She couldn't hear what he said. Michael hesitated for a moment, looked at his father and his brother, and then took the offered hand. Anna remembered Evelyn telling her that he had become quite religious after his marriage. Amelia's influence. Perhaps he felt it was his duty to forgive. Then Sandy had his arm around Ronald. Both men seemed to be close to tears. Joseph kept his distance, but didn't seem hostile. It'll be all right. She realised that she'd actually spoken the words under her breath. There was nobody close enough to hear, and she repeated them a little louder. This had been a terrible week, but they'd got through it. With Mima's burial out of the way, they'd be able to put the awful events behind them. As she waited for Ronald to finish talking to Michael and Sandy, Sophie and Paul Berglund came up to speak to her. It seemed they'd walked to the kirk. Sophie looked so pale and drawn that Anna thought she must be sick. Then she remembered that the girl's friend had died too. Sitting through the service must have made Hattie's suicide seem very real. Anna was convinced that the police would decide the death was suicide. What else could they think it would be? "We wondered if we might have a lift back," Berglund said. "You don't mind, do you?"
"Look, it's okay."
Sophie's hair was blowing about her face.
"We can walk. We don't want to put you out. Perhaps you're going back to Utra." "No, we have to get back for the baby. He'll need feeding."
Anna thought again how poorly the girl looked. She couldn't believe Sophie was capable of walking all that way in such a state. Sophie had always been so fit. Anna had recruited her into the Linby women's rowing team, and the student loved the exercise, and got out of the boat after a race beaming, hardly sweating. But Sophie was young. Perhaps she thought it was okay for an old woman to die violently, but not a person of her own age. "If you don't mind waiting till Ronald's finished talking to the boys, we'll take you back. Where do you want to go? The bod or the pier house?" "The pier house," Berglund said, before Sophie could speak. "We both feel like a stiff drink." He put his arm around Sophie's shoulder. Anna supposed he could just be comforting her because she'd had such an upsetting few days, but it didn't seem like that. It seemed more intimate and proprietorial. Ronald waved to her and started walking to the car. She would have liked to ask him how he was feeling, what the Wilson men had said, but it was awkward with the strangers there. They drove to Simbister in silence. On impulse at the hotel, Anna got out of the car to say goodbye to the visitors. She reached out and put her hand on Sophie's shoulder. "Hattie must have been ill," she said. "Why else would she do something like that? Come into the bungalow whenever you want to. It would be good to have the company." Sophie nodded. There were tears in her eyes again, and she seemed unable to speak. Berglund held her close to him again and led her into the hotel. Chapter 29. Perez wasn't there for Mima's funeral. He'd explained his decision to Sandy the day before. "It's not a lack of respect. Please tell Evelyn that. I'll be thinking about you all. But it'll be a distraction to have the police there." And Sandy had nodded, understanding how it would be. There'd be gossip enough over the means of Mima's dying. Perez's presence would just give the congregation something else to talk about. Instead, Perez sat in his room in the pier house and read Hattie's letters to her mother. Without any real decision having been made, it seemed he'd taken up residence in the hotel. He'd come back there the evening before after his meeting with the fiscal. In the morning, when he came down to breakfast, Jean, the skinny Glaswegian, grinned at him. "Still here, then?" Now she knew what he liked, a big pot of very strong coffee, scrambled eggs, brown toast. She'd say, "Do you no fancy something more substantial this morning?" But teasing him, not expecting a different order. Before starting to read the letters, Perez went into the kitchen to find her and asked if she'd be kind enough to make him some coffee to take into his room. She was on her own. Cedric Irvin would be at the funeral. He could tell the woman would have liked him to stay and chat to her, but he was eager to get back to the letters. She had only been on the island a short time, and he didn't think she could have much to tell him. It occurred to him, again, that he should talk to Cedric about Mima, but because he'd be at the funeral, it would have to wait. The letters were kept in chronological order, though Perez didn't read them that way. Sandy had told him that Gwen James treasured them, that she'd missed Hattie when she went off to college, and would have found it easier to keep her daughter at home, protected. Perhaps Perez had misjudged the woman. His parents had thought it was in his best interest to send him away to school in Lerwick at the age of 11, but really, he thought, they'd had no choice. He dipped into the letters in a disorganized, irrational way. He'd read them in order later, but now he wanted a flavour of what Hattie had to say. The first few he came to had been written from a psychiatric hospital. They were short, rather incoherent, written on cheap lined paper, and the handwriting was quite different from the rest of the scripts, sprawling, the words slanting away from the lines. At first it was clear Hattie resented being there. Please let me come home. I really don't need this. I can't stand it. I want it all to end." Was this the reference Sandy had mentioned to her wishing she were dead? Later in her stay as an inpatient, they became more chatty. "We all went to the swimming pool in town today. I haven't been swimming in ages and enjoyed it a lot. The minibus broke down on the way back to the unit. We had to walk back and Mark led us like a bunch of school kids along the main road. I almost expected him to tell us to get into pairs and hold hands." As her mood improved, her handwriting changed, became tidier, more controlled. There was a gap of 2 weeks. Perez assumed that she'd moved home before her return to university, and there was no need to write to her mother then. He wondered how they'd got on. He wished he'd had the opportunity to meet Gwen James, so he could picture the household more clearly. Had there been long, meaningful talks every evening? Or had both women found it easier to pretend that nothing much had happened in Hattie's life, that the girl's absence from home had been perfectly normal, like a holiday job or a trip away? Had Gwen continued to lose herself in her work? Perez went right back to Hattie's first few weeks at university, before the breakdown and the hospital admission. The paper was plain A4, but the letters were handwritten, not printed from a PC. She never missed the weekly letter. Perez was surprised by the discipline. Most students surely led disorganized lives. They went to parties, gigs, had hangovers, and last-minute essays to complete. But perhaps Hattie's life at university was unusually ordered. It was clear that she was ambitious and determined to do well academically. The university letters were mostly about her work. If she had any social life, she didn't tell her mother about it. He read each one carefully, looking for references to friends who might be contacted for information about Hattie's state of mind, but those who were mentioned were talked of in passing as colleagues. It seemed unlikely that Hattie had kept in touch with any of them. He had almost given up hope of learning anything from the letters apart from an insight into Hattie's life. He finished the coffee and stood up to stretch, looking down at the harbour. Everything there was unusually quiet. The ferry was making its way towards Whalsay, but no other boats were moving. He supposed that most of the island would be at the funeral. Then, reading a letter from an address he didn't recognise, he saw a familiar name. It was dated at the end of June and came in Hattie's first long vacation, the summer before the stay in the psychiatric unit. The tone was happy and enthusiastic. Perez thought how relieved Gwen James must have been to read it. "I'm loving every minute of the experience. This is definitely what I want to do with my life. Paul Berglund, who's in charge of the dig, came onto the site today and seems delighted with the way things are going. He took us all out to the pub after we'd finished for the day. Had a bit of a hangover the next morning." There was no other reference to Berglund in that letter. Perez thought if that was their only contact, the professor could be forgiven for not recognising a student who'd helped as a volunteer. However, 2 weeks later he was mentioned again. "Paul took me out to dinner to thank me for my help on the project. He's such a nice man and the best in his field in the country. I'm even thinking of changing my course so I can work in his department. I don't want to lose touch after he's given me so much help." Perez's attention was caught by the sound of a car outside his window. It was Ronald Clouston's enormous four-wheel drive. He wondered if the funeral had been so difficult for him that he was coming into the bar to drown his sorrows. But Ronald didn't get out of the car. Berglund and Sophie got out of the back seat, then Anna emerged from the front. Perez couldn't hear the conversation. Anna got back in beside her husband, and the car drove off. Berglund and Sophie came into the hotel. Perez was eager to talk to Berglund. When he had asked him how long he'd known Hattie, why didn't he mention meeting her as an undergraduate? But he didn't want to ask him in front of Sophie. He went back to reading the letters. Hattie didn't mention Paul again, and there was no other reference to her changing courses, so she could work with him. Perhaps her stint as a volunteer was over, because again there was a gap in the letters to her mother. The next ones came from the hospital. He wondered what had changed so dramatically in her life to turn her from an excited young woman to a depressive who needed inpatient treatment. When she returned to university, she never regained the excitement of her time on the dig managed by Paul Berglund. The news was conveyed in a flat, unenthusiastic way, and it was all about her academic work. The handwriting was tight and cramped. She didn't talk about how she was feeling, but Perez could sense her unhappiness. She might not be ill, but she was very sad. He found the text hard to read. He imagined her in her small, cell-like room in the University Hall of Residence, quite alone, writing to her mother every week, because it was what she always did. The street was very quiet outside, so Perez heard the door of the hotel and the footsteps walking away. He looked out of the window and saw Sophie hurrying off. Her back was towards him, so he couldn't see her face. Berglund was in the bar. No one else was there, not even Jean, but she must have been there earlier to serve him because he was holding a large glass of red wine. Perez supposed that Sophie had joined him for a drink, but the empty glasses had been cleared away. "Inspector, can I get you something?" He was still wearing his suit, but he'd taken off his tie and undone the top button of his shirt. Perez would have liked another coffee, but he didn't want to call the barmaid in. This was a conversation he didn't want anyone listening to. He shook his head and sat down. "The church was full," Berglund said. "Mima must have had a lot of friends." "I wanted to talk about Hattie." "Of course." "Another funeral you'll have to attend." Berglund seemed shocked. "I suppose I will. Someone will have to represent the university. That makes it seem horribly real. I presume her mother will deal with the details once the body is released. I'd planned to phone Mrs. James tomorrow to offer our condolences and see if we can help in any way." "You gave me the impression that you hadn't met Hattie before you started supervising this project." "Did I?" Berglund frowned. He didn't have much of a neck, and now he tucked his chin towards his chest, so it disappeared altogether. It gave him the look of a cartoon bulldog. Perez looked at him, but said nothing, waiting for an explanation. "I met her when she was an undergraduate," Berglund said. "A few years ago, that hot summer. She was volunteering on a dig I was managing in the south of England." He stopped speaking, stubborn, challenging Perez to ask more detailed questions. "Why didn't you tell me you'd met her previously?" Perez kept his voice pleasant. If the man felt threatened, he might stop talking altogether. "It slipped my mind. I've worked with a lot of undergraduates over the years. Then, when I did remember, I didn't want to make too big a deal of it. I thought you might misinterpret the incident, take it out of context." "You took her out to dinner," Perez said. "One evening, in that hot summer. You asked her to go out with you. Just her, not any of the others." "Tell me about it." Berglund hesitated. Perez thought he was deciding how much he would have to give away. At last he started talking, and it was almost as if he was telling a story. "She was a pretty little thing. I suppose she was still attractive when she was working in Whalsay, but here she could be so earnest. Back then she seemed happier, funny, full of life. Yes, I invited her out to dinner. A couple of times, actually. A spur-of-the-moment decision that I went on to regret. I was married and I had a small child, but after a long day in the field, I wanted someone to share a beautiful evening with. I like female company, and my wife was 200 miles away. That was all." "Did she know you were married?" "I didn't tell her, but it certainly wasn't a secret. The other volunteers would have known." "What happened?" "The first time, nothing. We shared a meal, and I dropped her back at the site. The next time was more intimate. We had a meal in the pub where I was staying. The windows were open and there was honeysuckle in the garden. I remember the smell of it. We shared a bottle of white wine. Then we went to bed together, Inspector. Not a crime. I wasn't even a teacher, and she was a consenting adult. She was young and very naive. Not a judgment, a comment." Perez wished now he'd asked for a drink. His hands were on the table in front of him, and he didn't know what to do with them. "As you say, she was young and naive. She read more into the encounter than I'd expected. Most students are more sexually experienced than I am. She was an exception." He paused. "She was 19, and I was 35. She fancied herself in love with me." "Did she make life difficult for you?" "Not particularly.
There was one embarrassing encounter, then she left the dig. I never expected to see her again. Then I changed jobs and found myself supervising a colleague's post-grad student while she was on maternity leave. Hattie. Did you recognize her? Of course, Inspector. I don't make a habit of sleeping with my volunteers, but she made no sign that she knew me, so I assumed that was how she wanted to play it. She never mentioned the previous relationship. It wasn't a relationship, Inspector. It was a one-night stand. Did you know she'd suffered with depression? No, but I'm not surprised. In our previous encounter and in her work, there was a lack of proportion. She took herself too seriously. I can see that might have been a symptom of her illness. She had a spell in hospital after her encounter with you. There was another, longer pause. I'm sorry. I didn't know. You and Hattie spent some time together on the afternoon before she disappeared. Was any of this mentioned then? Absolutely not, Inspector. It was a professional conversation between colleagues, just as I explained earlier. Is it significant, do you think, that she used your knife to kill herself? If that is what she did. You think she still felt rejected by me? That the suicide was some sort of romantic gesture? Perez sat for a moment looking at the man on the other side of the table. Berglund seemed almost flattered by the notion, and that made Perez feel ill. He thought Berglund had deceived him. He was missing something, and he hadn't been told the full story, but he wasn't sure which questions to ask. He couldn't face reading any more of Hattie's letters just now. He went back to his room and phoned Fran. She asked about the inquiry, but he refused to talk about it. He wanted her to tell him about Cassie and about everything they'd been doing. He wanted her to make him laugh. Chapter 30. It seemed to Sandy that the funeral service in the kirk passed in no time, like a kind of dream. The place was full of people. The tradition was that it was mostly men who came to a Shetland funeral, and when a woman had passed away, there were fewer people in the congregation. But today the kirk was packed, and there were as many women as men. He wasn't sure why that was, more because they didn't want to miss out on the drama, he thought, than that they'd miss her. She'd always had more male friends than women. Sandy remembered sitting there in the front row and thinking that Mima would have liked the singing. She'd always been one for a great tune. Joseph hadn't said anything throughout the service, but Sandy could hear his mother's voice speaking the Lord's Prayer and in the hymns. She had a high, piping voice that could keep a tune, but that still wasn't very pretty. Sandy thought he'd like to marry a woman with a pretty voice. Then they were outside in the sunshine, watching the coffin being lowered into the ground. There was a crowd of gulls fishing from the point below the kirk, and he wondered if that meant there was a shoal of mackerel there. That led him to think about Mima frying fresh mackerel on the Rayburn at Setter when he was a boy. She'd roll it in oatmeal and throw it in the pan. When he came to again, the service was over, and it was just him and his father and brother standing by the grave. His mother had gone back to the house to prepare the tea, and the people left behind were hanging around, wanting to give their condolences, but not liking to intrude either. The breeze blew at the women's skirts and messed up their hair. Ronald came up while they were still standing there. Sandy could tell folk were watching, wondering what the response of the family would be. Michael had said hard words about Ronald when he'd arrived on the island. His big hire car packed with so much stuff for the baby, you'd think he was staying for a month. Completely irresponsible. He should have known better than to take out a gun after he'd been drinking. I can't believe the fiscal intends to let him get away with it. Sandy
had thought it sounded more like Amelia speaking than Michael. She'd let slip at one point that she thought the family should sue if the fiscal refused to prosecute. Now, Sandy was worried there might be a scene and that Michael would shoot his mouth off in that pompous, arrogant way he sometimes had about him these days. But seeing Ronald, he seemed to come to his senses. Ronald said how sorry he was. He looked grey and gaunt to Sandy, worse even than when Sandy had found him in the bar the morning after Mima had died. Michael must have realised he meant it, because he took his hand and smiled. It was the old Whalsay Michael, not the new one who lived in Edinburgh and never took a drink. Back in Outram, Sandy felt more himself. He would have liked to go upstairs to change out of his suit, but the baby was in his room having an afternoon nap, so he had to leave it on. He had clothes in Setter, and he could have gone there to change, but it didn't seem right to leave the house. His mother would have been cross anyway if he'd come back in jeans and a sweater, and he didn't think he could face her scolding today. There'd been some talk of having the tea in the community hall, but Joseph had wanted people back to the house. There were folks in the living room and the kitchen, and a few of the boys were standing in the yard having a smoke. Amelia must have taken the time while the baby was sleeping to get her smart clothes on. She was wearing a suit in grey and black, and little black shoes with heels. Sandy thought she was very keen that people should admire her, even though she made a show of covering herself up with an apron once they'd all had a chance to see what her clothes were like. She helped Evelyn to hand out the tea and the sandwiches, and was polite to everyone to show what a good Christian she was. Later, when the baby woke up, she brought her down and showed her off. Evelyn was flushed with the pleasure of the occasion, and you'd have thought it was a baptism they were marking, not a funeral. Sandy couldn't stand it any more, and went through into the living room, where the men were gathered and his father was handing out drams. "Tell me," one of the men said, "what plans do you have for Setter?" It was Robert, who was a skipper of the pelagic boat Artemis. He was a big man in his 50s, with a face that was red even before he'd started drinking. "I'd give you a good price for the house. My Jennifer's getting married next year, and it would suit her fine." Joseph looked at him sharply. "It's not for sale. I'd give you the market value, cash in your hand." "Not everything has a price," Joseph said. "I've told you. Setter is not for sale." Robert shrugged as if Joseph was mad, and turned away to talk to his friends. Sandy watched Joseph pour himself another drink and tip it quickly into his mouth. He wished all the people would go home so his father could grieve in peace. It was almost dark by the time the visitors had all gone, and the lights were on in the house. Michael and Amelia were upstairs trying to settle the baby. Evelyn was at the sink rinsing the dishes for the machine. Sandy put the kettle on and offered to make them tea. He was relieved that it was all over. Soon he'd get back to Setter. He thought Perez might drop by to tell him what he'd found out from Hattie's letters. Joseph brought a tray of empty glasses through from the living room. He looked more tired than Sandy had ever seen him, more tired than when he'd been travelling out on the first ferry every day to work for Duncan Hunter. "I'll just light a fire in there," Joseph said. "A day like this, a fire would be kind of comforting."
"Do that."
Evelyn looked round from the sink and smiled at him. The fire was made, and they sat in there drinking tea. The weather had changed, and there was a rattling of rain against the window. Drawing the curtains, Sandy thought the wind had gone northerly. A north wind always brought the weather into this side of the house. The baby was quiet now, but Michael and Amelia hadn't reappeared. Evelyn took up her knitting. She found it impossible to sit and do nothing, even on a day like today. Suddenly, she seemed to make up her mind about something.
"Robert spoke to me," she said. "He wants you to sell Setter to him."
"I know." Joseph looked up from his tea. "He spoke to me about it too." Sandy could tell his father was angry, though there was nothing in his voice to give him away. It was quiet and even.
"You won't sell it to him, will you?"
Evelyn continued to knit, the needles clacking a background rhythm to her words. "I won't. I told him. Setter is not for sale." Evelyn seemed not to hear the last words, or perhaps she already had her own speech prepared in her head, and nothing would stop it coming out.
"Because, if you are going to sell, I think we should approach the Amenity Trust. We need the money right enough, and I think they would give us a decent price. The coins the lassies found would give the place an even greater value, don't you think?"
"Don't you listen to a word I say, woman. Setter is not for sale." It came out as a cry, not so loud, but much louder than he usually spoke. The words passionate and bitter. The sound was so shocking that the room fell silent. Even the knitting stopped. Looking around the room, Sandy saw Michael in the door, frozen and horrified. Sandy didn't know what to do. Occasionally his father teased his mother about her projects and her meddling into other folks' business, but he never raised his voice to her. Sandy hated what was going on in his family. For the first time, he began to think he would find it hard to forgive Ronald for killing Mima. He hoped Perez was right, and someone else was responsible, someone he would feel it was okay to hate. In the end, it was his mother who put things right. She set down her knitting and went up to his father and put her arms around his shoulder.
"Oh, my dear boy," she said. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry."
Over Joseph's head she motioned to her sons to leave them alone. Sandy thought his father was crying. Embarrassed, Sandy and Michael stood in the kitchen. Sandy longed to get out of the house. "You've not been into Setter since you got back," he said. "Would you like to come? See the old place?" "Aye, why not? Amelia's asleep on our bed. She finds this sort of family occasion exhausting." Sandy bit his tongue, another sign of his greater maturity. They walked to Setter despite the wind, which made it feel like winter again, and the sudden showers of rain. Sandy felt more awake than he had all day. The range was still alight in the kitchen. Sandy brought in peat from the pile outside and set it beside the Rayburn to dry for later. Without thinking, he poured a dram for both of them. "Sorry," he said. "Mother tells me you don't drink any more." Michael smiled. "Oh, don't believe everything she tells you. I make an exception for special occasions." "It seems so strange in here without Mima. Don't you think so?" "When I was growing up," Michael said, "there was one time when I believed Mima was a throwaway wife." "Did you ever hear those stories?" Sandy shook his head. The Trows were part of Shetland folklore, but he'd never believed in them, even when he was a peery boy. "Maybe it was before you started school. It was one of those crazes that start suddenly then disappear. They said she was a throwaway wife, and she'd put a spell on her husband and made him die. For a couple of weeks, I wouldn't come here on my own. Then the kids had something else to talk about, and I forgot all about it. Until now." "Are you saying it was a trow killed Mima?" Michael laughed out loud. "A trow named Ronald. I think he's kind of large, don't you?" Sandy was tempted to tell Michael that maybe Ronald wasn't the culprit, but things between the men seemed easy now, and he didn't want to spoil that. "Mother's right about Setter," Michael said. "Father should sell it." "He'll never do that." "I don't think he'll have any choice," Michael said.
How much do you think he makes from the crofting? I doubt Duncan Hunter gave him a pension plan and he's not getting any younger. They manage okay. Do they? I don't understand how. They sat for a while in silence. Sandy offered Michael another dram, but he shook his head. I should get back and see how Amelia's getting on. Sandy would have liked to ask about Amelia. What possessed you to take up with a woman like that? But what good would it do? They were married with a bairn. Michael would have to make the best of it. Will you find your way back? Michael laughed again. Oh, I think I'll manage. The first thing Sandy did when he was on his own was to change out of his suit. Then he began to think of what Michael had said about their parents' income and the implications of it. It kept him up late into the night. Once he got up to make coffee, but the rest of the time he sat in Mima's chair thinking. He would have liked to discuss his thoughts with Perez. Perez would likely reassure him that he wasn't on the right track at all. He was Sandy Wilson, and he always got things wrong. But Perez must have thought Sandy would want to be on his own on the evening of his grandmother's funeral, and he never turned up. Chapter 31. Perez woke the next morning to the sound of his phone ringing. Again, his first thought was of Fran and Cassie and their safety in London. The voice was English and female, and at first he didn't recognize it. Suddenly he lost control of his imagination. Gothic images of spilled blood and smashed limbs flashed into his head. The woman was a nurse in an accident and emergency, he thought, or a cop, specially trained to break bad news. Inspector Perez, I'm sorry to call you so early. He struggled to sit upright in the bed and to clear the nightmare pictures from his mind. This is Gwen James, Inspector. You asked me to contact you if Hattie had been in touch with the psychiatric nurse who looked after her when she was ill at university. At last, he felt he had a grip on the conversation. And had she? Not recently, I'm afraid. But the nurse thought you'd find it interesting to talk to him. He didn't feel he could discuss Hattie's case with me. Her voice was tight, clipped. Perez thought she'd had a battle over that. She'd demanded information, and the nurse had stood up to her. A brave man. She waited impatiently while he found paper and pencil to write down the man's number. The bedroom was cold. He'd found it stuffy and airless after his discussion with Berglund the night before, and had switched the heating off. Shivering, he got back into bed to complete the call. Despite her apparent impatience, in the end, Gwen was reluctant to end the conversation. Did you find Hattie's letters useful, Inspector? Thank you, very. We will get them back to you as soon as we can. When you have news about the circumstances of Hattie's death, you will tell me. Of course, he said. Of course. He switched off the phone before she could ask any more questions. It was too early to contact the nurse. He'd wait at least until 9 o'clock. In the dining room, Jean was just laying the tables for breakfast. Could you not sleep? She said, as she snipped the top from a carton of juice and poured it into a jug. He wondered when she had the chance to rest. She was still behind the bar when the last customer left at night, and the place always looked clean in the morning. Cedric is still in his bed. He stayed up last night drinking to Mima. He was always very fond of her. Did he ever go to visit her at Setter? Aye, every Thursday afternoon. To talk over old times, he said. To flirt, more like. Mima was a dreadful old flirt. She hurried away to make his coffee. Cedric appeared just as Perez was finishing the meal. He looked bleary-eyed and grey. Paul Berglund didn't go out on the early ferry, did he? Perez asked. He supposed he'd finished with the academic, for the moment at least, but he didn't want the man slinking away without his knowing.
No, he'll be down later, I'm sure. He doesn't usually get up so early.
Did Mima have a good send-off?
I suppose she did. I didn't stay long at Utra. All those people sitting round saying fine things about her. They had little enough good to say about her when she was alive. I came back here to have a few drams to her memory in peace. I'll miss her.
Cedric looked up at Perez. The flesh around his eyes was soft and creased like folded suede.
It seems a strange thing. 2 bodies on an island this size. What are you doing here, Jimmy? What's going on?
3 bodies, Perez thought. There are the bones they found on Setter too.
I'm working for the fiscal, inquiring on her behalf into the sudden death of Hattie James.
Aye, right.
Is there anything you can tell me, Cedric? Anything I need to know about Mima Wilson and Setter? Anything strange been happening there? Not these days, Jimmy. Not for 60 years, at least. What happened 60 years ago? These are old men's tales. You don't have time for these.
Try me.
Cedric paused. Then he seemed to make up his mind to speak. 3 men from Whalsay were involved in the Shetland bus. He looked at Perez to check the inspector knew what he was talking about. You know, it was mostly the Scalloway men that kept the boats repaired and in good order to put to sea. But when Howarth, the naval officer in charge, decided the Norwegians needed small boats to be dropped off with the agents so they could make their own way up the fjords, he came to Whalsay to get them made. It was skilled work. The inshore boats had to pass for Norwegian. Men's lives depended on it. There was young Jerry Wilson, who was just a schoolboy, too young to get called up into the services, but the best sailor of his generation. My father, who was called Cedric Irvin, like me, and old Andy Clouston, the father of Andrew. So, Mima's husband, your father, and Ronald's grandfather. Exactly that. Though Jerry hadn't married Mima then. They were walking out together, but too young to wed.
Perez said nothing. Cedric would want to tell the story in his own way, and Perez had told him he'd have time to listen. He tried not to think of the nurse's phone number scribbled on the pad in his room, or to speculate about what he might have to say. Cedric began to talk.
There have always been tales about Setter. There were odd kind of bumps in the land where the dead lass started digging. Crops never did well there. The bairns thought it was a trowy place, and even the grown-ups believed Mima was something of a witch.
He paused, closed the flaps of skin over his eyes.
What did that have to do with the Shetland bus? They say there's a Norwegian man buried there. That was the story I grew up with, though my father always denied it. An agent who'd passed information to the Germans and got some of his people killed. And the Whalsay men meted out their own form of justice. That's what people say. One of the men that died was a close friend of Jerry Wilson. He was in a Whalsay-built boat when he was captured. My father would never speak of it, but there were rumours when I was growing up.
Only now Cedric opened his eyes very slowly. He paused a moment before continuing.
I did hear they found some bones at Setter. The piece of a skull, I heard, and others besides.
Those were old bones, Perez said.
Older than that.
But are they? He thought. I don't really know that. 60 years is a long time. Would we be able to tell the difference? Wouldn't bones from a body buried during the war look just the same as ones buried hundreds of years ago?
There you are, then, Cedric said, suddenly becoming jovial. Like I said, they were all just stories.
How did Jerry Wilson die? Perez asked.
At sea. A fishing accident. He was taken in a freak storm. Mima was heartbroken. They'd been sweethearts since they were children. Cedric paused again. She was wild even as a child. Setter was her house, not Jerry's. She lived there as a bairn with her grandmother. Her parents both died when she was quite young. Jerry moved in with them when they got married, and when the grandmother passed away, they had the place to themselves. It caused some jealousy. 2 young people with their own croft. Mima was never liked on the island, especially by the women. She never made any effort to fit in. Things were different then. Folk had to work together to make any sort of living. The men went out to the fishing, and the women were left to do most of the work on the crofts. Mima was strong and fit. She could cast peat and scythe hay as well as a man. But she was never what they'd call now a team player. If she didn't feel much like working, she'd stay at home in front of the fire.
Cedric stopped to pour himself a cup of coffee from the pot on Perez's table.
Then, when Jerry was drowned and she was single again, she was a threat to all the island wives. She was a bonny young girl with her own house and her own land, and they were scared their husbands would run off with her. She was still in love with Jerry, though, with his memory at least. She had plenty of offers, but she never married again. She enjoyed her independence too much for that. I'm surprised so many people turned out for her funeral, if she wasn't so well liked. Oh, Cedric said, folk wouldn't want to miss it. She was a kind of celebrity in her day, and the young ones all liked her. It was her own generation who had the problems. How did she get on with Evelyn?
Cedric shot him a sharp look under the hooded lids.
Let's say they never exactly saw eye to eye. After Jerry was drowned, Joseph was all Mima had. She used to call him her peerie man. She wasn't going to take kindly to anyone who stole him away. Mima should have married again. She didn't have the temperament of a single woman. Were you one of the ones to propose to her? Cedric laughed again. I knew better than to ask her. She'd have thought I was a poor thing after her Jerry. Everyone in Shetland knew he was a handsome man. Do you think the things that happened all those years ago could have any bearing on Mima's death? Of course not, Cedric said. How could it? Perez looked at him, not sure if he really meant what he said, but Cedric turned away and walked back into the kitchen. Mark Evans, the psychiatric nurse, said he needed to be sure Perez was who he claimed to be. Mrs. James is in the public eye. I don't want her hassled by a load of reporters. You do understand? He had a soft, slow voice and an accent unfamiliar to Perez. Rural. Perez wondered if he'd grown up on a farm. That would give them a point of contact, but he didn't feel he could ask. Instead, he gave the man the number of the police station in Lerwick. They'll confirm my mobile number. Then he waited, looking out over the harbour for his phone to ring again. After the deserted feeling of the day before, the place was back to normal. There were cars queuing for the ferry, and a couple of fishermen were getting a small trawler ready to go out to sea. He supposed Jerry Wilson's Norwegian friend had sailed a boat of a similar size to Norway. His phone rang, interrupting daydreams of wartime adventures, grey seas and huge waves. He'd never been physically brave, and he didn't think he'd have had the courage to volunteer for the Shetland bus. I was so sorry to hear that Hattie's dead, Mark said. I remember her well. I wondered if she'd been in touch with you recently, but Mrs. James said not. No. She might have contacted another professional, though. Her GP should have records.
Even when she was ill, she was unusually self-aware. I think she'd have realized she needed help, if she was so desperate that she committed suicide.
Perez picked up an uncertainty in his voice. Were you surprised to hear she'd killed herself?
I was. She was a very intelligent young woman. I thought she'd taken on board the strategies for coping with her depression, and she'd understood that medication would help her. She never refused to take it. Was there an event that distressed her, something very serious that provoked the suicide attempt?
Not that we know. Perez paused. We've not ruled out the possibility of other causes of death. I'm looking into the matter for the Procurator Fiscal. I'm grateful that you've taken the time to talk to me.
I thought you should know that 4 years ago, Hattie was a victim of a criminal assault, Evans said. It might not be relevant, but it seemed important to tell you.
We have no record of that.
As he spoke, Perez hoped that was true. They had checked Hattie's name against the criminal records. That was standard procedure, but if she'd been a victim, would that fact have come to light? She never reported the matter to the police, Evans said.
Why not?
A number of reasons. She'd suffered a severe bout of depression a couple of years earlier. There had been occasions of psychosis. She didn't think she'd be believed. Perhaps she even felt she was responsible. She wouldn't even talk to her mother about it. In his quiet, reassuring voice, Evans described the incident as he understood it had taken place. He was clearly angry. When he'd finished, Perez could understand why.
You realize there's no proof, he said. They might not have got a prosecution even then.
I do realize that, Evans said. I probably shouldn't have told you. It's very unprofessional. I couldn't discuss it with Mrs. James. I just wanted you to know. After all, Hattie's not here to tell you herself. Chapter 32. Sandy woke early. He was lying in Mima's high double bed. His mother had given him clean sheets to put on it, but the blankets had belonged to Mima. They smelled of peat smoke and damp, like the rest of the house. The sheet was wrinkled uncomfortably underneath him. He'd never quite got the hang of making beds the old-fashioned way. He liked fitted sheets and a duvet. On the wall in front of him, there was a photograph he hadn't noticed before. 2 women walking down a dirt track. It was taken on Whalsay, but before any of the roads had been made up. On their backs, they had the rush baskets or kishes that were used for carrying peat, and they were so full that he could see the peat piled behind their shoulders. They were wearing old-fashioned bonnets and skirts below their knees, heavy boots. And as they walked, they were knitting. The wool was held in apron pockets, their elbows were close to their bodies. They smiled towards the camera, poised for a moment, but you could tell the needles would begin clacking again as soon as the shot was over. Sandy wondered if they were knitting just for the fun of it, or because raising peat was boring, or because they were so busy that this was the only time there was in the day to provide clothes for their children. Or if they did it to make money. It was the sort of thing his mother might do, Sandy thought. Not exactly like the women in the old photo, but working at several things at once, because Evelyn liked to be active, and because she needed to hold the family together. He lay for quite a long time, staring at the photograph. He didn't think either of the women was Mima. She'd been much better looking than they were, and she'd never been a knitter. "I don't have the patience for it," she'd said, when he'd asked her as a child why she didn't knit like the other grandmothers. Then he thought about his father, who'd gone to school in dirty clothes because Mima didn't have the patience for washing either. Sandy didn't think now he'd have preferred Mima as his mother,
At least Evelyn had always fed them well and kept them clean. Michael and his family were going south on the afternoon plane. Evelyn and Joseph were travelling down to the airport in Sunborough to see them off. Sandy thought that might give him a chance to go into Utra and have a look round the house without his parents asking questions. His uneasiness about what had been going on there had grown in the last few days. Michael's words about his parents' future had brought it into sharper focus. He thought that was what had made his father so tense too, a vague anxiety that things weren't quite right. In Mima's kitchen, he made himself coffee and dialed Perez's mobile. He hadn't seen the inspector at all the previous day, and he felt disconnected from the case. He'd enjoyed being at the centre of things during the investigation, responsible for making things happen. The inspector's number was busy. He took his coffee outside. He felt the stirrings of hunger. His mother would be cooking breakfast for the whole lot of them in Utra, but he didn't think he could face that. The bairn, grizzling, Michael talking about how well he was doing at work, Amelia being saintly. He went back inside, found an old packet of Bourbon biscuits in the cupboard, and tried Perez's number again. This time it was answered. "Sandy, how are things?" "Well enough." He had wanted to discuss his concerns about the situation at Utra with Perez, but now he couldn't find the words to do it. Besides, this was probably something he should deal with on his own. There was a brief pause before Perez spoke again. "Did Mima ever talk about the Shetland bus?" "Not to me." Of course, Sandy had heard the stories, but the old folks' reminiscences had never meant much to him. All that seemed so long ago that it was no longer relevant. They could have been telling tales about trows. He wondered why Perez was interested now. "Apparently your Uncle Andrew's father helped build the little inshore boats that the Norwegian vessels carried across the North Sea." "Aye, I did hear that." "Would Andrew know anything about it, do you think?" "I should think he would. He was always interested in anything to do with the sea." "Would he tell you what he knows?" "He might. Some days he talks better than others. He minds things that happened long ago better than stuff that went on yesterday." "Would he still talk to you if I was there too?" "Aye, I think he would." "We need to ask him if there's a Norwegian man buried at Setter." Perez went on to explain why the question should be asked, but Sandy wasn't much clearer about what that could have to do with Hattie and Mima dying. All the same, he was glad he had something constructive to occupy his time this morning. It gave him an excuse to stay away from Utra until everyone there had left for Sunborough. He wouldn't have to put on a show that he was sorry Michael and Amelia were leaving so soon. His Aunt Jackie must have seen them coming up the hill, because she had the door open before they arrived. "Come in," she said. "Come in, come in." He wondered why she was so pleased to see them, and then remembered how sociable she'd been before Andrew was ill. The house was always full of people. When they'd been bairns, they'd gathered at the Clouston house. Jackie would welcome them all in, no matter the noise or the mess they made. She even liked them around the place when they were teenagers, drinking cans of lager and playing loud music. Andrew had bought them a full-size snooker table. It must be hard for her now. She and Andrew had built this grand new house which was perfect for parties, and she rattled around in it with nobody to talk to. They went into the kitchen, and she had coffee made and a plate of flapjack on the table in no time. Andrew was sitting in his usual chair in front of the Rayburn. "I'm sorry we couldn't make it to the funeral," Jackie said. "Andrew was having a bad day. He didn't want to leave the house, but I heard it went off very well." She didn't ask what Perez was doing there, but shot suspicious glances towards him. "Aye," Sandy said. "Very well." Now he was here, He wasn't sure how he could explain Perez's presence or engage the big man in conversation. Jackie often acted as if her husband weren't in the room, or as if he were deaf. He turned to his uncle. "Are you feeling more yourself today?" Andrew stared, then nodded briefly. "Look," Jackie said, "while you're here, would you mind staying with your uncle while I get to the shop? I've run out of flour and I wanted to get some baking done. I don't like to leave him on his own." She looked again at Perez. "That's if you've nothing you need to ask me." "No," Perez said easily. "We were just wanting to talk to Andrew. Chat about the old times. Nothing important at all. You get yourself away." Sandy knew this was a good thing, because they'd be able to talk to his uncle without Jackie overhearing, but he couldn't help being nervous. Perez would expect him to persuade Andrew to confide in them, and he wasn't sure it would be that easy. Folk said Andrew's intellect hadn't been affected by the stroke, just his speech and his short-term memory, but Sandy thought he'd become quite a different man. Before the illness, Andrew had been loud and strong and fierce, competitive. Sandy remembered him on the golf course, swearing because he'd made a mess of a drive. Sandy had been a bit frightened of his uncle when he was a boy. There was a moment of silence. Then they heard Jackie slam the front door and the roar of the Audi as she drove it down the track to the road. "This is Jimmy Perez," Sandy said. "He's my boss. You don't mind him listening in while we talk?" There was a pause, a brief shake of the head. "Your father knew the men on the Shetland bus. He built boats for them." Sandy had just bitten into a piece of flapjack. It was more crumbly than he'd been expecting, and the oats fell out of his mouth as he spoke. He felt himself blushing, wondered what Perez would think of his clumsiness. Andrew continued to stare at him, then nodded. "Did he ever talk to you about it?" "They built the yawls the Norwegian men used once they got to their country." "Responsible work," Perez said. "They'd have known the Norwegians' lives depended on it." Andrew stared at him and nodded again. "The Whalsay men took the yawls out into open sea to test them." "It must have been scary, out there in a tiny boat." "They were young," Andrew said. "Reckless. They thought they'd live forever. And they were all pals together." He stumbled occasionally over a word, but he knew what he wanted to say. "Jerry was with them too, Mimas Jerry. He was just a boy, more reckless than anyone, my father said." "You've heard they found some old bones at Setter." This time, the silence lasted so long that Sandy thought Andrew hadn't heard him. "They don't tell me things anymore." "The lass from the university found them." "The one that died?" This time, the response was immediate and so sharp that Sandy was surprised. He hadn't thought Hattie's death had registered at all with his uncle. "She found a skull," he said. "At least, my mother found it while she was working there as a volunteer. Then I believe it was the other one, Sophie, who found some bones." There was a pause. Andrew raised a mug of cold coffee to his mouth and slurped it. "My boss seems to think the bones could come from that time," Sandy said. "That they might belong to a Norwegian man. Did your father ever talk about that?" Now, Andrew turned towards Perez. "Why do you want to know? Why are you still here if the woman killed herself?" "Oh, you understand how it is," Perez said. "There are forms to fill in, boxes to tick." Andrew nodded, apparently reassured. "Fishing got that way too in the end." "So, did your father talk about the dead Norwegian?" Another pause. Andrew seemed deep in thought. "He mentioned it," There was a brief grin, which reminded Sandy of how his uncle had been before the illness. The life and soul of any gathering, a teller of jokes, a dancer. He could fill a room with his laughter. He could drink more than any man on the island and still stay standing. After a few drinks, he'd talk about the war. What did he say? That he was shit scared every time he went out to test a yole. That maybe he owed his life to Jerry Wilson. Sandy had a sudden flash of intuition. It was something in Andrew's voice. Is that why he kept quiet about the dead Norwegian? Andrew looked up at him. Has someone been talking? Again, a reminder of the old Andrew, who had a fearsome temper when he was roused. No. I've just learned a few skills from Perez. Will you tell me what happened? How would I know? I wasn't there. You'll remember your father's stories. Maybe they shouldn't be told. 2 people have died, Sandy said. It has to stop, and folks will go on thinking Ronald shot Mima if we don't find out what happened. They'll soon forget. Will they? Sandy demanded. Will his wife? Andrew sat in silence again for so long that Sandy thought Jackie would soon be back from the shop. I only know what my father told me, Andrew said at last. I can't say if it's true. I think it's true, but I can't be sure. I understand that. Old stories. Who knows what to believe? They say that Jerry Wilson shot a Norwegian lad. I heard that. It was because he'd betrayed some Shetland boys to the Germans. No, Andrew said. That was the story they put about on the island when folks started asking questions. But that wasn't what happened. Not according to my father. Throughout the conversation, Andrew's speech had become more fluent, but now he stopped. So why was the Norwegian shot? Because he was Mima's lover. There was a sudden pause. Andrew seemed surprised that he'd spoken the words. He continued in a rush. And one day Jerry found them together. The Norwegian had come into Whalsay to try out one of the new yoles. He was stranded there because of the weather, or because there was a problem with a boat. I don't know. My father never said that part. Just that Mima had been flirting with him all day, and they ended up in bed in the pier house. Jerry was out in the Luna house to talk about future operations, and he wasn't expected back. Then he came back and he found them in bed together. But Jerry went on to marry her. He didn't blame her. Not so much, at least, though the marriage was never as fantastic as everyone made out. That was what my father said. She was only a girl, too young to understand what she was about. Jerry blamed the Norwegian. So he took him out and shot him. That was what my father said. Jerry was never... Andrew paused to find the right word. Stable. And he buried the body at Setter. Sandy didn't get that bit. Why Setter, where Mima and her grandmother lived? Was it to be a constant reminder to his new wife that he wouldn't be messed with? That was the story. Andrew leaned forward and very carefully set his mug on the table. Sandy saw that his hand was shaking. One of the stories. Sandy looked at Perez, wondering if he wanted to continue the interview, but the inspector nodded for him to go on. I don't understand why Mima allowed the dig on her land, Sandy said. She must have realized there was a chance the body would be found. She didn't know, Andrew said. She might have guessed, but she didn't know. They heard the sound of Jackie's car approaching the house. Andrew didn't register it. Sandy reached out and took another piece of flapjack. This was his breakfast, after all, and he felt he deserved it. Jackie opened the door and came in, laden with carrier bags.
"Thank you," she said. "I hope you've not had such a boring time. Andrew doesn't have much to say for himself these days."
Chapter 33. Bergland had hired a car from Bolt's in Lerwick. It was still parked outside the pier house. Perez could see it from his bedroom window. He phoned Bolt's office and asked how long they expected Bergland to keep it. "He's travelling south on the North Link this evening. He'll drop it off in the car park at the terminal at around 4:30. That was what we arranged, at least." Perez wished he had a reason to keep Bergland in Whalsay, but there was no way he could justify it. It was possible that the Setter project would be abandoned altogether now, without Hattie to champion it. Rona Lang was determined that Hattie's death was suicide, and that the use of Bergland's knife had no significance. And perhaps she was right. The professor had been on the island when Mima was shot, but what reason could he have for killing an old Whalsay woman? He didn't even have access to a shotgun as far as Perez knew. Hattie was a different matter. Perez could understand why the man would want her dead, and he was the last person to see her alive. But was it possible that the two deaths were unconnected, coincidental? He wondered if he should ask Bergland to stay, at least if he should arrange a more formal interview before the man left. But if he did that, he'd be showing his hand. Bergland was a clever man, better at the moment to let him think his secret was safe. Perez continued to sit at the window, waiting for the moment when he saw Bergland drive down to the pier and onto the ferry. He wanted to be sure the man was off the island. He had almost an hour to wait before that happened, but Perez didn't become restless or bored. He valued times of inactivity. He could think more clearly then. In his head, he considered the characters playing out this drama in Whalsay. Were any of them capable of killing two people? There were occasions when his stillness drove Fran crazy. Sometimes she'd scream at him, laughing but irritated too.
"How can you just sit there? What's going on inside your head?"
He was never quite sure how to answer. Stories, he thought. I just tell myself stories. His mind left the inquiry, drifted back to Fran, and again to marriage. Would she laugh if he proposed to her? It would seem an old-fashioned concept to her, and quite outdated. Ridicule would almost certainly be her response. When the ferry sailed off, he got up. He went to the shop in Simbister and bought bread rolls, cheese, ham, fruit and cakes. There were other customers there, and they fell silent until he left, when he was aware of a sudden buzz of conversation behind him. He turned back to the shop to buy a couple of cans of beer, and was amused that the silence returned. He put his purchases in his car and drove to the bod to see Sophie. With Bergland out of the way, he supposed he'd find her alone. She was sitting inside the bothy at the Formica table, seemed to be filling in some sort of form. He could see her through the grimy window. Remembering the time she'd found him there, uninvited, he was careful to knock and wait outside until she called him in. She seemed disappointed. "Oh, it's you." "Who were you expecting?" She hesitated. "I thought Paul might call in before he left." "No," Perez said. "He's already gone. I saw him go off on the ferry." "I'm tidying up the paperwork for the project before I leave." Sophie turned round in her seat. "There's no point my hanging around here. I might as well go back to London. It was what I planned anyway." "So you'll be running a cafe bar in Richmond?" She grinned up at him. "Maybe.
That's one of the options. I'm not going to rush into anything. Maybe I'll just take some time out.
Perez was going to ask what she would do for money, but he saw that was no real concern for her. He didn't think he'd met anyone before who didn't have to work for a living. Duncan Hunter was probably the richest person he knew, but he still worked. Will you stay with your parents?
In their house. Daddy's just gone off to Hong Kong for 6 months. Something about one of the businesses, so they're not there.
You don't want to be with them? He thought, despite the confidence and the loud voice, she could use some support.
Why would I want that?
Her voice was scathing.
I'm a grown-up. I'm not going to run away to Mummy every time I feel a bit miserable. Besides, all my friends are in London.
Why are you miserable? She stared at him as if he were completely mad.
Why do you think? The person I've been sharing my life with for 2 months just killed herself. But don't worry. A couple of decent nights out and I'll be fine.
Is that what you believe? That Hattie killed herself?
Of course. What other explanation is there?
He didn't answer directly. I've got a picnic, he said. Let's go up the island and have a bit of a walk. Again, she stared at him as if he was a madman. It's all right, he said, though he wasn't quite sure why she might need reassuring. I just want to go somewhere we won't be disturbed or overheard. They parked near the golf clubhouse. Again, the weather was unusually mild. A gusty breeze blew startling white clouds, and there were moments of bright sunlight. There were no other cars there, and the golf course seemed deserted. They walked right to the end of the island and sat on rocks looking out to the Skerries, the inhabited island which stood very clear on the horizon. I've lived all my life in Shetland, and I've never been there, Perez said. He handed her one of the cans of beer and spread the food on a flat rock. A red-throated diver flew over their heads, calling. Last time I heard that sound, Perez thought, was just before Hattie's body was found. Although he knew it was superstition, he felt uneasy. What terrible thing would happen now? He turned his attention back to the Skerries. Maybe I should pay a visit one day. Sophie tugged on the ring pull of the can. What is all this about? She said. What do you want from me? She was wearing shorts again, and the big boots, a loose sweater with holes in the elbows. No bra, he thought. She leaned forward with her arms on her knees. What do you think of Paul Berglund? Perez asked. He pulled apart a crusty roll and cut a piece of cheese off the block of Orkney cheddar with his penknife, handed the makeshift sandwich to her. I've always found Paul okay, she said. He's been all right to me. Really? Yeah. You could have a worse boss. He can be a good laugh. What about Hattie? He broke off a piece of chocolate and put it in his mouth. He thought she sounded defensive. Was he all right to her? Sophie didn't reply. A gull swooped down, scavenging for bits of food. A curlew shouted in the distance. He went on, Did Hattie tell you about Paul? Maybe warn you about him? Did she think the two of you were getting close and want you to know how he'd treated her? She stared out to the islands on the horizon. Paul hasn't done anything wrong, she said. He wouldn't have. Did he tell you that? She didn't answer. Something made Hattie kill herself, Perez said. If that's what happened, she used his knife to do it. She turned away from him. I hate it here, she said. Everyone knowing each other's business. At first it was okay, different from anywhere else I've ever lived. The boys from the boats were good fun. They know how to party. Now I can't stand it. Once the fog rolls in, you feel as if the world outside doesn't matter at all. People here lose any sense of proportion. Tiny incidents that happened years ago fester and take over their lives. What incidents? She shook her head in frustration that he didn't immediately understand.
There's nothing specific, just a feeling that the islanders can never break free from the history, that they have no free will, or that they won't allow themselves any.
Go home then, he said. There's nothing to stop you. Just leave me your address. She'd pulled out a piece of heather and was tearing the tiny dead flowers off the stalk one by one. Perez thought it might take more than a night of clubbing and drinking to make her feel happy again. Did Hattie talk to you before she died? He asked. She turned, startled.
Of course she talked to me.
So, you got on okay? A brief hesitation.
Boarding school's great practice for this sort of work, she said. You have to muck in together.
He wasn't sure that was a real answer. I went to boarding school, he thought. If you can call the hostel at the Anderson High School a boarding school, I'm not sure it taught me much. Did she talk about Paul Berglund? He asked. About what happened when they worked together before.
Paul says it's all rubbish. She just had a teenage crush.
What did she say?
Was it true then? All that stuff about Paul?
Sophie looked at him. Her eyes seemed huge.
You could never tell with Hattie. Sometimes I thought she was mad. She came up with such odd ideas.
Like what? Sophie shook her head, unwilling to be specific.
I don't know. She just let her imagination run away with her.
But she did talk to you about Paul.
Yes, she thought he was hitting on me. She was warning me off. I told her I was a big girl and I could look after myself.
I think she was telling the truth about Paul, Perez said. But there's no evidence, and he'll never be charged, if that's what's concerning you. I just need to hear what she told you. Sophie finished the beer and crushed the can with her fist. She told her story, looking out to sea in a flat, unemotional voice. Throughout, there was no eye contact.
It was at the end of her first year at university. She'd already had some sort of stress-related illness after A-levels. I guess she was that sort of person. An obsessive. Then, in the summer vacation, she worked as a volunteer on a dig in the south. She paused, but Perez said nothing. He knew all this, but Sophie had to tell the tale in her own words. She continued. That was where Hattie met Paul. She fell for him. I mean, absolutely head over heels. She admitted that to me. He was married, but when's that ever stopped anyone?
Now Perez did interject. Did she know he was married?
Maybe not. She was so naive. It probably never occurred to her. He must have been flattered. She was young, bright, quirky. He took her out a couple of times, enjoyed her company, but wanted more. Men do always want more.
She paused again and continued to stare into the distance. Perez wished he knew what she was thinking about.
One evening, they both got drunk. He invited her into his room for coffee. She went expecting coffee, maybe a kiss and a cuddle. Like I said, she was very naive. Paul expected more than that.
He raped her, Perez said.
No,
she said, and now she did turn towards him, shocked.
Not rape. That sounds horrible.
Rape is horrible.
They were both drunk. He misread the signals. She never actually told him to stop. Not really. Not so he understood.
And perhaps that was true, Perez thought. Hattie had so little confidence. After a while, perhaps she had just given in and let the man do what he wanted, too scared to shout and make a fuss. And afterwards, she'd blamed herself instead of him, and the anger had eaten away at her and made her ill. Had it turned to paranoia here in Whalsay? Had she been scared it would happen again? Did she imagine him watching her, waiting for his moment? But everyone said she'd been happy until Mima's death. It didn't quite make sense. He didn't want Sophie to think he was blaming her. He looked out at the water too, at the reflected sunlight shifting with the movement of the waves and the wind-blown shadows. "Are you having a relationship with Berglund?" "No." Perez had an image of the two archaeologists as he'd seen them the day before, standing together outside the pier house after Mima's funeral, both dressed in black. Berglund had put his arm around Sophie's shoulders, but she'd resisted and walked away. He thought she was telling the truth. He stood up, starting to feel cold. Despite the brightness of the light, there was still a chill in the rock where they sat. "Have you discussed her allegations with Paul?" "I couldn't help it. It was while we were in the kirk before Mima's funeral. We got there early. Everything was so solemn and dreary. I couldn't just sit there in silence. We were the first people there. There was nobody to overhear, and I had to know what he had to say for himself." "What did he have to say?" "He laughed it off, said she was a screwed-up kid with a serious crush on him, and she didn't know what she wanted." She hesitated. "Then he warned me off. Don't go spreading rumours about me, Sophie. I've got a lot to lose." "Do you think Hattie discussed it with him when they had their meeting?" "I don't know." Sophie's attention seemed to be wandering now, or perhaps she was feeling the cold as much as he was. "Paul didn't say anything about that to me." Did he warn Hattie off too, Perez thought, or did he take more drastic action to stop her talking? As he'd said, he had a lot to lose. "Do you think Hattie killed herself?" The question came out unplanned, but he found that he'd caught his breath while he waited for the answer. "Of course," she answered, looking at him as if he were a little mad. What else could have happened? Though, yes. I'd have thought she'd have left a note. She was always writing. It was the best way she communicated, how she made sense of things. He knew he should find Sandy, and that the fiscal would be waiting to hear from him, but despite the cold now he was reluctant to move. He thought Sophie had more to tell him, that he'd mishandled the situation. He hadn't asked the right question. But Sophie had grown impatient. She got to her feet too, and strode across the cropped grass of the hill back towards the car, past the loch, where the clouds were reflected in the water, and where soon the diver would build its nest. He was left to follow. Chapter 34. When Sandy came back to the house after letting the hens out and collecting the eggs, Perez was waiting for him. The door was unlocked, but Perez was standing outside as if he had all the time in the world. "Your car's still here," he said. "I didn't think you'd be gone long." Sandy thought Mima would have enjoyed having these visitors to set her. She'd have taken to Jimmy Perez, poured whiskey for him, and told him her stories. Today, the inspector was the one with the stories to tell. "Let's stay outside," Perez said. "Make the most of the weather." So they walked down past the site of the dig, with its tape and its poles and its mound of earth, to the dike that marked the end of Setter land. Perez wondered again what would happen to the site now. Would the trenches be filled in, and the spoil heap flattened? Would the land then remain undisturbed forever? He talked about Paul Berglund and Hattie James, and what had happened when they worked together on another dig in Sussex. "Do you believe what the psychiatric nurse said?" Sandy wasn't sure what he thought of the incident. Rape to him was a city crime, a stranger attacking a woman after dark in some alley. Two people having sex in a hotel room was something different, but he knew Perez well enough not to say so. "Yes. It doesn't really give Berglund a motive for killing Mima, though, does it?" "Unless Mima had found out what he'd done," Perez said.
She might have threatened to go public, or she could have tried to persuade Hattie to tell us. You said Mima liked the girl, and that they were close. She was a strong, independent woman. Hattie might have confided in her. Berglund could lose his job, even if it never came to court. I don't really see it, Sandy said. He thought Perez always made things more complicated than they really were. He wouldn't be daft enough to use his own knife. Beyond the dike, there was one fat old ewe with rheumy eyes chewing on the long grass, and 2 tiny lambs still unsteady on their feet. What did you make of our conversation with Andrew? I'm not sure, Sandy said. He still didn't like to commit himself in front of Perez. The inspector was used to working on serious crimes with bright men from the south, not inexperienced local cops like him. Did Mima ever mention meeting a Norwegian man during the war? No. And it's just the sort of story she'd have enjoyed telling, kind of saucy and dramatic. Sandy wasn't sure he believed any of it. Andrew's memory was unreliable, and some days the words weren't very clear. According to Andrew, she never knew the man had been killed, Perez said, but she must have been aware of the rumours that were going around. Cedric told me one version, and there were probably others. Maybe she didn't want to make herself the subject of gossip, no more than she already was. You can't think that something that happened all that time ago has anything to do with an old woman being shot on Whalsay today. Sandy thought Perez was mad to be distracted so much by the past. Probably not. I was wondering. Sandy paused. He didn't want to make a fool of himself. Yes? Berglund. Is that a Norwegian name? Scandinavian, certainly. Another coincidence, do you think? You're thinking he could be a relative, a grandson maybe, who's come in after revenge. Perez was amused, but not altogether dismissive. I don't know. Perhaps not revenge, but information. He could have been asking questions and stirred things up. It's worth checking, Perez said. I'll do that when I'm back in the office. I'm going home this afternoon. I can't really justify staying another day, and the fiscal needs to know what's going on. You know what she's like. Will you tell her everything? About my grandmother and the Norwegian? Of course. She's very discreet, you know, whatever we think of her. She has to be. Sandy shot a quick look at Perez to see if he was mocking him, but he seemed quite serious. I just don't like the idea of it, he said. Folk talking about my family in that way. He turned and began to walk back to the house. He was wondering what Joseph would make of it, or had he always known what had happened 60 years before? Perhaps he should talk to his father before word got out. As they approached the house, a car drew up, and Ronald Clouston climbed out. He hadn't noticed them, and when he did, he seemed startled, like a great awkward schoolboy caught out in mischief. Sandy thought perhaps Ronald had hoped to speak to him alone. Aye, aye, Sandy said, his father's greeting. Are you coming in? I have to get to Utra in a while to see Michael off, but not just now. No. Ronald stood with his hand on the car door as if he was ready to make a getaway. I can see you're busy. I'm just going, Perez said. No, Ronald said again. I'll get off. I've got things to do. He got into the car and drove away. What was all that about? Perez asked. Folk get kind of shy when the police are about. Sandy wished Perez hadn't been there. Maybe he'd give Ronald a call later and find out what he'd come for. He could tell that Ronald had wanted to talk to him and had lost his nerve at the last minute. He turned to his boss. What do you want me to do? Can you bear to stay in Whalsay for a little while? Aye, I suppose so. I'd like to get home soon, though. I'm hoping we'll have it all cleared up in the next few days."
Sandy wondered if Perez had any real reason for saying that, or if it was wishful thinking. He repeated his question. "What do you want me to do?" "Do you think you could get Sophie to talk to you? She spent all that time with Hattie. She might know something that doesn't seem at all important to her. You're more her age, and she knows you socially." "I can try." Sandy had a sudden vision of how it would be if he got Sophie to talk, if he discovered a fact that moved the case forward, how pleased and proud Perez would be. "I'll go to the bod this evening. Maybe take her to the pier house for a drink." "I wondered if she has a relationship with Berglund. She says not, though, and I don't know why she should lie, unless she's worried about getting him into trouble." Sandy was tempted then to talk to Perez about his anxiety about his parents, but he decided that was his problem. If he discussed it with Perez, it would become official, and until he was sure what he was dealing with, there was no question of that. At Utra, they were all just about ready to leave for the airport. Michael's big hire car was packed with luggage, and Amelia was standing in the yard, obviously impatient to be off. She was wearing very tight jeans, a jersey with a scooped neck, a little jacket. Michael was fixing the baby into her seat in the back. Evelyn came hurrying out of the house. "There you are," she said. "Amelia was just thinking we should leave without saying goodbye to you. I told her there was plenty of time. Sambora's not like those big airports in the south where it takes an hour to check in." Sandy couldn't tell whether Evelyn was more irritated by him or by her daughter-in-law. "Well, I'm here now." Michael turned round. He took Sandy in his arms, gave him a great bear hug. "Now you're the great traveller and you can find your way to London on your own. There's no excuse for not visiting." "I will," Sandy said. Amelia was already in the passenger seat. As the cars drove off, she waved to Sandy, a little flutter of the hand, as if she were a film star or the Queen. Sandy waited until both cars were well on their way to Cimbester before he went into the house. Inside, there were signs of the hurry there'd been in getting Michael's family ready to leave. The washing up had been done, of course. Evelyn would never leave the house with dirty pans in the sink, but they were still piled on the draining board and not dried. There were crumbs on the floor, and the waste bin was full. Now he was here, Sandy wasn't sure what he was looking for. He sat down at the table and forced himself to think clearly. He needed reassurance, that was all. He couldn't understand how his parents had managed to renovate the house on their limited income. He wanted to check that they weren't in debt. That had been his nightmare, that they'd borrowed foolishly to allow his mother to compete with the pelagic fishing families. He knew the stress that came from owing money. He was crap about finance, and in the end, he'd cut up his credit card because he couldn't face the monthly bills. He still remembered the tightness in the pit of his stomach when he'd realized how much he owed. The tension between his parents could be caused by anxieties about money. He preferred to think it was about that. Any other cause, sex, that one of them had fallen for someone else, was simply horrible. They were old, and they were his parents. He couldn't contemplate it. He wondered if he was overreacting. Perhaps the two deaths so close to home had made him jittery and caused him to blow trivial arguments out of proportion. Then he remembered his father yelling at his mother after Mima's funeral. Joseph had never raised his voice to Evelyn throughout their marriage, even when he was exhausted after working all day for Duncan Hunter. Sandy wasn't overreacting. Something was wrong between them. Then came the difficult part. He forced himself to order his ideas and take the next logical step. If his parents had problems with money, was it possible that one of them had shot Mima for her house and her land? Not Joseph. He could tell how upset his father was. Besides, he'd been made a good offer for the house already and he'd turned it down. Evelyn, then? Sandy had known all along that this was where the thinking would end up. Evelyn had never particularly got on with Mima. She could shoot well enough, and there was a shotgun in Utra. But if the couple had no money problems, then there would be no real motive. That was why Sandy was lurking in Utra like a thief or a spy. He knew where his mother kept the bank statements, in the drawer in the sideboard in the living room, where the lassies had put the silver coins before the man from the university had taken them away. It was locked, but the spare key was hanging from a hook in the larder along with all the others. Evelyn had always been the one to look after the family finances. Even when his father had worked for Hunter, she'd sorted out the bills and the invoices and filled in Joseph's tax returns. Sandy could remember her sitting at the table every month, going through the bank statements, frowning when she saw how little they had to live on until the next paycheck. He found the key and unlocked the drawer. The statements were neatly clipped together in the blue file he remembered. He looked immediately at the balance and felt a wild relief when he saw that it was in credit. He scanned back over the past 12 months. No problems. Little excess in the pot, but no debt. He wondered if Evelyn could have taken out a loan, but there was no sign of that, and the paperwork would be in the drawer too. How could I have doubted her? He thought. How could I have even considered for a minute that she would be capable of murder? He looked at his watch. It was almost 6 o'clock, and he felt suddenly ravenous. He hadn't had any lunch. He felt like celebrating. He thought he'd go down to the pier house for his supper, maybe have a couple of pints. Some of the boys might be in, and they could play cards, talk about the old times. Davy Henderson should be around. Maybe Anna had relented and let Ronald out for the evening. Then he remembered that Perez had asked him to talk to Sophie. He locked the drawer and hung up the key again, making sure everything was as it had been before. He hated the idea that his parents might know he'd been snooping. On the way to Simbister, he stopped by the bod. The pier house would be quiet this early, and they'd have the chance to talk. It wasn't such a chore. Sophie was good company. She had a knack of making every man she was with feel special, attractive. He wondered whether he could persuade her to open up. If he'd made more effort to get to know Hattie, perhaps she'd have felt able to confide in him too. But when he knocked on the door, there was no answer. He looked inside. All the archaeological equipment was still there in a heap at one end of the living room, but Sophie's personal belongings seemed to have gone. In the pier house, Cedric was behind the bar staring into space. He'd looked the same age since Sandy had been a boy, but recently he seemed to have got older. His responses were slower. "Have you seen the lassie from the bod?" Cedric turned his head to look at Sandy. "Aye, she was in earlier. She took the ferry out. I was down at the pier to meet Jean. Sophie was all loaded up like a pack horse with that huge rucksack. She seemed pleased to be away." Sandy phoned Perez and told him what had happened. Perez went very quiet, but he didn't seem to think Sandy was to blame for allowing the girl to leave. It occurred to Sandy that Hattie might be travelling to Aberdeen on the same ferry as Sophie, but she'd be in the anonymous transit van that the undertaker used to carry bodies for post-mortem, and Sophie would be in the bar. Chapter 35. When Perez arrived back in Lerwick, he called into his office. It had a sleepy feel. Most of his team were taking Easter leave. He phoned the fiscal secretary and learned she'd be in a meeting for most of the afternoon. He made an appointment to see her first thing the following morning. He was looking forward to getting home early, sticking some clothes in the washing machine, cooking a meal for himself. In the meantime, He began to wonder about the best way to track down the nationality of Berglund's family. Although he'd planned a quiet evening at home, when he got there, he couldn't relax. He found it impossible to stop thinking about Sophie, rerunning in his head the conversation on the cliff by the golf course. She was right about the note. Of course, not all suicides left notes, but Hattie was a writer. If she were planning to kill herself, she'd have written a considered letter to Gwen James explaining what she was doing. There wouldn't have been a panicky phone call. Suddenly, he wanted this over. Soon, Fran would be home. He didn't want her to arrive back in the middle of an investigation to find him distracted and exhausted. In the end, he ran himself a bath. His bathroom was thin and narrow, the bath old and deep with scarred enamel. The room, filled with steam and condensation, ran down the window. It didn't matter. The house was damp anyway. What difference would it make? He lay back, trying to let go of the case, but the possible scenarios, the shifting relationships, swirled into his head and out again. He was half asleep. A dance to the music of time. Who had written that? He saw the Whalsay folk, past and present, waltzing in and out of his consciousness. A Norwegian sailor and a screwed-up young archaeologist, an ambitious businesswoman and an old man disabled by a stroke. How did they all fit together? He shut his eyes and felt he was floating towards a solution. The phone rang. He wanted to leave it, to continue with his thoughts, but it could be Fran. He'd found it difficult to talk to her, away from his own surroundings, and now he was desperate to hear her voice. He climbed out and grabbed a towel. He always thought his house on the shore gave him privacy, but he'd been caught out before when a canoeist or sailor floated close to his window. The phone stopped just before he reached it. She would leave a message, he thought, and he'd call her straight back before she rushed out to meet her friends at some experimental piece of theatre, some gallery opening or smart restaurant. But when he pressed 1571 to pick up the message, he heard quite a different woman's voice. It was Val Turner, the local authority archaeologist. "Jimmy, I've got an initial report back on the Whalsay bones. I'll be in the office for half an hour if you want to give me a ring." He went back into the bathroom, but now the water seemed grey and uninviting, his contemplations ridiculous. He pulled out the plug and got dressed. Instead of phoning Val back immediately, he called Fran's mobile. There was no reply, and he left the message. When he rang Val, she picked up her phone straight away. "You've just caught me, Jimmy. I was just about to leave." "Have you got time to meet up? I'd be happy to buy you dinner. A thank you for rushing through the analysis of the bones." After all, he thought, he needed company. It would do him no good to sit in on his own, brooding. And he still had questions about the dig. The laundry could wait for another day. "Ah," she said, "you don't know the favours I've had to call in to get that done so quickly. I've never known it happen in under 6 weeks. I owe you then. Shall we see if they can squeeze us into the museum?" "Fine," she said. "Half an hour?" She was there before him, in the upstairs restaurant, sat at a table for two looking over the water. It was only just starting to get dark. The nights were drawing out. She was sitting over a glass of white wine, and there was another for him. "I didn't get a bottle," she said. "I'm driving, and I presume you are too. Is that okay?" "Of course." "Now, the bones." She grinned. She knew how much he needed the information. "Just tell me, how old are they?" "Most are old," she said. "How old?" "Given the unusual circumstances, I sent 4 pieces of bone for dating. 3 of them returned dates that fell between 1465 and 1510, and it's probably one individual, not several people, so they're not contemporary.
They can't have anything to do with the recent deaths in Whalsay. The age fits in perfectly with Hattie James's theory about the building. 15th century, like the coins. So, not the dead Norwegian. Is that old story from Mima's youth just a distraction? Val Turner was still speaking. I wish I'd been able to tell her. Perhaps if she'd known absolutely that she was right about the age and the status of the house, she wouldn't have killed herself. If she did kill herself, Perez thought. But he didn't say anything. It would take one chance remark to start a rumour. It suited him fine for the time being if people thought Hattie's death was suicide. Then he took in the importance of Val's first words. You said most of the bones were old. What did you mean by that? There's one piece that seems more recent than the rest. I've asked them to check it. It's probably an error. She seemed suddenly aware of the effect her words had on him. Really, it happens. You shouldn't take it too seriously. Do you know the whereabouts on the site it was found? I'll be able to check. Hattie was a meticulous record-taker. I'll talk to Sophie. Sophie's gone home, Perez said. Then I suppose she's left the paperwork with Evelyn. How well did you know Hattie? He asked. I'd met her several times, obviously, Val said. The dig's part of postgrad research, but it's on my patch. Ultimately, it's my responsibility that it's carried out to a professional standard. What will happen in Setter now? I'm hoping the university will take it on, make a large-scale project of it. We'd certainly support that. Whalsay would be a good place to have a reconstruction open to the public. There's some enthusiastic local volunteers. Evelyn. You know her? Yes, she's a dream to work with. It's amazing the way she's found her way around the grant system. I understood Joseph Wilson wasn't so keen to have the dig on Setter land, and he's the new owner. Really? Val didn't seem too bothered. Perhaps she thought Evelyn would always get her way. What's the next step in the process? Public consultation, Val said, and Evelyn's taken care of that too. She's planning an event in the community hall in Linby to explain about the coins and the remains to the island. Next week. She asked if we could host it here in the museum, but we wouldn't have time to organise it. Will you be able to come along? Fran will be back by then, he thought. It might be something she'd enjoy. Why the rush? He asked. Val laughed. Evelyn doesn't really do patient. Doesn't it seem a little tasteless, so soon after Hattie James's death? The idea is that it'll be a memorial for her too, a celebration of her work. Evelyn's invited her mother, the MP. Has Gwen James agreed to come? Perez was surprised. The woman had refused to come to Shetland when her daughter had first died. Why would she turn out for something so public? But perhaps that was the point. The public domain was where she felt most comfortable. Apparently. Perez looked out over the water, where examples of traditional Shetland boats were moored. He thought they could be in a ship themselves here, something large and grand, one of the cruise ships that put into the islands in the summer. Is she expecting Paul Berglund back? Presumably. Now Sophie's gone, he's the only person left to represent the university. I need to be sure the site's going to be properly written up. That's down to him. They sat for a moment in silence. What did you make of Hattie? Perez asked. You must have met her a few times. She was very bright, passionate, meticulous. She would have had a brilliant future in archaeology. Val broke off as the food arrived. This is going to sound really sexist, but I thought she needed a man in her life, someone to share things with, someone to stop her taking herself too seriously.
Perez said nothing.
There's something else, though,
Val went on.
something about the bones. The bones that were accurately dated. It'll fascinate you.
He looked up. His thoughts were elsewhere. Back in Whalsay, with a beautiful young woman lying in a trench close to where those ancient bones had lain for centuries. Val didn't seem to notice.
They're part of the body of a man. We found enough of the pelvis to establish the gender. He didn't die a natural death. He was murdered, killed by a stab wound. That's what it looks like, at least. The ribs have shattered. We'd not have been able to tell from the skull. We'll never know why he was killed, of course. Though it's fun to guess.
Now he was starting to be interested. What do you think might have happened?
Hattie's theory was that a local man took over the role of merchant in Whalsay. He'd suddenly acquire wealth, status. I'd guess that wouldn't make him very popular with his neighbours.
You think he was killed so people could steal from him?
That, she said, or because they were jealous of him. They were poor and he was rich. Envy, the green-eyed monster. Perhaps that was what finished him off.
Val Turner hurried away as soon as the meal was finished, but Perez stood for a moment outside before driving home. Through the long plate glass windows, he could see the reconstruction of the top of a lighthouse that stood in the museum, the huge glass dome and the workings. Once, the flashing beams had guided ships away from a rocky shore. Throw some light my way, he thought. But he felt he was groping towards a solution. Being away from Whalsay had given him some perspective, and the conversation with Val had brought an even sharper focus. Chapter 36. Sandy made no attempt to move back to Utra, even though his room was free. He even took it upon himself to milk Mima's cow. Early in the morning and late in the afternoon, he would sit on the box in the shed, wipe the udders with the cloth he'd brought out from the house, and watch the liquid squirt into the bucket. After the first few tries, with his father watching and grinning, it had come easily to him. Maybe it was like riding a bike, he thought. One of those skills that once you learned, you never forgot. He remembered Mima teaching him when he was a child, laughing at his first tentative attempts to get milk to come.
You'll need to be firmer than that, boy. Squeeze and pull. He'll not come off in your hands. That's more like it.
It had been one of the few things he'd managed better than Michael. Sitting here this morning, the smell was exactly the same. Cow and muck and the rich, sweet smell of the new milk. There was the same sense of achievement, too, when the pail was full. Later, he took the churn round to Utra. His father was out on the hill. Sandy could see him in the distance as he walked down the track to the house. Evelyn was in the kitchen at the table, poring over sheets of paper. More lists. He'd thought all that was over after the funeral, but now it seemed she had other plans. There was something else for her to organise. At first she didn't talk about it. She took the milk and poured half into a jug to go in the fridge. The rest she set to stand in the kitchen.
I thought I'd make some soft cheese, she said. Do you mind, Sandy? We used to make it when you were bairns.
What's all this? He asked, nodding towards the paper, the ruled columns, the round handwriting.
We're having a do in the Linby Hall, she said, a sort of memorial for Mima and Hattie, and to give folk a chance to see the silver coins and hear about the project. The press will be interested too. I can organise the catering.
Sandy thought that was his mother all over. Once she'd made up her mind about something, there could be no delay. It had to happen immediately. The timing seemed in poor taste to him. What was the hurry?
What does my father say about it? He thinks it's a good idea.
Really? Sandy was astonished. The last he'd heard, Joseph hadn't even wanted the dig on Setter land. Wouldn't all these visitors want to see where the coins had been found? His father was a private man. He would hate all the fuss and the disruption to his routine.
He understands how much it means to me.
Her face shut down with that closed, obstinate look she could have sometimes. He knew there was no point questioning it. She shuffled the papers into a pile and slipped them into a clear plastic envelope. He thought again she should have had a career of her own, a business to use up all that energy. She looked up at Sandy.
And are you planning to get back to Lerwick?
I'm not sure, he said vaguely. I've got some leave to take.
So you'll be here for the evening when we show off the coins. I was thinking Friday would be a good day. It's fine that you'll be here. Hattie's mother is going to come. It'll be nice for her to see a friendly face. Can I put you down to meet her at the airport?
Does she know what she's letting herself in for? She's not even buried her daughter yet. Sandy thought these island events could be daunting for anyone. He couldn't face them without a couple of drams and a few cans in his belly. He remembered Gwen James in her London flat, chain-smoking, guilt-ridden. How would she deal with the curious islanders, the intrusive questions? Then he remembered she was a politician and probably capable of putting on a show.
I spoke to her this morning, Evelyn said. She said she wanted to see where Hattie died.
Would she rather not do that without an audience?
I explained what we were planning.
The stubborn tone had returned.
It was her decision. She didn't have to agree.
But it would suit Evelyn's purpose, Sandy thought, to have the woman there. An MP, something of a celebrity, to give the Setter project a bit of credibility, almost a touch of glamour. Sometimes he was shocked by how ruthless his mother could be. She would make a fine politician herself.
I've booked her a room at the Pier House, Evelyn went on. I said she could stay here, but she didn't want to put us out.
At least, Sandy thought, the woman would have her own space to escape to. He wondered if Perez knew what his mother had planned and what he would make of it. "Who else have you invited?" he asked.
"Everyone who's been involved with the dig. Paul Berglund, of course."
"Will he come?"
"I'm not sure. He said he might have other commitments."
"I bet he has."
"But I've talked to his head of department at the university and said how important we feel it is for him to be there."
Sandy found himself grinning. His mother could be as persuasive as a bulldozer. Where had this drive and nerve come from? "And what did the university say?"
"They were sure Professor Berglund would find time in his diary for such an important occasion, especially as it would be dedicated to one of his students."
Evelyn looked up and caught his eye. For a brief moment, they shared the conspiratorial laughter.
"I'd have liked Sophie to be there," Evelyn said. "Did you hear that she'd gone south?"
"Aye, I had heard that."
"It was all very sudden. She didn't even drop in here to say goodbye, and that seems kind of rude. I don't suppose you have an address for her. Her mobile phone number?"
"No, Mother, I don't." His mother seemed about to press the point, but thought better of it.
"I suppose the Cloustons will be there," she said. "You can never keep Jackie away from any sort of party."
Sandy went out onto the hill to look for his father. Walking over the heather, he thought the week in Whalsay had made him a bit fitter. He didn't feel the strain in his legs or that dreadful heaving in his lungs that came sometimes when he followed his father up the hill. In town, he never walked anywhere, and he lived off takeaway food. He thought with longing of sweet and sour pork, the batter all crispy, the sauce rich and thick with sugar and pineapple. What was so great about feeling fit? He found Joseph squatting over a dead newborn lamb. It had already been picked over by ravens and hooded crows.
"It was tiny," Joseph said. "It was never going to survive. Maybe the smallest of twins."
He straightened and looked along the ridge of the hill. "I thought you'd be away back to Lerwick, now the funeral's over." "Perez said I should take some leave. I've got plenty owing, and I can't carry it forward after the end of April." "Your mother will be pleased to have you round." "Yeah, right." "Really?" Joseph said seriously. "She misses you." "She misses Michael right enough." But he couldn't help feeling pleased, and hoped it was true. "What's all this about a big do in the hall to show off the project at Setter?" Joseph didn't answer immediately. Sandy thought he was choosing his words carefully. For a moment, his father reminded him of Jimmy Perez. "Do you fancy a coffee?" Joseph said. "Your mother made up a flask for me." He pulled a thermos from his pocket, then took off his coat and laid it on the grass. They sat together, both looking northeast up the island. "Couldn't you talk her out of it?" Sandy took a swig from the cup they were sharing. The coffee was strong and very sweet. "I didn't try too hard," his father said. "You know how she is once her mind is made up." "She always listens to you." "Not this time." "I don't want her to make a fool of herself." Sandy's voice came out louder than he'd expected. The wind flicked the words away and he could hear the panic in them, the underlying thought, "I don't want her to make a fool out of me." "Oh, between us, I think we can keep her under control." There was an attempt at humour, but it didn't quite work. Joseph's words were serious and matter-of-fact. "Is anything wrong, Dad? Anything I can help with?" For a second, Sandy thought his father would confide in him. A curlew called, and in the distance he could hear the barking sound of a raven. Then Joseph screwed the cap back on the flask and stood up. "What could be wrong? We're all upset because of the accidents. 2 deaths, terrible bad luck. There's nothing wrong between your mother and me." Sandy remembered his last conversation with his father at Setter. Then Joseph had spoken of the deaths as more than terrible bad luck. He knew his father was lying, but he was grateful for the lie. If his parents were having problems, Sandy didn't really want to know. They were on their way back to Utra, walking at a stiff pace down the hill, so Sandy could feel his breath coming in tight little bursts when Joseph spoke again. "I was thinking maybe your mother has been right about Setter. Perhaps we should consider selling it." Sandy stopped in his tracks and bent over. It was as if someone had thumped him in the stomach, winding him. His father didn't seem to notice. Now he'd started talking. It seemed he couldn't stop. "We're neither of us getting any younger. We need to think about the future. What do I need with another house? Neither you nor Michael will ever live there. I've taken most of the Setter land into Utra anyway. It's only a building." He realised that Sandy wasn't with him and stopped for him to catch up. "But I'll not sell it to Robert," he went on. His voice was defiant. He shouted his words into the wind. "I'll not sell it to that rich bastard so he can put his fancied daughter in there. We'll do as your mother says. We'll offer it to the Amenity Trust. They can make a museum out of it. Something to the memory of Mima Wilson. A house in her honour." Sandy had straightened his back. He walked down the hill towards his father. His legs felt weak, and he had to concentrate so he didn't trip. "What made you change your mind? You said you didn't want strangers walking all over it." "It's my house," Joseph said. "I can do what I like with it." "I ken that fine. But something's made you change your mind. What's happened?" Then came the same question, and this time he hoped his father would give him the truth. "Is there anything I can do to help?" As he spoke, Sandy was still further up the hill than his father and looking down at him. Joseph wasn't an old man. He was wiry and strong. But from this perspective, suddenly he seemed small. "No," Joseph said at last. "There's nothing you can do to help." Chapter 37. Perez spent most of the day in the office, glad of the routine, the familiar paperwork. He spoke to a local historian who'd written a book on the Shetland bus and put in a call to the Norwegian embassy. Later he had a meeting with the fiscal. They drank tea in her office, discussed depression and date rape as they sipped Earl Grey and nibbled shortbread biscuits. The horrors of her work never seemed to affect her. "Well, I think we can put the girl's death down to suicide now," the fiscal said. "She must have been under considerable stress, working with a man who had once assaulted her. She even used his knife to kill herself. That works for me as a final communication to him and to us. She held him responsible for her misery. And now you say she discussed the rape with her colleague just before she disappeared. That confirms our original decision." Perez could see it would make life easier for Rona Lang if they could tidy away Hattie's death like that. 2 tragedies on Whalsay, 1 accident, 1 suicide, only connected in that Mima's death had made Hattie feel lonelier and even more depressed. He sat for a moment in silence. The fiscal waited. She hadn't been in Shetland long, but she was used to his ways, and she was a patient woman when she had to be. Eventually, though, she'd had enough. "Well, don't you agree?" "I think there was more to it than that. I don't understand why she should phone me if she intended to kill herself. There was something she wanted to tell me, something about Mima's killing." "You believe she was murdered?" There was something close to ridicule in the fiscal's question. "Almost certainly." "Are you sure emotion isn't getting in the way here, Jimmy? Guilt, perhaps, because you didn't do a proper search of Setter when you had the chance?" "I believe both women were killed," he said. "I just can't prove it yet." "I can't dither over a decision for much longer," she said. "No." "How long do you need?" Dithering was bad for a politician's reputation, but so was making the wrong call on a suspicious death. She set her cup carefully on its saucer. "How long do you need, Jimmy? I can't keep the case open indefinitely." "Somebody knows what's been going on there," he said. "And not just the murderer. In one of the houses in Whalsay, a friend or a relative is keeping a secret. It's that sort of place." "So, how long, Jimmy? I really can't give you more than a few days." "I hope," he said. "That's all I need." "You have a suspect in mind?" He nodded, but he didn't speak. She looked at him with curiosity, but didn't press the point. At this stage, she didn't want to know. "If I don't have something by the end of next week, we call Hattie's death a suicide. I can't turn it into an accident, however kind that would be for her mother. Then we can get through the inquest and release the girl's body back to her family." He nodded again, but he was already preoccupied. He needed proof. He didn't have time for long conversations, for allowing the truth to emerge over time. He worked well that way, was much more patient than the fiscal, but now he'd have to make things happen. He had to precipitate a crisis. He wasn't sure how he could do that without putting other Whalsay folk at risk. On his way home, he stopped at the co-op for food, but walking down the aisles, he was still thinking of the case. The case and Fran, who was always with him. The problem with the Whalsay investigation was that so much was going on there. It was hard to unpick the actual causes and connections, like Fair Isle knitting, he thought. 4 different coloured threads tangled together in the working to make a pattern. It was difficult to follow the line of each yarn to decide how much impact each colour had on the overall effect. In the house, he poured a glass of wine, fried a salmon steak quickly on each side, drained spinach and potatoes. "Shit," he thought. "I forgot to buy a lemon." He'd finished the meal without really tasting it when there was a knock on his door. He put his plate to soak in the sink before going to answer it. Walking down the hall, there was a moment of excitement when he imagined that perhaps Fran had come home a few days early, Would he find her there, standing in the street, looking up at his window, stamping her feet impatiently, waiting for him to answer? He pictured her wrapped in her jacket against the drizzle, the blue scarf with the silver threads tied at her throat. But it wasn't Fran. It was Sandy, leaning against the frame, obviously drunk and desperate to talk. Perez stood aside to let him in. He was apologetic in the snivelling way that drunks are, if they don't become violent. "I'm sorry, Jimmy. I've let you down. But I couldn't stand it there. I had to get out." After that he became incoherent. He was red in the face, and his nose was running. Perez sat him in the living room and made him coffee. "Where have you been?" Perez's immediate fear was that Sandy had been shooting his mouth off in a bar in town, telling all the world about events in Whalsay. It was only 8 o'clock. When had he started drinking? "In the lounge with a few of the boys." He must have been sufficiently aware to see the alarm in Perez's face. "But I didn't talk about the case, Jimmy. I wouldn't do that." He slurped the coffee, pulled a face as he burned his tongue. "I just made out I was fed up being stuck out there with my folks, that I was glad to be back in town. You can't blame me for having a few drinks." "What's happened at home?" Because something must have happened. Perez could tell that. Sandy had been calm enough when he'd got back after the trip to London. He'd done well there. He'd proved the fiscal wrong. Sandy set down his mug and put his head in his hands. "I don't know," he said. "I don't know what's going on." "What time did you leave Whalsay?" Perez thought if he kept to the facts, Sandy might drop the drama and come up with a rational explanation. "This afternoon. I had a pint in the pier house, and I knew I wouldn't be able to stop at the one drink. You know how it is sometimes. I couldn't get pissed in there. Davy Henderson was coming into Lerwick, so I got a lift down with him. I phoned up a few of the boys." He looked up at Perez, belligerent and defensive at the same time. "I'm on leave. I can do what I like." "Do your parents know where you are?" "I haven't told them." "For Christ's sake, man. There've been 2 deaths on the island. They'll be frantic. Give them a ring and at least let them know you're safe. Mother will have been on the phone to Cedric trying to track me down. He'll have told her I went out on the ferry." He was sulky as a child. "That's not good enough, and you know it. Look, I don't care. This is all their fault." Perez looked at him. Earlier in the week, he'd thought Sandy had matured. The man had dealt with Gwen James with sensitivity, come back with more information about Hattie than Perez had expected. Now he was like a toddler, throwing a tantrum over a lost toy, blaming his parents for his misery. Sandy met his eye. He must have realized how disappointed Perez felt, because his tone changed. "Okay, I'll phone them." Perez carried the coffee cups into the kitchen. Through the wall, he heard Sandy's muffled voice, still defensive and angry, but he couldn't make out the words. When he returned to the room, the conversation was over. He drew the curtains and waited for Sandy to speak. That was why the man was here, after all. Why else would he have turned up on the doorstep in such a state? "My parents are going to sell Setter," Sandy said. Perez nodded. "It makes sense. They wouldn't want to leave the house standing empty. And doesn't Joseph work most of the croft anyway?" "You don't understand. My father doesn't want to sell. He hates the idea. He didn't even want the dig to go ahead. And now there's this grand do in the hall. Mother says it's about showing folk the coins found on the land, but it'll be about persuading the trust to buy the house. If the sale goes ahead, they'll be digging up all over the land, maybe even knocking down Mima's house to put up some sort of replica. And my father just says, 'Fine, go ahead.' What are you worried about, Sandy? I don't really see the problem. It's your parents' house now.
Their decision. I want to know why he changed his mind."
It came out as a shout, so loud that Perez thought the neighbours would hear through the wall.
"He's not a man to change his mind."
Perez sat still and waited for the rest.
"Someone's put pressure on him," Sandy said.
His voice was quieter but still intense. "Your mother, maybe? She's a woman used to getting her own way. Nothing sinister in that. You know how excited she is about the history."
"Not my mother. She's all bluster and talk, but he takes the decisions in the house."
"What then?"
"Blackmail," Sandy said. "I wondered if that could be it. He needs the money to pay someone off."
He looked at Perez, desperate to be told that it was a crazy idea. He was Sandy Wilson, and he got everything wrong. But Perez didn't speak for a moment. He was considering the possibility seriously. The scenario he'd dreamed up to explain the Whalsay deaths didn't involve blackmail, but perhaps it could fit in with the facts. At this point, anything was possible. "What might Joseph have done that he could be blackmailed? You're not saying he killed Mima?"
"No," Sandy said immediately. "Not that. Not deliberately." He paused. "I've been going over and over it in my head. Wild ideas, just churning round and making no sense at all. I thought the drink would give me some peace from it."
"Let's look at them then. The wild ideas."
"My father could have killed Mima by accident. A mistake. Hattie saw him and so he killed her too. You said yourself he was at Seta the night she died."
"But he was in the house the whole of the evening of Mima's death, watching television. Your mother confirmed it."
"Of course she did. She'd lie for us all."
Perez smiled. So she would.
"What's the next wild idea?" "Could the killer have mistaken Mima for Hattie? They were both small and slight, and Mima was wearing Hattie's coat. Mima was out in the field next to the dig. Hattie would have had more reason to be there."
"It's something I've thought about," Perez said.
"But what reason could your father have for killing Hattie?" "None at all. He hardly knew her. Another crazy idea."
"Pretty crazy." But Perez thought Sandy wasn't doing badly. The ideas the man had come up with had floated around in his head too.
"Anything else?"
"Nah," Sandy said. "That was about as far as I got." He gave a self-deprecating grin. "Not much of a detective, huh? Maybe I should give up policing and take up crofting after all." "I think perhaps you're overreacting about the sale of your grandmother's home. Hardly surprising. You were very fond of her."
"Things aren't right at home," Sandy said suddenly. "I hate it."
"Joseph and Evelyn are under a lot of strain. Things will sort themselves out when this is all over."
"Will it ever all be over?"
Sandy was almost sober now, but gloomy.
"I'm not sure how anyone on Whalsay will cope if we don't find out what happened."
"They'll cope if they have to," Perez said. He thought the islanders had suffered worse than this. The fracturing of a community during the 15th century, the huge storm that had killed half the male population of Whalsay at the end of the 19th century, when boats out to the fishing had capsized under freak waves. The murder of the young Norwegian from the Shetland bus during the war.
But I want to know. Not for them, but for me.
He looked at Sandy.
"What are your plans for the rest of the night?"
Sandy shrugged.
"I was going to stay in town, but I'll only carry on drinking. Maybe I'll get home. It's still early. We'll get a ferry. I'll give you a lift back."
Perez looked at the man.
"That is, if you're sure you're okay to go home."
"Aye," Sandy said.
"You're right. I've been a fool. My father's not a murderer."
Perez was going to say Sandy hadn't been a fool at all, but that wasn't what the man wanted to hear. Chapter 38. Sandy stumbled down the road towards Setter. Perez had offered to take him right up to the house, but Sandy thought he'd put his boss out quite enough tonight. He'd already made a fool of himself. It was a dark, damp night, much like the one when he'd found Mima. He ignored the picture of the woman's body, hardly more than a pile of cloth-covered bones lying in the rain that forced its way into his head, tried to concentrate instead on avoiding the potholes and not falling flat on his face in the mud. As he rounded the bend in the track, he saw there was a light in the house. Had he left it on? He didn't see that he could have done. It had been early afternoon when he'd gone down the island to the pier house. And this wasn't the white glow of the strip light in Mima's kitchen, with its plastic case greasy and filled with dead flies. This was flickering and red. Sandy broke into a run, and he was already wheezing when he got to the house. He opened the door, and the heat hit him, scorching his face. There was thick smoke that stung his eyes and made him choke. He tried to push his brain into gear, to remember the training he'd been given in fighting fire. The blaze had started in the kitchen and still hadn't taken hold of the rest of the house. It was licking up the paint on the cupboards, and the wooden panels under the window were alight. There was a towel on the table, and he threw it over the flame on the cupboard, smothering the fire, hitting out the air from it. He filled the washing-up bowl with water and threw it over the flames by the window. There was a hissing, but the wood was still burning. He filled the bowl again. This time the fire was doused. He was left heaving for breath, his heart pounding. He heard a noise outside, a strange kind of cry like an animal in pain. He stood at the door and looked out. Anger stopped him feeling frightened, anger and stupidity. "Who is it?" he yelled. "What the fuck are you doing out there?" He wanted to hit someone, to smash in the face whoever had desecrated his grandmother's home. A figure moved out of the shadow of the cowshed. His father stood in front of him. He looked small and old. For the first time, Sandy saw how like Mima Joseph was physically. The same small frame and wiry strength. "Did you see him?" Sandy demanded. "Did you see who did this?" Joseph didn't speak. "You stay here," Sandy said. "The fire hasn't long started and there wasn't a car. I might catch him." "It was me." Something in his father's voice stopped Sandy short. He'd started to move down the track, but now he turned back. "What are you saying?" Sandy was still wearing his jacket and felt bulky, huge even, looking out at his father. "I set fire to your grandmother's house." They stared at each other. Sandy knew he should make sense of this, but he couldn't. Even when he was sober as a judge, he would never make sense of it. The drizzle had stopped, and there was a faint, fat moon showing through the mist. "I don't want to go inside," Sandy said. "Not with the kitchen the way it is." He walked round to the back of the house, past the dig to the dike, looking over the loch. The moonlight was reflected on the water. He didn't look behind him, but he knew his father was following. They leaned against the dike to talk, not looking at each other. Sandy had questioned suspects in his time. It was a part of the job he enjoyed. When he was taking statements from offenders or witnesses, he was the boss, in control. It wasn't like that for much of his life. Now he wished his father would take the lead, but Joseph just stood there in silence. "Why would you do that?" Sandy asked at last. Not loud, not in his bossy police voice, but with a kind of desperation. "Why would you set fire to your own house?" "Because I couldn't face anyone else living there." "Is this to do with that Norwegian?" A sudden idea. If he weren't still a bit pissed, Sandy didn't think he'd have had the nerve to bring the subject up. "What do you know about him?"
I know that your father found him in bed with your mother, took him outside and shot him. There isn't much else to know, Joseph said, and then, in a quiet voice, and I'm not even sure that story's true. But Sandy wasn't ready to listen to that. How did you find out about it? He demanded. Did Mima tell you when you were a boy? He wondered what it would be like to discover that your father was a murderer. How would Mima pass on that bit of information? Would she tell it as a bedtime story along with the tales of the Trows? She didn't tell me at all. Who did then? It was always going to come out, Joseph said. Sandy shot a look at him. The moonlight turned his beard and his hair to silver. You can't keep a good story like that a secret on a place like this. It was while I was at school. The little school here in Whalsay. There was a scrap. You know how boys are. Andrew Clouston came out with it then. A fit of temper, a way of hurting me. He was never much of a fighter when he was young. He was a good bit older than me, but a coward. He must have got the tale from his father, old Andy. I ran straight out of the schoolyard to ask Mother if it was true. Joseph paused. She was out here, planting neeps, her skirt hitched up and big boots on her feet. I'd been running and I was red, my face all covered with tears and snot. Why didn't you tell me my dad was a murderer? I shouted it out at her. She straightened her back and looked at me. I'm not sure that he was. Joseph looked up at Sandy. I was angry, as angry as you are now. I started screaming at her, asking what she meant. She stayed very calm. They took the man away, she said. I was never certain what happened to him, and your father would never discuss it. I hoped they took him across to Luna, maybe beat him up a bit. I never knew he was dead, even when the stories started. I should have told you, but I hoped you wouldn't have to find out. And she carried on, shaking the seed down the row, her shoulders bent, and her eyes on the soil. Did she ever talk to you about it properly? Later that evening, she'd had a couple of drams. She talked about the Norwegian. They called him Per. I never knew his second name. He was tall and blond, and he treated me kindly. Your father was an exciting man, but he was never kind to me. That was what she said. Where did they bury him? Sandy asked. I don't know. I told you. She didn't even know he was dead. We didn't discuss it. You must have thought about it. The mist had cleared even more, and now there were just a few threads of cloud flying in front of the moon. It was so light, it felt like the simmered dim of a midsummer night. When I was a teenager, I got it into my head that the Norwegian could have been my father, Joseph said. I heard things about my real dad I didn't like so much. There were stories he beat Mima up, but the Norwegian couldn't have been my father. The dates don't work. I wasn't born in the war. And you look so like Jerry, Sandy thought, remembering the photo that stood in Setter. You couldn't be anyone else's child. Do you think your father was drowned at sea? Sandy asked. The question came into his head unbidden. Now Joseph turned. That's what I was always told, he said. I don't understand why you have to get rid of Setter, Sandy said. Was he being stupid? Too thick to understand? Why now, when you were so set against selling it, when you hate the idea so much that you're prepared to set fire to it to get the insurance instead of selling it on? Because it seemed to Sandy that money must come into it somehow.
Money was always important in Whalsay.
"That's not my story to tell," Joseph said. "You'll have to ask your mother about that. Now come home. You can't stay in Setter the state that it's in." "I'll tell Mother it was me," Sandy said. "A chip pan. She knows I was drinking."
Joseph didn't say anything. He put his arm around his son's shoulder, and they walked together back to Utra. Chapter 39. Sandy had to suffer a lecture from Evelyn the next morning about the evils of drinking and frying chips in the middle of the night.
"You could have been killed. You could have burned the house to the ground."
He thought about his father and made a pretense of looking contrite. He hadn't slept well. The amount he'd had to drink, you'd have thought he'd be out like a light, but ideas had been churning round in his head all night. He'd tried to rerun the conversation with his father. The earlier part of the evening he remembered fine, drinking in the bars in Lerwick, his arm round the shoulders of that fat lassie, the one married to the soothmuther who worked in the canning factory, then turning up like a fool on Perez's doorstep. He'd been pretty sober by the time they got back to Whalsay. At least, he thought he had been. But the details of finding the fire, standing with Joseph in the moonlight by the loch, all that seemed harder to pin down. It was as if he'd dreamed it all. Perhaps he didn't want to remember the way his father had been last night. Evelyn put a bacon sandwich and a mug of coffee in front of him. Joseph was already out. He'd been gone when Sandy got up.
"Will you not sit down and have some breakfast with me?" he asked.
His mother was busy with 3 things at once, as usual. She buzzed round the kitchen like a bluebottle trapped in a jar.
"I had my breakfast hours ago."
"Then just sit down and have a coffee." She looked at him strangely, but she did as he said.
"Why has my father changed his mind about selling Setter?"
He realised it made sense. What would he want with an old house?
Sandy recognised the tone. She was all bluster and bravado, like some teenage lad who'd stolen a car and driven it into a ditch. Sandy shook his head.
"He loves the place. He grew up there. He doesn't want it full of strangers."
"That's sentiment," Evelyn said. "You can't eat sentiment."
"He said you'd tell me what this was all about."
She paused for a beat, stared at him sadly for a moment.
"Oh, Sandy, you're the last person I could tell."
It was as if she'd slapped him in the face. The phone rang then, and his mother went to answer it. She came back frowning.
"That was your Auntie Jackie. She wants to know if you could go up to the big house. Andrew's fidgeting to talk to you, she says."
"Aye. Why not? I'll walk over."
He knew he was a coward, but he couldn't wait to get out of the house. Walking up the track to the Clouston place, he did feel better. There was a wheat ear bouncing along the stone wall, and skylarks singing in the field beyond. He found Jackie in the kitchen. The table was full of clutter, bags of flour, sugar and oats, tins of syrup and treacle.
"You look busy. Is this for something special?"
"Evelyn's asked me to do some baking for her grand do in the hall," Jackie said. "I thought I'd make a start today. Anna's helping me out."
Then Sandy saw that Anna Clouston was there too, sitting in the corner. She was breastfeeding the baby. You couldn't see exactly what was going on because she was wearing a loose jumper, but he felt embarrassed just the same, felt his face colour. He turned away. "As you see," Anna said, "I'm not helping very much at the moment."
"I've told her she should give the bairn a bottle."
Jackie began to beat together a lump of butter and some sugar.
"He might start to sleep at night. He's probably starving." "He's fine," Anna said. "He won't be a baby for long. I don't mind a bit of disturbance for a while. I don't mind putting myself out for my child."
The implication was clear. She thought Jackie was selfish. Sandy thought this was how women fought, with civilized words carrying poison. "Where's Andrew?" Because it had come to him that the room seemed quite different, and that was because of his uncle's absence. Andrew usually sat in his chair by the stove, a permanent fixture, like the shiny American fridge and the china dog on the dresser. Huge and imposing, he seldom spoke, but somehow made his presence felt. "He's in the lounge. We're having one of the bedrooms decorated, and I've asked him to clear out some junk. He's found some photos, and thought you might be interested. Go on through." Andrew was sitting in one of the big armchairs with his back to the view. There was a pile of photograph albums on the coffee table in front of him. He looked up when he heard Sandy come into the room and smiled. He didn't speak. Sandy found it hard to imagine him as a boy, scrapping with Joseph in the school playground. He had fought with words too, Sandy thought, like the women battling in the kitchen over a baby barely a month old. "You remember, Jerry?" Sandy said. "My grandfather, Jerry Wilson." Andrew screwed up his face in concentration. "I don't remember so much these days." The words came out as a series of stutters. Sandy looked at him. He thought the lack of memory could be kind of convenient. "But you told me the story about him killing the Norwegian man during the war." Andrew frowned and nodded. "How did he die?" He'd asked Joseph the same question, but had no real answer. "He was killed in an accident at sea. He was out fishing with my father. There was a storm, a freak wave that turned the boat over. He was drowned. But your father was saved. He was a stronger swimmer, and he got hold of the upturned boat. He tried to hold on to Jerry Wilson, but he lost his grip." "Are you sure that's true? It wasn't just another of the island stories? You know how that happens. People make things up, like the stories you told about my grandfather being a murderer." There was a moment while they stared at each other. Sandy could hear the gulls on the roof and the sheep on the grass by the shore. "This isn't a made-up story," Andrew said. "I was there when your grandfather died." "You would have been a child." "I was 10 years old enough to go fishing with my father. We just had the small boat then." "How did you survive when my grandfather didn't?" "Don't you see?" Andrew fixed him with his blue, staring eyes. "My father couldn't save the both of us. He chose to save me. You can't blame him for that." And Sandy supposed that was true. A man was always going to save his son ahead of his friend. "Was Jerry's body ever washed up?" "Not here. Not that I heard." "I wondered if his remains had been buried at Setter." Sandy had been thinking about that in the night. It was one explanation for his father's reluctance to let the place go. Andrew looked up at him. "No, I never heard anything like that." "Shall we look at these photos, then?" "Aye, why not?" But Sandy was still haunted by thoughts of the past, of buried secrets. "Did you ever hear what they did with the dead Norwegian?" Andrew didn't respond. "The Norwegian who came over with the bus," Sandy said. He found himself becoming frustrated again by Andrew's slowness. He wondered how Jackie and Ronald managed to keep so patient. "Mima's lover, what happened to him?" Andrew said nothing. Sandy remembered the sort of man he'd once been, big and loud, easy to rouse to anger. Mima had once said, "Andrew Clouston has a tempestuous nature, like a storm at sea." Sometimes she came out with things like that. There was no sign of Andrew's tempestuousness now. Sandy thought he was more like a boat with a bust engine, becalmed and useless. "Let's look at the photos," Sandy said, giving up the struggle to force an answer. He opened the album and recognized the first picture straight away. It was the one from the wall in Mima's bedroom, with the women who were carrying peat and knitting at the same time. "Do you know them, Andrew? Who are they?" For the first time since he'd come into the room, Andrew seemed aware of what was happening. He pointed to the woman on the left. "I know her. That's your grandmother." "Not Mima. She was never a knitter." No. Andrew was frustrated by his lack of fluency. "Evie. They called her Evie. She was Evelyn's mother." And now Sandy could see the likeness. He'd only known his maternal grandmother as an old woman, but the family resemblance was there. He could see Evelyn in the woman's sturdy build, the determined look on her face. "This is where I come from," he thought. Andrew had lost interest in the picture and turned the page of the album. He stared at the next photograph, seemed completely lost in his memories. "Who's that then, Andrew? Is it someone you recognise?" Sandy moved closer to the man so he could get a better look at the book. The picture was of two men, standing with their arms around each other's shoulders, grinning out at the camera. They wore elaborate hand-knitted jerseys, baggy trousers and caps. The sun must have been in their eyes because they were squinting. Sandy thought it had been taken on the shore at Linby, because he recognised the bit of dry stone wall in the background. "Who is it, Andrew?" he said again. When there was no immediate reply, "Is one of them your father?" "That's my father." The older man stuck a finger onto one of the figures. "That must have been taken when I was very young. That's Jerry Wilson." Sandy could see now that the man on the right was his grandfather. There was the same quirky smile as in the photo that had stood in Mima's kitchen. He thought now it looked a bit cruel. This was a man who might make fun of you, so it sounded like teasing but was hurtful all the same. A picture of two friends who had gone fishing and only one came back, with his 10-year-old son. "I should get home," Sandy said. "My mother will be sending out search parties. Thank you for showing me the pictures." Is that all he wanted me to see? Sandy thought. Is this why he dragged me up here? Or was it all Jackie's idea? Maybe she wanted to do her baking in peace. Sandy took his arm and helped Andrew out of the chair. If I ever get like this, I hope they shoot me, or I have the courage to throw myself over a cliff. But he never thought he would get like that. He was young, and the idea was unthinkable. The old man moved slowly to the corner window. From there they could see Setter, and beyond the house, the trenches of the dig. "They never buried that Norwegian man there," Andrew said. "They took his body out to sea in Jerry Wilson's boat, and they threw him overboard. That's what my father told me." Chapter 40. Thursday morning. Perez shaved carefully. The bathroom was cold and he wiped condensation from the mirror to check it was properly done. This was a special day. Fran would be home. He would meet her and Cassie from the airport and take them back to Ravenswick. He felt nervous and excited, as if there were something illicit in this meeting, as if he already had a wife and Fran was his mistress. He couldn't understand it, especially as he knew he wouldn't spend the evening with her. Later, after dropping them home, he'd have to go to Whalsay. The Whalsay trip was work and unavoidable. Fran would understand that. Work was important to her, too. She wouldn't have a tantrum and make a scene, but she wouldn't put herself out for him either. She wouldn't wait up for him with a bottle of champagne and sexy underwear. There was no guarantee he'd be back that evening. She'd learned that when he was working, There were nights when he didn't get home. She'd take herself off to bed, and when he joined her, if she was asleep, he wasn't sure he'd wake her. He wasn't sure he had that right. Perez thought today would mark the end of the investigation, one way or another. He'd woken to fog, so he couldn't see beyond the Victoria Pier from his living room window, and his first thought was that the planes would be cancelled and there would be no way in for Fran or Gwen James. The star of Evelyn's show would be absent, and Perez would have another day to wait for the woman he adored. Then, in a matter of minutes, in the time it took to make a pot of tea, the sun had burned the cloud away, and now the weather was perfect, clear and sunny and warm, as most days in midsummer. Eating his breakfast, he saw a puffin flying low over the water, the first of the season. He thought he should see it as a good omen, but he still felt jittery. In his office, he took a phone call from Val Turner. "Jimmy, just to let you know that I'm going into Whalsay this morning. I'll see you in the community hall this evening. It's all set." He tried to make an appointment to talk to the fiscal, but she'd taken a couple of days' leave at short notice. There was no explanation, and he realised again how little people knew about her. She managed her privacy in a way that nobody else of note in Shetland could. Although he didn't like her much, Perez felt isolated. He missed Sandy's blundering presence too. In previous cases he'd had Roy Taylor from Inverness to share responsibility and anxiety with. It hadn't always been an easy relationship, but Perez had valued Taylor's bluntness, his common sense. "I take my work too seriously," he thought. "I make everything complicated. I need someone else to set me straight and keep things real." Later he phoned Sandy's mobile and heard Evelyn's voice giving orders in the background before Sandy even spoke. "How are things? It's a madhouse here. You'd think my mother was hosting the bloody Oscars, not a history lecture in the Linby Community Hall." Perez was just about to say that he'd see Sandy that evening, but the Whalsay man continued talking. "I went to see Andrew yesterday. According to him, that Norwegian wasn't buried at Setter at all. After he was killed, they took him out in a boat and dropped him over the side." "You said they took him out in the boat," Perez said. "Who are they? And if that's true, what is the fragment of more recent bone Val Turner says they found at Setter?" "I'm not sure. I think it was Jerry Wilson and Andrew's father. They were friends, close friends." Sandy paused. "Andrew's father was out with Jerry when he drowned." There was a silence. Perez waited for Sandy to continue, could almost hear the strain over the phone as his colleague struggled to find the right words. "Andrew was there too," Sandy went on. "He was 10 years old. It sounds as if that was why Jerry didn't make it. Andrew's father couldn't get them both back, and chose to save his son." Perez had planned to have a late lunch in the bar of the Sombra House Hotel. He would rather wait there than in the airport. It always looked desperate being in the airport too early, desperate or neurotic. But driving past the runway, he took a detour to Grutness, the jetty where the Good Shepherd, the Fair Isle mailboat, put in. Today was boat day, and if he were quick, he'd have time for a word with his father and some of the other boys in the crew before they set off back to the Isle. The Perez family had run the mailboat for as long as anyone could remember. When Jimmy had been growing up, his grandfather had been skipper. Now it was his father's turn. Perez wondered who would take it over when his father came to retire. He arrived at the pier just as the men were loading the boat. There was a car to go on. It was being winched into position as Perez drove down the road. The boxes of supplies for the shop were already in the hold. A couple of passengers stood waiting to be allowed on board, an elderly bird-watcher with binoculars round his neck, and a young woman whom Perez recognised. He thought she worked at the observatory. Although he couldn't make out her words, He could tell she was joking with the crew. She had long, black hair, curly and unruly. She threw back her head and laughed. When he got out of his car, his father jumped ashore. His hair was still dark, and he was fit and strong, but his face looked older, as if it didn't belong to his body. "Well, Jimmy, are you coming home with us?" He could never tell what his father was thinking. There always seemed to be an element of recrimination or challenge in his words. Now, Perez wondered if he was implying that he didn't get home often enough, or that he had an easy sort of job if he could decide on the spur of the moment to spend a few days with the family. He told himself he was being ridiculous, and his father had meant neither of those things. He was just asking a question. Perez was always too sensitive where his father was concerned. "No," he said. "I'm picking someone up from the airport, and I'm early." "You should get home more often," his father said. "Bring your new woman to see us." Perez had avoided taking Fran to Fair Isle. His parents had met her, but only when they came to Lerwick on their way south. Perez was worried that she'd be frightened off by their expectations, their desire that he should have a son to carry on the family name. Without a boy, he would be the last Perez in Shetland. "Aye," he said. "Maybe I will. Not over the summer. Fran will be busy with an exhibition. We'll come in the autumn." It wasn't something he could put off much longer than that. Looking at the men he'd grown up with, laughing together as they passed the boxes and the mail sacks from the pier to the boat, he had a pang of regret. That could have been him. He'd had the opportunity to take up a life on the island, but he'd turned it down. Now, it seemed a simple and tempting alternative to the evening ahead of him. He stood and watched the boat until it was out of sight. The water was calm, but there was a bank of cloud on the horizon, and soon that swallowed up the vessel. It became blurred like a ghost ship, and then it disappeared. It would take the shepherd more than 3 hours to get home. Fair Isle wasn't like Whalsay. There was no roll-on, roll-off ferry every half hour. It was the most isolated inhabited island in the UK. They'd been taught that at school. He still thought of the place as home. When he got to the airport, Sandy was already there. Early, too, scared of messing up the task of collecting Hattie's mother. He looked grey and tired, sitting at one of the tables outside the shop clutching a mug of coffee. Perez bought a coffee and a sandwich and joined him. "I can't make sense of it all," Sandy said. "You ken there's that saying about skeletons in cupboards. A family's past coming back to haunt it. That's what it means, right?" Perez nodded. "This is about bones in the land, old red bones. But I don't understand how they matter after all these years." "Red?" Perez had a fanciful picture of bones steeped in blood. "My mother says that's the colour they go when they've been in the earth for a long time." "They're like the stories you heard as a child and which stay at the back of your mind," Perez said. "Hard to forget." They went to the big glass window near arrivals and watched the plane come in, the people walking down the ladder and onto the tarmac. Fran and Cassie were among the last off, and Perez felt the quiver of anxiety in his stomach. Perhaps she wasn't there. Perhaps at the last minute she'd changed her mind and decided the city suited her better. "That's Gwen James," Sandy said, and although he couldn't remember ever seeing her on the television, Perez thought he would have picked her out from the rest of the passengers. She wore a long black coat almost to her ankles, black boots. She carried a leather hold-all, and it seemed she had no other luggage, because she walked straight past the carousel to Sandy and held out her hand. Perez had spoken to her the evening before and wanted to introduce himself, but at that point he was distracted by the sight of Fran and Cassie getting off the plane. Fran was grinning and waving like crazy. He waved back, tried not to beam like a madman. There was something about her not quite as he remembered. A different haircut, a new pair of baseball boots, pink and covered with sequins. He wondered if she'd wear them when he took her to Fair Isle, and what his father would make of them.
"This is my boss," Sandy was saying. "Jimmy Perez."
"We've talked on the phone." Gwen James had the same jazz singer's voice that Perez remembered.
"Are you sure you're happy with everything we've planned?" Perez couldn't understand how she could be so poised, so calm.
"I need to know what happened," she said.
"The car's outside," Sandy said awkwardly. "I'll get you back to Whalsay."
"And I'll see you again this evening, Inspector Perez."
"Oh, yes. You'll see me then."
Sandy picked up her bag and started walking quickly to the exit. Suddenly, Perez realized he was hoping to get the woman out of the terminal before Cassie bounded up to them with her chat and hugs. He didn't want to distress Gwen James with memories of Hattie as a young girl. "Oh, Sandy," Perez thought, "how you've grown up." Cassie couldn't wait for her bag to arrive. She climbed through the barrier and threw her arms around Perez's waist. As he picked her up and lifted her into the air, he saw Gwen and Sandy disappearing through the revolving door and into the car park.
"So," he said, "have you missed me?"
Then Fran came up to them too, dragging a huge suitcase laden with carrier bags, and it was she who answered.
"We haven't, have we, Cass?"
"Hardly at all."
"Yes, we have. Mum told everyone how much she missed you. She was really boring. She kept saying she wanted to come home."
"Well, we'd better get you back then, to the old house in Ravenswick."
He set Cassie on the floor and took the handle of Fran's suitcase. At that moment, he thought he'd do anything to look after this family and keep it together. He'd kill for it.
"Didn't you have to pay excess baggage on this?"
"Nah. I chatted up that pretty boy on check-in at Dice."
It was then, as they walked together towards the exit, that Perez realized that another person connected with Whalsay had been on the Aberdeen plane. Standing at the car rental counter filling in a form, frowning slightly, was Paul Bergland. Chapter 41. Anna Clouston walked up the hill towards the hall. She felt oddly liberated without the baby, lighter and light-headed. A pool of mist had gathered in the low ground by the loch, so it looked as if the hall was stranded on its own island. Even the landscape seemed different. When she opened the door, she was surprised that Evelyn was the only person there. The trestle tables had been pushed together to run along the long side of the hall, and Evelyn was covering them with white cloths, shaking the material out so they flapped like sails. Smaller tables had been set, cafe style, in the middle of the hall. The speakers would have the best chairs at one end, with a table for their notes, and there was a screen and data projector. The urn was already hissing for tea. Everything was organised and efficient. Evelyn was wearing an apron, but Anna could tell she'd dressed up for the occasion. She had green, dangly earrings, little court shoes with heels.
"What would you like me to do?"
"You can fetch me the cups and saucers from the cupboard," Evelyn said. Then,
"Sandy's picked Gwen James up from Sumborough. He gave her a tour of the island, showed her the board and the dig at Setter, the place where Hattie died. It seems kind of ghoulish, but she wanted to see it. She's in the pier house now, getting ready. He'll give her a lift up just before we start."
"Right." Anna couldn't understand how Gwen James could bear to be here. If anything had happened to her son, if he had been found in a hole in the ground like that, Anna wouldn't want to be paraded in the hall in front of staring people, all of them
Let the story pause so your spirit doesn't have
strangers. She wouldn't want to eat meringues and drink weak tea. What sort of mother could this woman be? She set the cups and saucers out close to the urn, wiping each one with a clean tea towel as she brought it out of the cupboard, just as the island women always did.
"I'm surprised you've not got more helpers," she said.
"Oh, I told Jackie I'd manage.
Joseph came along earlier to help shift the furniture.
Evelyn had moved from the tables and was pinning photos of the dig site up on the walls. One showed Hattie and Sophie both crouched at work. Hattie had looked up at the camera and smiled. Anna couldn't remember ever having seen her appear so happy. It was a good photo. She wondered who'd taken it. Ronald, maybe. He'd spent a lot of time on the dig the summer before. Evelyn went on,
Jackie says Andrew's agitated again today. She'll be in as soon as she's settled him. He won't be coming, just as well. We don't want a scene.
Anna thought Evelyn preferred it this way, completely in control and in charge. She could understand that. The door of the hall opened, and Anna saw a silhouette framed by the filtered light of the low sun behind him. Another bank of mist had come in from the sea. The figure moved further into the room, and she recognized Jimmy Perez. He seemed surprised to see Anna there. She guessed he'd hoped to catch Evelyn on her own, and now he was weighing his options and wondering how best to play the situation. Evelyn had her back to the door and hadn't seen him.
Evelyn.
The woman turned sharply.
Oh, Jimmy, you're early. We're not starting until 7.
I was hoping to catch you for a word on your own. Perhaps we could go back to Utra for a few minutes. Evelyn paused for a beat, seemed to straighten her back.
I'm afraid that's not possible, Jimmy. There's far too much to do before the other folk turn up.
Really, I think we might be better talking now. He paused. We don't want a scene later. That word again, Anna thought. Scene. What is it that they're scared of? She would have offered to go out so they could talk on their own, but knew that was the last thing Evelyn wanted. Evelyn seemed to consider. She looked quite calm.
Oh, I don't think we need worry about that, do you, Jimmy? You know I'm the last one to cause a fuss. There's no hurry. You know I'm not going anywhere.
Anna had the sense that the conversation had a meaning she didn't understand. Perez stood for a moment, then nodded. He turned and left. Once he'd gone, Evelyn lifted the hem of her apron and wiped her face with it, her only gesture of weakness. Then she bent and lifted a pile of dinner plates from the cupboard.
The cakes can go on here, she said. There should be napkins somewhere. We'll wrap them with cling film until the speeches are over.
She made no reference to the conversation between her and Perez. In the end, Anna had to admit the event was a triumph. It struck just the right note. Once Evelyn took off her apron, she became a different person, confident, knowledgeable, charming. Even the islanders were impressed. She welcomed the guests into the hall and brought the locals and the incomers together. She walked Gwen James round all the photos and talked about what a delight Hattie had been to have on the island. Such an enthusiast.
She made the history seem so real for me. I could see Whalsay through the eyes of the setter merchant. These were our ancestors, but it took an outsider to bring them to life.
When she introduced the speakers, she spoke fluently and without notes.
The untimely deaths of 2 of our project's greatest supporters is a tragedy, but we owe it to them to continue the work at Setter and to make it a success.
Anna thought if Evelyn had lived somewhere else, she could have been a great businesswoman. You could see her at the head of a board table, motivating her team. Jimmy Perez had come back. He had brought a woman with him. She was chic in an arty bohemian sort of way, small and lively. They made an unusual couple. He was very dark and impassive, and she seemed to be moving all the time, interested in everything. After a while of thinking she looked familiar, Anna recognized the woman as Fran Hunter, the artist from Ravenswick. There had been an article about her in the most recent Shetland Life, and in the arts section of a Sunday broadsheet. That could be me in a few years' time, Anna thought, and her brain began fizzing with plans for the future. There'll be features about my spinning and knitting. I'll call it the Whalsay collection and take my influences from the setter merchant's house, the design of the coins. I'll ask Ronald to help me research the costumes and jewellery of the time. Maybe we'll make enough money that he'll be able to give up the fishing. We'll run it as a family business. Suddenly, anything seemed possible. Perez stood at the back of the hall, furthest from the speakers. All the chairs had been taken, but Anna thought that was where he had chosen to be. He wanted to see everything going on in the hall. Sandy Wilson sat with Hattie's mother near the front. There was no sign of Joseph, and that surprised Anna. She'd have thought Evelyn would have dragged him along. Sandy was wearing a suit, the one he'd worn to their wedding. His face was red, and he looked uncomfortable. Anna knew Ronald would have hated all this. How grateful he'll be to me that I'd given him the excuse to stay at home. She looked forward to describing the evening to him. History was his passion, after all. She knew he'd be interested. Jackie rushed in right at the last minute, just as Evelyn was about to start speaking. Although the weather was unusually calm, Jackie had a windswept, thrown-together look that was quite unlike her. One of her nieces was a hairdresser and always came to do her hair before an evening out, but now it seemed she'd hardly had time to pull a brush through it. Anna looked at Jackie across the hall and decided there must have been another crisis with Andrew. She reflected that she should be more considerate about her parents-in-law. She shouldn't make such a fuss when Ronald went up to the big house to help out. She'd been rather a bitch about them. All these thoughts were running at the back of her head while she was listening to the presentations. She sat with a fixed look of concentration on her face, and nobody would have realised her mind was elsewhere. Though perhaps everyone is the same, she thought, and she sneaked a look at the audience and tried to picture the ideas and preoccupations of the individuals who sat in respectful silence. They clapped when each speaker sat down, but perhaps there were other images running like a film in their heads too. We think we know each other so well, but we all have our secrets. Paul Berglund went first. Anna had never met him. She'd been out giving birth when the skull had been found, and Evelyn had never introduced them. He gave a very short speech. Perhaps it was his accent, but the words seemed ungracious, almost dismissive. The university has always been delighted to support the Whalsay project, and of course it will continue to do so, despite the tragic death of Hattie James. Anna had the impression that Evelyn had been expecting more, a promise of definite funding and more PhD students, an altogether grander project. She thought the most likely thing was that the dig would be forgotten, by the university at least. Val Turner's lecture was obviously more to Evelyn's liking. There had been proper preparation, a PowerPoint presentation giving the background to the merchant's house, and an explanation of the importance of the Hanseatic League. The audience seemed to become more engaged when she described the discovery of the skull, the evidence of the shattered ribs, and when she showed off the small, dull coins in their plastic box, supported now by special polyurethane foam. I have no doubt that this will be a major site in Shetland archaeology. Anna looked at her watch. She wondered if James had taken the bottle of expressed milk. She tried him with some a little earlier in the day, and he'd seemed all right with it. More words running alongside all the others in her head. I shouldn't have left him. He's so small. Guilt, she thought. Mothers must live with it all the time. I should just get used to it. Then Jimmy Perez walked to the front of the room. Val Turner introduced him. Now Inspector Perez would like to speak to us about the tragic death of Hattie James. There was an excitement in the hall. Even the showing of the skull and the coins hadn't generated this much interest. Looking at Gwen James's sculpted, motionless face, Anna thought the woman had known this announcement was coming. She had been expecting it, waiting for it throughout the evening. The police must have warned her. Anna felt her pulse race. She too wanted to know what the police had to say. Perez stood in front of the table, leaning against it. He pushed himself forward so he was standing upright, almost to attention, and started speaking. "I'm in a position now to inform you that we are treating Hattie James's death as suspicious. She didn't commit suicide. We believe there was a witness to the murder, and we're close to making an arrest. In the meantime, we'd be grateful for continuing support and information from everyone in Whalsay." There was a moment of complete silence, then a muted hum of conversation. Anna couldn't think what Perez's words might mean. She thought the islanders were wishing Gwen James had stayed away, despite her celebrity status. They would have preferred the freedom to gossip. The evening was coming to an end. When the speeches were over, the island women had moved behind the tables to pour tea from large metal pots. The cling film had been removed from the plates, and now they were almost empty. Perez circulated around the room, talking to the locals. Or rather, he was listening to the locals, Anna thought. Whenever she caught a glimpse of him, he was silent, his gaze fixed on the speaker's face. Now, Anna just wanted to get home. Gwen James looked suddenly lost, and Sandy, more attentive than Anna had realized he could be, offered to drive her back to the pier house. Just as he was finding her coat, a couple of men who'd been outside for a smoke came back in. "Just take care out there. The fog's so thick you can hardly see your hand in front of your face. We don't want you coming off the road." And when Sandy opened the door to show Gwen James out, Anna saw they were right. She could see nothing. No lights in the other houses, never mind Shetland mainland in the distance. Chapter 42. Sandy drove at walking pace down the island towards the Pier House Hotel. He was pleased that the evening in the hall had passed without mishap. Everyone had said how well Evelyn had done to arrange it, and she'd seemed calmer than he could remember for ages. He hoped she'd be able to stay that way. Now he just had to deliver Gwen James back to her room, and perhaps he could relax. He sat bent forward, just concentrating on keeping the grass verge on each side of him and the car on the road. Gwen James was smoking. He'd been watching her throughout the evening, admiring her style, the way she held things together. He supposed she'd had the practice. A politician had to be some sort of actor. Even his mother, who was only a politician in a small way, could put on the act when it was needed. Over the years, he'd seen Evelyn put on the smile, use those easy phrases that had no meaning, when she was talking about her Whalsay projects to the important folk from Lerwick. Even when she was tired or depressed, she didn't lose the smile. As soon as they'd left the hall, he saw how hard it had been for Gwen. She pulled a cigarette out of the packet with trembling hands, and she'd been chain-smoking ever since. They hit Simbister suddenly, almost before he realised. An orange streetlight above him, and a wall on one side of the road and a pavement on the other. Then they were at the Pier House Hotel, and he found himself shaking too, a release of tension after the drive. He had expected Gwen James to go straight to her room. She'd already eaten, and he thought she'd want to be on her own. But it seemed not. "God, I need a drink. You will join me, won't you, Sandy?" The weather had kept folk in their houses, and the lounge was empty of customers. Cedric Irvin sat on a bar stool on the public side of the bar, and Jean was standing behind it. Cedric winked at Sandy. "Well?" Sandy asked. "All done," Cedric said. Sandy wanted to ask for more details, but Gwen James was standing right beside him, and Jean had already come up to serve them. "A large vodka and tonic," the politician said. "Sandy?" He asked for a beer, began to get his wallet out of his pocket. "Put it on my room bill, please." She took a seat, and waited for him to bring the drinks. He wondered if she'd treated Hattie in this bossy kind of way, generous, but used to getting what she wanted. They were on to their second drink when Berglund arrived. He must have walked at least part of the way back from the hall, because there were fine drops of moisture in his hair and on his coat. Sandy thought Berglund would have preferred not to join them, but Gwen was on her feet as soon as she saw the professor walk into the hotel, shouting across to him, offering him a drink. He couldn't refuse without appearing churlish. There was an awkward silence after Jean had brought over his whisky. 3 people with nothing in common, Sandy thought, except a dead girl. One gave birth to her, one had sex with her, and I just thought she was weird. "I hoped Sophie might be here," Gwen said suddenly. "I'd have liked to talk to her. They were friends, weren't they? I thought she'd come as a mark of respect. I thought she'd want to be here."
"We couldn't trace her," Berglund said. "Not in time. I'm sorry."
Gwen got to her feet and said she was desperate for a smoke. She stumbled slightly as she made her way outside. Sandy thought if she carried on like this, she'd have a hangover in the morning. They saw her standing in the doorway of the hotel, struggling to light her cigarette. At the table, another silence, broken by Berglund. Sandy guessed he'd been drinking earlier in the day. Perhaps that was why he'd kept his speech so short in the hall.
"I did care for her, you know, Hattie. But it's different for men, isn't it?"
Sandy thought at one time he'd have agreed with that, but he'd seen how screwed up Hattie had become. He'd read her letters. Now he wasn't sure it was much of an excuse. He dipped into his beer and tried to come up with a reply. Berglund continued,
"I was married, and I love my wife and kids, but she was there and so eager. Any man would have done the same, wouldn't they? It was an ego thing, I guess. She made me feel free again, attractive."
"Is that why you had to force yourself on her?" But the question remained unspoken because Gwen James was back in the room, standing at the bar, ordering more drinks, although their glasses were still full. Sandy knew he'd never have had the courage to ask it anyway. He couldn't do this. He couldn't sit and watch while 2 educated English people made fools of themselves and each other. Gwen would thank Berglund for looking after her daughter and supervising the project, and Berglund would say what a bright student Hattie was, what a future she'd had ahead of her. How much everyone had liked her. Sandy thought listening to that would make him want to vomit. Perez had told him to stay in the pier house with Berglund and Gwen James until they went to bed.
"I don't want them wandering around on the island tonight. You can understand that."
And when Sandy had started to object,
"This is important, Sandy. You know Mrs. James and she trusts you. There's no one else I can ask."
But now Sandy had to get away. He had something closer to home he had to sort out, and then he wanted to be in on the action. Besides, if he sat here any longer, he'd have more to drink because he couldn't face Berglund sober. Then he'd end up hitting Berglund or saying something rude to him. These people wouldn't go out again, not on a night like this. They wouldn't find their way to the road. He made his excuses and left. On his way out, he bumped into Fran Hunter. Jimmy must have booked a room for her. She gave him a little wave and made her way upstairs. He found his mother alone in the Outre kitchen. She'd changed out of her smart clothes and was wearing the tatty dressing gown she'd had for as long as he could remember. She was drinking a mug of warm milk. She looked up at him and smiled. "Where's my father?" he asked. "I've sent him to bed. He's not been sleeping well."
"I've been worried about him."
"You shouldn't be," she said. "Not any more. We've been through a lot in the last few weeks. We'll survive this too."
"How did it start?"
She didn't answer immediately,
The stealing, Mother. That's what I'm talking about. For the first time in his life, Sandy felt he was talking to her as one adult to another.
Stealing?
She seemed shocked.
I never saw it as that.
It's how my boss sees it, he said simply. It's how the courts would see it.
Oh, Sandy,
she said, and he could tell she was glad of the chance to talk about it at last.
It was all too easy.
Tell me about it. He'd come to the house angry, prepared to demand answers from her. Now he just wanted to hear what she had to say.
Money was always tight, she said. You can't understand what it was like here. The fishing families with their cars and their fancy clothes and their holidays in the sun, and only seeming to work a couple of months a year, and us struggling to manage on what Joseph could bring in from Duncan Hunter. Jackie Clouston looking at me as if I was a piece of muck on her shoe. I believed I deserved the little bit extra I could make. That was how it started. I was working for this community and earning nothing. They kept everything they made for themselves. It just didn't seem fair.
Is that how corruption begins everywhere? Sandy thought. Politicians and businessmen persuade themselves that the extra, the kickbacks, are owed to them for the risks they take and the contribution they make. And he was no better than the rest of them. He'd once let Duncan Hunter off for drink driving because he thought the man could make trouble for his father. How did you work it?
I just boosted my expenses a little. I applied for amenity trust grants for a couple of projects. The community theatre was the first. I set up a bank account in the name of the Island Forum, submitted receipts for expenses and had the cheques made out to the new account. Maybe some of the expenses weren't entirely project-related, but nobody checked. Nobody realised. It grew from there. I took more chances.
You took more money. Sandy felt a pit open in his stomach. His mother had brought him up to be honest. He'd once stolen sweeties from the shop in Simbister, and she'd sent him back to own up and apologise.
I was working for nothing, she cried.
Her face was red with the effort of trying to convince herself.
I saw it as a wage.
The trust gave you a small grant to pass on to Anna Clouston to develop her workshops, Sandy said.
She never saw it. A loan, she said. I planned to pay it back. Besides, she owed me. She took my ideas and my patterns, and she wouldn't even have me as a partner.
How were you going to pay it back, Mother? Why did you never ask me for help, or Michael? We would have sorted it out for you. You know we'd have worked together to do that. She put her face in her hands and didn't reply. Is that why Dad changed his mind about selling Setter? He saw it as a way for you to clear what you owed.
I had to tell him, she said. He knew something was wrong the evening of Mima's funeral.
But then he couldn't face it, could he? He couldn't face anyone else living in Mima's house. Do you know he tried to set fire to it to claim the insurance? It wasn't me being thoughtless again.
Aye, she said. There are no secrets between us now.
Mima was a counter-signatory to the bank account, Sandy said. I saw the checkbook in the drawer. She knew you'd been taking the money. You thought she wasn't interested enough to check.
She had no proof.
But she guessed, Sandy said. He thought this was the most difficult interview he'd ever taken part in, but also the easiest. He knew all the people involved so well, and he knew how they thought. Did she ask you about it? Is that what you were discussing the afternoon before she died?
She was worried for herself, Evelyn said. What folks would say if it came out. I know what it is to be the subject of gossip. Trust me, Evelyn, you'd not want that. I'd not wish that on anyone.
And she'd be worried about Dad, Sandy said sharply, about what effect this would have on him.
Aye, Evelyn said. "You're right, of course. Mima always doted on your father."
"Did you go back later
"And kill her?"
The question that had been tormenting him since he'd first realized things weren't right between his parents. She stared at him, horrified. He saw it hadn't crossed her mind that he might suspect her of the murder. She still thought of herself as a good woman.
"Did you see Ronald out with his gun and think that would be a good way to stop her talking? An accident in poor weather. If he shot her by mistake, nobody would ever know you'd been stealing. And then, did you think you could make it happen like that?" "No," she cried. "No, Sandy. Do you really think me capable of that?"
He didn't know what to say. He hadn't thought her capable of cheating and theft. Now, it seemed, she felt the need to explain.
"I could have married into one of the fishing families," she said. "Even then they had more money than the Crofters. They hadn't invested in the huge trawlers, but they were well off by island standards."
She looked up and smiled.
"You'd not think it now, but I was quite a catch in those days. Everyone said what a bonny little thing I was. Andrew Clouston fancied me rotten, but Joseph was always the one for me. From when we were bairns at school, he was the one for me. I didn't care about his mad witch of a mother or his lack of money."
"Should I go up and see my father?" Sandy asked.
"No," she said. "Don't do that. Don't disturb him. I've given him a pill and he's already asleep."
Suddenly, Sandy felt very tired. He got to his feet. He would go to find Perez. It would be a very long night.
"Where are you going?"
"Work," he said. Usually, she would have been full of questions, or she would have tried to persuade him that he shouldn't go out on such a bad night, but she just got up to see him out. They stood for a moment at the door. Awkwardly, she reached up and gave him a quick peck on the cheek.
"You're right," she said. "I should have asked you boys for help."
It was the first time in his life she'd ever admitted she was wrong. Chapter 43. Fran's decision to come to Whalsay had thrown Perez. She'd insisted on coming with him as soon as Duncan, her ex-husband, had turned up at Ravenswick to take Cassie back to Bray for the night, and she'd realised she'd be free.
"Oh, come on, Jimmy. Let me come with you. I've not seen you for weeks. I promise I'll behave. I won't get in the way, and I'll do as I'm told."
How could he resist her? How could he turn her down? On the drive north to Laxo, he'd been distracted by the scent of her, the pressure of her hand on his knee, desultory conversation about London, and Cassie and her city friends. She didn't ask about the Whalsay inquiry. Perez knew she tried not to put him in a position where he had to refuse to discuss a case. On the ferry, she insisted on getting out of the car and standing outside, leaning against the raised metal ramp so she could smell the salt, feel the air on her skin.
"I've missed this," she said. "These days I don't feel I can breathe in the city."
He pointed out a black guillemot displaying on the sea. The sun was milky and occasionally they hit banks of mist, and the land disappeared, and even the sea. Then the ferry seemed weightless, as if it was floating in space, a strange airship. In Simbister, he took her to the pier house and booked a room for them.
"A double this time, is it, Jimmy?"
It was Jean on the desk, not quite winking, but grinning like a Cheshire cat.
"Here we go. This is the honeymoon suite."
And it was a much bigger room than anything he'd had before there, with a view over the harbour and an enormous enamel bath, as well as a shower. The wallpaper was decorated with pink blossoms as big as cauliflower heads, and there was a giant mahogany bed. At the meeting in the hall, he kept looking at Fran across the room. She was talking to everyone, to Evelyn and Sandy, to Jackie Clouston, and the other women pouring tea. He could tell what she was saying without hearing her words,
just by the way her body moved. All the time, he kept wishing that he could be on his own with her, that he could run his hands down her spine and feel the curve of her under his fingertips. The case that had been at the centre of his thoughts since Mima had died now seemed like a petty distraction. He forced himself to focus on it. He had a limited time to work on the women's deaths. The fiscal had made that quite clear at their last meeting. Perez's announcement to the island that Hattie's death wasn't suicide was a gamble. If it didn't work, he didn't think anyone would ever be charged. When the event in the community hall was over, he dropped Fran back at the hotel. He walked with her as far as the lobby. "Don't wait up for me. It could be a long night." She smiled up at him. "This wasn't exactly what I had in mind for my first evening back." He kissed her, not caring that they might be seen from the bar. Fran stood in the doorway of the hotel and watched until he'd driven away. The fog seemed as dense as ever, bouncing back the reflection of his headlights. "This is crazy," he thought. "What do I expect will happen?" He thought of the warm hotel room, the big deep bath. He parked in an old quarry between the community hall and Setter, and waited. There would be no action for a couple of hours at least. He heard a car pass quite close to him, but he could see nothing. Time seemed to move very slowly. His mobile phone had been set for silent, and suddenly it vibrated in his jacket pocket, startling him. It was Sandy, apologetic. "I couldn't stay in the pier house. I left them in the bar, set for making a night of it. I had to talk to my mother. You can understand that." Perez wanted to ask how Sandy was coping, but the new Sandy seemed to be managing very well without Perez to look out for him. "What should I do?" Sandy said. "I thought I should wait at Setter. Everyone thinks I moved home after the fire." "Aye," Perez said. "Do that, but no lights. Did you see Cedric in the pierhead?" "Aye. He says it's done." "What was the reaction?" "I didn't get a chance to ask. Mrs. James and Berglund were there." Perez eased himself out of the car. His joints already felt stiff from sitting still for so long. He walked along the road, missing the path occasionally and feeling the soft grass of the verge beneath his feet, because the darkness was almost liquid, so dense that it seemed to be drowning him. He'd stopped for breath and in an attempt to get his bearings when he heard footsteps on the road ahead of him. They were moving away from him, and that was what he'd been expecting. It was past midnight now, and this wasn't the weather for an innocent nighttime stroll. He stood very still, and the sound of the footsteps disappeared into the distance. He followed slowly, treading carefully to make as little noise as possible. "This is ridiculous," he thought. "We could be bairns playing hide-and-seek. This isn't a professional way to carry on." Suddenly, there was a square of light that had come out of nowhere. It was like a beacon on the land above him. It must be an uncurtained front window in Jackie and Andrew's grand house on the hill. He thought the fog must be lifting a little if he could see that from the road. Now he was sure where the murderer was heading, and he felt less lost, with at least one landmark to give him his bearings. He imagined the men going out in the Shetland bus on nights like this, with no radar and no GPS, just a chart and a compass. Approaching Setter, he felt a breeze on his face, and he thought again that the mist was clearing. He must be close to the croft now, but Sandy had done as he was told, and there were no lights on. Perez wished he could talk to Sandy, to warn him they were on their way, but didn't want to risk the noise of a conversation or of a phone ringing in the house. The murderer had killed twice before and was unpredictable. He stopped walking, and there was total silence, except for the regular and occasional moan of the foghorn. In the distance, there was a tiny moving spark, a torch being carried by the walker. It hadn't been visible when the fog was most dense. The surface beneath his feet changed. They'd left the road and were on the potholed track leading up to the house at Setter. Ahead of him, the killer stumbled. The footsteps faltered for a moment and then continued. Perez was closer now. The torchlight ahead of him shone on the wall of the house and swung to light the path around to the site of the dig. Perez caught a brief glimpse of the flotation tank, the shadow of the spoil heap. He stood still. He mustn't be heard, not yet. Ahead of him, the light continued to move, but there were no footsteps. The killer had moved onto the grass. The light stopped, then swung in a wide arc, so Perez had to flatten himself against the wall of the house to avoid being seen. A moment of complete silence. "Cedric?" A man's voice. Not angry, but almost pleading. "Cedric, are you there? What do you want from me?" Ronald Clouston was suddenly visible, caught in the beam of a powerful spotlight. It looked like a searchlight swinging over no man's land, and he was trapped in its beam, frozen and horrified. He was standing next to the trench of the dig, and in the background there was the spoil heap still shrouded in mist. Perez thought it would only take a high wall topped with barbed wire to turn this into a scene from a Cold War spy movie. Over his arm, Ronald carried a shotgun. "Cedric." This time the man's voice was firmer. "Stop playing games, man. We can talk about this." "Cedric won't be here." It was Sandy, armed with nothing more than the powerful torch. Ronald squinted his eyes against the light. Perez ran behind the men, keeping in the shadows. He crouched and waited. Even from those first 4 words, Perez could tell Sandy was furious, angrier than he'd ever been in his life. "What will you do now, Ronald?" Sandy yelled. "Will you shoot me too? It's a misty night. You could say you were out after rabbits. Or will you hit me over the head with a rock and slit my wrists, like you did to the young lass from the south?" There was a pause, and it sounded to Perez as if Sandy was sobbing. "How could you do that, Ronald? To a young girl?" Clouston stood quite still in the fog and said nothing. "What was this all about?" Sandy went on. "Family pride? Did 2 people have to die for the Clouston family pride?" "Don't be a fool, man." At last, Ronald was provoked to speech. The words came out as a roar. "Pride had nothing to do with it. This was all about money." He raised the shotgun. Sandy stood, his arms out wide, still holding the torch in one hand. Perez ran out into the light. "Give me the gun," he said. He spoke very slowly and quietly. "You can't shoot the both of us at once." Ronald turned, hesitated for a moment. The inspector reached out and lifted the gun from his hands. There was a moment of resistance. Then he gave it up without a struggle, grateful, Perez thought, not to have to make the decision to use it. Perez dropped the gun onto the ground, then pulled Ronald's arms behind his back so he could cuff his wrists. For a moment, they stood very close, as if they were performing a strange dance. Sandy lowered his hands. The inspector realized then that Sandy hadn't known Perez was there. He'd expected to die at the hands of his friend. History repeating itself. Chapter 44. In the police station on the hill, Perez sat in the interview room and waited for Ronald Clouston to come in with his lawyer. It was still dark. Perez stood at the narrow window and looked down at the lights of the town. At the end of January, during Archaeology, the geysers would march right past here, and there'd be the sound of pipes and chanting men, the pavements packed with watching people, their faces lit by the burning torches. Now, everything was quiet. In the corridor outside, he heard murmured voices. The door opened, and Ronald Clouston came in with a middle-aged lawyer and Perez's colleague Morag. The conversation had been between the professionals. Ronald seemed to be sleepwalking. He was quite calm, but his eyes were glazed. He stood by the table and would have remained standing if his lawyer hadn't touched his shoulder and gestured for him to sit down. Perez switched on the tape recorder, gave the date and time, listed the people present. Then he sat for a moment. It should be his moment of triumph, but he was only aware of a terrible sadness. The story of Ronald Clouston and the Whalsay murders would be passed on like the tale of the dead medieval merchant, the Shetland bus, and Mima's infidelity. The real and personal tragedies would be lost in the telling. "Why did you kill Mima Wilson?" No answer. "I think it was because your father told you to." Perez could have been talking to himself. "You always did what your father told you to, didn't you? Even after he had his stroke, he was really in charge in the big house. You could never stand up to him. He told you to leave university and work on the Cassandra, and you did. Do you really have any personality of your own, Ronald? Did your parents decide it was time for you to marry and have a family, so there'd be another generation to go to the fishing? I understand that sort of pressure, after all. I know the effect that can have on a man." Ronald looked up, his eyes focused on Perez for the first time. "Anna has nothing to do with this. Leave her out of it. She will have to deal with it, though. With having a husband who's a murderer. Your son will have to deal with it." Then, hardly missing a beat, "When did you first find out your grandfather was a murderer? Were you still a peery boy?" They stared at each other. Even now, and knowing what the man had done, Perez suddenly felt a trickle of pity for him. What is wrong with me? Ronald began to talk. "Father told me when I was taking my hires. I was planning to go to university. Mother was fine with that, but my father was furious. My place was with the family and the boat. You don't know what we've been through to achieve all this, and now you want to throw it all away." That was when he told me. "But you still went off to take your degree." "Yes, I still went off. After what he told me, I wanted nothing to do with the boat. I thought I'd never go back to Whalsay." "You changed your mind when your father was ill." There was another moment of silence. "I suppose it was a matter of loyalty," Ronald said. "And money." Perez was surprised by how hard and bitter he sounded. He hardly recognized his own voice. "You told me yourself the money was addictive. Did you miss the good life while you were away in the south?" Ronald said nothing. "Your father welcomed you back," Perez went on. "A prodigal son." Now Ronald spoke. "I'll not discuss my father's part in all this. He's an old man and he's ill. I confess to the murders. He should be left to live his life in peace." Perez felt a sudden jolt of fury. No pity now. "Really? I think that's the last thing he deserves." Ronald looked away. Perez took a breath. "So, you refuse a discussion? Let me tell you a story then. Let me explain what's been going on here." In his head, Perez still had the image of Hattie's body lying in the trench in the blood, and he wondered how he could sit here, having a reasoned conversation with her killer, how he could have felt that moment of pity. "Because it's what I do," he thought, "and it's the only thing I do really well." He started to speak, directing his words at Ronald, as if they were the only people in the room, talking only just loudly enough for the tape machine to pick up his voice. "It's the war. We have 3 brave Whalsay men working with the Shetland bus. Jerry Wilson, Cedric Irvine, whose son now runs the Pier House, and your grandfather Andy Clouston, saving lives. Then along comes a young Norwegian man, Per. He was brave too, and deserves the dignity of a name. He'd come to Britain for a special purpose, more an accountant than a soldier, to collect money to finance the work of the resistance. Ronald's eyes widened. "How do I know that?" Perez went on. "Because a detective digs into the past. I'm an archaeologist too. I've spoken to the Norwegian embassy and to historians here in Shetland. When Per disappeared, he was carrying a fortune in Norwegian currency, sealed up in 6 tobacco tins." He looked up. "It sounds like a child's tale, doesn't it? An adventure story or one of the Trowie myths. Buried treasure. Unreal. But it was real enough at the time. Until the fortune disappeared and everyone assumed that Per had turned traitor and taken the money with him. But Per was a brave and honest man. Mima was a wild woman even then, and she'd been flirting with the good-looking stranger who was kind to her, kinder than her husband would ever be. Jerry Wilson found them in bed together, lost his temper, and killed the man, and disposed of the body with the help of his friend, who just happened to be a Clouston. Old Andy Clouston, your grandfather. News of the man's disappearance got out, as it always will in a place like Whalsay. So they put around stories of their own. One of the tales, passed down to Cedric, was that Per had been a traitor. Perez paused. He wished he'd thought to bring a bottle of water into the interview room. His throat was dry, and he felt light-headed through lack of sleep. He looked up at Ronald, who must have been exhausted too. He could have had no real rest since he started killing. Perez continued. They'd buried the Norwegian at Setter, in that bit of land where nothing much grew, and had only ever been seen as rough grazing. Mima never knew that. She wasn't even sure the Norwegian was dead. Neither did she know about the money, though I think Jerry held out the promise of wealth in the future. One day we'll all be rich. Then you'll have a fine house and fine clothes, and you'll travel the world. The plan must have been that when the war was over and the Norwegian was forgotten, they'd begin to spend it. But Jerry never got to see his share. He was drowned. Perez looked up, forced Ronald to meet his eye. Did Andrew describe how that happened? He was only 10, but he was there and he saw it all. At last, Ronald spoke. They were out in a small boat. There was a freak storm and Jerry was washed overboard. My grandfather had to choose between saving his friend or his son. The words came out like a lesson learned at school. Perez leaned across the table so his face was close to Ronald's. But really, he said, what really happened? Ronald could no longer pretend not to care. They were fighting over the money. Jerry Wilson started it. My grandfather pushed out at him, and he fell. My father saw Jerry drown. He was 10 years old. He watched him sinking under the waves. But when he started to cry, my grandfather told him not to be a baby. It was him or us, Andrew. Do you understand that? You're not to tell a soul. Do you want to see me locked up for murder? And suddenly, the Cloustons were wealthy, Perez said. What was it? A trip to Bergen to buy a new boat. Then another that was a bit bigger. But your grandfather was clever. Everything invested, nothing too sudden or too showy. There were rumours about where the money had come from, but the island put it down to luck and thrift. And the great work he'd done during the war for the Navy with the bus. Then Andrew inherited, and perhaps he managed to persuade himself that the family good fortune all came about through hard work. He was better than Joseph Wilson,
who went off labouring for Duncan Hunter and spent his weekends scratching a living on the croft. He bought Cassandra, and you were set up for life, until two young women started digging in the ground.
Mima thought it was her Norwegian lover that they'd dug up, Ronald said. She thought it was his skull that they'd found. And perhaps one of the bones did belong to him, Perez thought. The fourth fragment that didn't match the others. He rested his head on his hand. Then she remembered the stories Jerry had told her about his hoard of foreign cash, and perhaps she went back over the years and thought of the big new boat, one of Cassandra's predecessors, that the Cloustons had bought in the 50s. Norwegian built. Perhaps she just had questions, and she wanted money too, not for herself, but for Joseph. Evelyn had got into debt, and Mima wanted to help the family out. She thought the Wilsons finally deserved their share. Is that how it happened? Ronald nodded. For the tape machine, please. Sharp and brusque, because for an instant Perez had again caught himself feeling some sympathy for the man, and had to remind himself how Hattie had looked in that trench. Yes, that was what happened. But it wasn't your idea to kill her. It was the last thing on my mind. I just had a son. You understand how that feels? To hold your child in your arms, to see your wife giving birth? Nothing mattered more than that. Are you telling me you killed Mima for the sake of your child? Perez's voice was so cold and hard that Morag, who had known him since they were at school together, stared at him, frightened too. Later, in the canteen, she would say it was like a stranger speaking. No, not that. Then explain, please. Tell me why you killed a defenseless old woman. She'd gone to the big house to talk to my father. Was your mother there? The interruption came sharp like a slap. She was in the house, but father sent her out of the kitchen. She didn't know what the conversation was about. My father told Mima he couldn't give her money. His capital was all tied up in the Cassandra, and even if he wanted to sell her, it wouldn't be his decision. There were the other shareholders. Mima said that in that case, she'd have a word with her grandson. Meaning Sandy, because he worked for the police. Ronald nodded again. This time, Perez didn't ask him to speak for the machine. He had more pressing questions. And Andrew asked you to deal with the matter, to make sure that Mima didn't cause you any more problems, for the sake of the family. Ronald shut his mouth tight and refused to speak. Tell me what happened the night Mima died, Perez said. Take me through the events of that evening, please. The baby had been awake for most of the night, Ronald said. His face suddenly seemed very flushed, and although it wasn't hot in the room, he'd started to sweat. He had colic and made a sort of high-pitched squeal, like some kind of animal, a piglet, maybe. You couldn't sleep through it even if you tried. Anna was tense, patient enough with the baby, but shouting at me every chance she had. I decided to go into Lerwick, to the library and the supermarket. I thought I'd be better with a break from the bungalow. I got an earlier ferry back than I was expecting and called into the big house on my way home. My father had had a phone call from Mima. Sandy had come to the island, and she'd asked him to visit. Andrew was in a terrible state. So you offered to sort the matter out for him. Something had to be done, Ronald said, his voice unnaturally loud. My father was making himself ill and scaring my mother. I said I'd go to see Mima, persuade her to be reasonable, offer her something. There was a silence. Perez waited for him to continue. Ronald went on more calmly. Back in the bungalow, I had dinner with Anna.
Then she started having a go at me about my drinking and the baby. I just couldn't stand it. I had to get out of there. I said I was going after the rabbits. But you went to Setter. I was going to shoot rabbits, Ronald said. Nothing was planned, but I kept going over and over it in my mind. What would happen if Mima started to rake up the past? So I went to see her. Again, Perez remained silent. The lawyer stared at the inspector as if she wanted the questions to continue, so the interview would be over more quickly. Her hands fluttered nervously in her lap. It was foggy. I saw the lights on in Setter, and I could hear her television, even through the closed door. I knocked and waited. She came to answer, and I could smell she'd been drinking. Mima always liked a dram. So Andrew sent his bairn to do his dirty work. That was what she said. Then she pulled on a yellow jacket and pushed past me into the garden. "Come and see where they buried my lover," she said. "It'll all come to light once the bones have been tested." Then she stamped ahead of me round the side of the house and towards the field. It was so easy. She was still talking, and I couldn't bear the sound of complaining any more. I let her walk a distance away from me. She turned to see why I wasn't following. I lifted up my gun and I shot her. He put his head in his hands, almost as if he was covering his ears, and stared into the distance towards the high window, where it was starting to get light. Once the noise of the shot had faded, it was beautifully quiet. No more talking. On the way home, I took a couple of rabbits so I wouldn't have to explain to Anna why I'd come back empty-handed. "What about Hattie?" Perez asked. "Did she really have to die? And like that?" "She guessed. Worked it out in the days after Mima died," Ronald said. "Not all of it, but that the family was involved. She heard Mima talking on the telephone to my father about the bones, and we had to get her off that land. She was obsessed about the dig. While she was alive, she would never leave it alone, and sometime the Norwegian's body would be found. Then it would all come out. They'd identify him and remember the money, the kroner, sealed in the tobacco tins. And you wouldn't be the rich Cloustons of Whalsay any more." Ronald looked away and continued to speak. "Hattie heard Mima talk to Andrew on the phone. She heard them arguing. It never occurred to her that I had anything to do with the old lady's murder. I'd been to the university in the south. I'd been civilized by my contact with the academics. I read books and knew about history. She bumped into me after she'd had her meeting with her boss. 'Can we talk, Ronald? I wanted to let you know that I phoned Inspector Perez. I know your father's an ill man, but really I think he might have shot Mima. I just wanted to warn you.' 'Give me the details, please. How did you kill her?' 'I walked with her, back to Setter. I pretended to be interested. So, you think there might be a more recent body buried here alongside the ancient one?' Then she turned away from me and I hit her on the back of the head with a round, smooth stone. Not hard enough to break the skin," Perez said, "but it knocked her out. I understand. That gave you the opportunity to fake her suicide. Why did you slit her wrists with Paul Berglund's knife? Is that who it belonged to?" Ronald looked back at the inspector, surprised. "I didn't realize. It was there and it did the job." The matter-of-fact words made Perez feel suddenly sick. He leaned forward towards the man again. "How could you do it to her?" Ronald considered, then took the question literally. "I'm used to blood, gutting fish, killing beasts. The girl was unconscious by then. It had to look like suicide." He was struck by a sudden thought. "You got Cedric to phone me tonight,"
and you made up the story of a witness. Anna told me about that when she got home from the party. Cedric was never there at all that afternoon. No, Perez thought, but he was involved, all the same, in a roundabout way. His father had worked with the Shetland bus too. It had made sense for them to use Cedric to bait the trap, to say that he wanted his share of the money. 2 people were dead, he said. We had to make it stop. He stood up and looked again out of the window. It was a beautiful morning. There was sunlight on the water. Chapter 45. That evening, they met up at Fran's house in Ravenswick. She'd cooked a meal, and when it was over, they sat around the table in the kitchen, drinking wine and talking. The dishes had been cleared, but there was still a plate of cheese and a bowl of red grapes, like a still-life study in front of them. It was late because Fran had wanted to get Cassie to bed first. Perez could tell that Sandy was nervous. This wasn't the sort of social event he usually went in for. He drank less than they did, although Perez had already suggested he could get a taxi back to town. He didn't want to make a fool of himself. All the same, he was pleased to have been invited. Perez could tell that. "How's Anna?" Fran asked, as soon as Sandy came in. He had stayed the night in Whalsay, taking statements. "In shock, of course. She's going south to stay with her parents, until she's come to terms with what's happened. She talks about coming back to Shetland, but I don't think she ever will. She tried very hard to fit in, but she was never really cut out to be a Shetland wife." "What about me?" Fran asked, with a little laugh. "Am I cut out to be a Shetland wife?" Perez knew what she was doing. Sandy had believed Ronald to be his friend. He still saw the Whalsay deaths as a personal betrayal. Fran was trying to lighten the mood. There was no more to her question than that. "Oh, you," Sandy said. "You'd fit in fine wherever you lived." "Will Andrew and Jackie be charged?" Fran reached out for a grape, cut another wedge of cheese. "Not Jackie," Perez said. "If she guessed that Ronald was involved in some way, she didn't really know, and we've no evidence to suggest that she understood where the original source of wealth came from." "If we go back far enough, all the rich families in the UK got their money in a dubious fashion," Fran said. "The spoils of war, off the backs of the poor." Perez smiled, but said nothing. After a few drinks, she often believed herself to be a champion of the people. Sandy shifted in his chair. "But surely we should have enough to charge Andrew. We know he was involved. He tried to focus our attention away from Setter by telling me they threw the Norwegian's body into the sea. If we exhume Per's body, get the forensic accountants to look at Andrew's business records over the years, we should have enough to satisfy the fiscal." Perez realized that Sandy was more comfortable believing Andrew to be a murderer than he was thinking of Ronald in that way. Sandy had been deceived by his old friend, and they'd both been taken in by Ronald's fine acting. "Aye," Perez said. "Maybe." He knew how long the investigation would take, and he doubted whether Andrew would still be alive at the end of it. Maybe living in the giant house on the hill, with a heartbroken wife who'd lost her son to prison, and her grandchild to his relatives in the south, would be punishment enough. He looked down towards the lighthouse at Ravenhead. It was very clear tonight. He thought there might be a frost, the last cold spell before the summer. Suddenly, he remembered Paul Berglund. He turned to Sandy, smiling. "Berglund's grandmother is Swedish, not Norwegian. Not any relation to Mima's lover. A horrible man, but not a murderer." "So, I was wrong again," Sandy said. He seemed more relaxed, more himself. Perez saw that his glass was empty. He tipped some wine into it and poured himself another glass too. It seemed hours since he'd slept,
and it was only caffeine and alcohol that were keeping him going. "Bones in the land," Sandy said, half asleep now. "Skeletons in a cupboard." They sat for a moment in silence. Then Sandy got out his mobile to call a taxi, and Fran stood up to make coffee. When they went outside to see Sandy off, Perez gasped with the cold. There was a moon, and the sea was silver. The beam from the lighthouse on Raven Head swept across the fields between the beach and Fran's house. It was hypnotic. He felt he could stand here for hours just watching it. He forced himself to look up at the sky instead. There were no streetlights here, and the stars were clear and sharp. Fran stood in front of him, and he put her arms around his waist. Even through his thick jacket, he could feel her body pressed against his. Sandy's taxi drove off, but still they stood there.
"My friends in the city can never understand what this is like," Fran said. "I explained. No light pollution, no sound, but they can't conceive it."
"You'll have to invite them up and show them." She turned to him. At first her face was in shadow, then she tipped up her head so the moonlight caught her eyes.
"I was thinking," she said, "that we could ask them to the wedding."
That is the end of Red Bones. It was written by Anne Cleeves and read by Kenny Blythe. This has been an ISIS Audiobooks presentation.